a vote, referring to a tendency of Irish immigrants to vote the Democratic ticket and, presumably, thereby to undermine true American values. The Irishman's hat saying 5 points recalls the bloody St. Patrick's Day riot of 1867 in New York City's biggest slum behind the Irishman, a building in flames. The Colored Orphan Asylum refers to its destruction by an Irish mob during the deadly 1863 draft riots. Together, these three figures trample the loyal Black American veteran, whose Union soldier's hat and American flag lie in the dust, the ballot box beyond his reach. Nast's only half-ironic caption reads, "This is a white man's government." Fig 14.1. Thomas Nast, "This is a white man's government," Harper's Weekly, 1868. Without a doubt, Nast's cartoon reflects a good deal of reality. Irish workers had shown little hesitation in brandishing their newfound whiteness as a tool against others. In the West of the 1880s, Irish workingmen agitated as white men to drive Chinese workers off their jobs and out of their homes. This anti-Chinese movement produced the country's first race-based immigration legislation, the Chinese Exclusion Act of 1882. Although not all Chinese immigrants fell under the law, merchants, teachers, students, diplomats, and other professionals were exempted. The Irish and other whites continued to attack the Chinese in a series of Western pogroms called the Driving Out for as it would again. Racial violence addressed economic competition. In the 1870s and 1880s, politics began to serve the economic interests of Irish and German immigrants in many walks of American life. The right to vote, for instance, opened a path to employment through government patronage and civil service jobs. Labor union control meant that their sons and brothers stood first in line for steady work and, later, skilled jobs. The figure of the Irish policeman owes its longevity to this system of public employment. Thanks to patronage jobs and government contracts, fewer in the second and third generations suffered the grinding poverty that had dogged their famine immigrant ancestors. Along the way they learned, in true American fashion of the time, to profit from the vulnerability of non-white Americans barred from voting, hence barred from the fruits of block voting. 5 Color mattered, even for Ralph Waldo Emerson, that preeminent Saxonist. Emerson had his contradictions, of course. In English Traits of 1856, he both denounced and embraced racial determination. In Conduct of Life of 1860, he again both deprecated and then echoed the racist views of Robert Knox, describing the German and Irish millions, like the Negro, as races with a great deal of guano in their destiny. 6 Ever a Saxon chauvinist, Emerson could nonetheless soften toward poor immigrants, presumably Irish, provided their bodies were sufficiently light in color. In 1851 Emerson cast his eye on the newcomers around him, judging them, in most cases, as suitable to join his world. America. Emigration. In the distinctions of the genius of the American race it is to be considered, that, it is not indiscriminate masses of Europe, that are transported shipped hitherward, but the Atlantic is a sieve through which only or chiefly the liberal, adventurous, sensitive, America-loving part of each city, clan, family, are brought. It is the light complexion, the blue eyes of Europe that come, the black eyes, the black drop, the Europe of Europe is left. 7. For Emerson, as for his admirers, it was the blue eyes and the light complexion that conferred on the Irish a real American identity. With the arrival of millions of dark-eyed new immigrants at the turn of the 20th century, his preferences counted ever more heavily. As many immigrants poured into the United States, a new hierarchy was under construction, one placing Anglo-Saxons at the top and the Irish just below, soon to be incorporated into the upper stratum of northwestern Europeans as Nordics. The newest newcomers, Slavic immigrants from the Austro-Hungarian Empire, Jews from Russia and Poland, and Italians, especially those from south of Rome, had still to be judged and rated. This sorting out took place within a history of older waves of immigration. Back in the mid-19th century, masses of impoverished Catholics had inspired contrasts between old and new immigrants. The Texas founding father Sam Houston had contrasted the old immigration of the colonial generation, on the one hand, and the new, mid-century Catholics, on the other. Now, at the turn of the 20th century, Catholic Irish and Germans were assuming their place as old immigrants, while the new immigrants from Southern and Eastern Europe were being slotted where Houston's famine Irish had been. In their penury and apparent strangeness, the new immigrants after 1880 made Irish and Germans immigrants and, especially, their more prosperous, better educated descendants seem acceptably American. Thus occurred the second great enlargement of American whiteness. It came with such reluctance and with so many qualifications and insults that Irish Americans continued to feel excluded and aggrieved. It took a very long time for the realization of acceptance to sink in, for it had begun in the middle of the 19th century and stretched across the lifetimes of a generation and more. The commentary was far more likely to castigate new immigrants than to welcome the old. In the great hue and cry over this new round of immigration, the voice of one New Englander carried farthest. In the 1890s, Francis Amasa Walker, 1840–97, the most admired American economist and statistician of his time, laid the scientific groundwork by publishing a number of influential articles positing the need to limit the number of immigrants. See Figure 14.2, Francis Amasa Walker. The son of a professor of economics who also served in the U.S. Congress, Walker graduated from Amherst College in 1860 and rose through Union Army ranks during the Civil War. After studies in Germany, he was appointed director of the U.S. Census of 1870. He directed the census of 1880 while attached to the Sheffield Scientific School of Yale University between 1872 and 1880. In 1881 he became president of the Massachusetts Institute of Technology and in the following years presided over both the American Statistical Association and the American Economic Association, AEA. Until the creation of the Nobel Prize in Economics in 1969, the AEA's annual Walker Prize stood as the world's highest honor accorded an economist. Having been born in Boston, moreover, Walker was almost automatically deemed smart, able, and enterprising. Who better than a Bostonian to tell Americans what they needed to know? And Walker had some help. The idea of New England, as we have seen, played a pivotal role in American race thought. Ostensibly a regional identity, New England stood for racial Englishness vide English traits. In this sense, the writing of American history bristled with race talk, as the Brahmin author and Congressman Henry Cabot Lodge showed in his well-regarded books. Lodge was an expert on Anglo-Saxon law, the topic of his Harvard Ph.D. dissertation. By 1881 he had taught at Harvard for 3 years and was starting his political career, sped along through a series of lectures at the Lowell Institute, where we have already seen Louis Agassiz, and publication of his 560-page short history of the English colonies in America. A perfect specimen of Anglo-chauvinism, this book ascribes the greatness of the United States to the sound English stock of the middle classes and the fine English stock of families like George Washington's, good specimens of the nationality to which they belonged, and, a fine, sturdy, manly race. Again and again, Lodge trumpets the qualities of the English race and bases the inevitability of American independence on the intrinsic worthiness of that race. Fig. 14.2. Francis Amasa Walker as president of Massachusetts Institute of Technology. 10 years later, Lodge confidently presented supposedly hard proof of New Englanders' superiority, in an article quoted approvingly for the next 40 years. The distribution of ability in the United States, 1891, quantified the conventional wisdom of the time in pages of tables and lists purporting to prove that Massachusetts had contributed the largest number of distinguished Americans, 2,686 of the 14,243 names in the 6 volumes of Appleton's Encyclopedia of American Biography. Lodge's methodology, with its subtle means of inclusion, worked fine for just about everybody in the race business, despite glaring weaknesses. For one thing, he gauged distinction according to the size of subjects' portraits, so that a larger illustration in Encyclopedia of American Biography garnered 2 stars, while a smaller one got only 1 star, even after Lodge admitted that portraits do not appear to have been distributed simply on the ground of ability and eminence. For another, while forthrightly acknowledging the impossibility of figuring race extraction with any confidence and tracing it only through the paternal line, he nonetheless continued to use racial categories based upon names and places of birth. 9 Never mind these limitations, Lodge still carried on to recognize the English as the greatest American upbuilders. As for Southerners, Lodge found them deficient, even though no finer people ever existed than those who settled and built up our southern states. The problem was slavery, which dwarfed ability and retarded terribly the advance of civilization. Southerners got shut out of regional greatness, but Lodge's summary, in a crucial gesture of inclusion, reached beyond England to include people who came from other parts of Great Britain and Ireland. 10 New England still ruled, but the Irish now took their place within its glory. As in the case of so many immigration restrictionists, Francis Amasa Walker's New England descent seemed connected to his blood and virility. In 1923, Walker's biographer called this father of 6 children the fine flowering of all that was superior and, in the best sense, peculiar in New England before the Civil War. Echoing a familiar theme of purity, the biography claims that Walker's ancestry was extraordinarily homogeneous. Almost all his forebears came over in the first great wave of English immigration before 1650, and there was afterwards little or no admixture from other than British stock. 11 New England identity meant smart minds in handsome bodies, the sine qua non of Americanism. But would there be enough of them? The census of 1880 had indicated a decline in the native white American birth rate. Since Walker firmly linked immigration to reproduction, he blamed native white Americans' decay of reproductive vigor, out of the loins, of our own people on the pernicious influence of slovenly foreigners. True, he conceded, native white demographic stagnation did owe something to luxurious habits, city life, boarding house habits unfavorable to increase of numbers, and the Civil War's toll on native white bodies. Succeeding racist and eugenicist thought would consistently echo the baleful effects of city life and war, both enemies of the health of the race. But never mind. Most trouble lay with the monstrous total of 5.25 million of recent foreign arrivals. 12 They posed the threat of racial endangerment. Nativism and its cold-blooded, stock-breeding lexicon increased in volume, as during the 1890s Walker and others railed ever more stridently against the evils of immigration. Degradation joined stock as a leitmotif. In 1895 2 articles entitled The Restriction of Immigration repeated degradation and degraded 6 times and ignorant and brutalized peasantry twice. Loins appeared often, too, euphemistically attached to both Anglo-Saxon and immigrant, as in the loins of beaten men from beaten races, representing the worst failures in the struggle for existence. Phrases destined for greatness. Like Sam Houston, Walker contrasted old and new immigrants, but his chronology betrayed slipperiness between good, old pre-Civil War German and Irish, and bad, new immigrants arriving later on. Yes, the immigration problem had first appeared in the 1850s with the degraded peasantry needed to build the railroads and canals. Look, he warned, how the influx had reduced native whites' fertility. Clearly native-born Americans had begun to shrink from competition with early Irish. Now it was happening all over again, only somehow the old Irish immigrants were becoming Americans and, inexorably, failing demographically, too. Without much explanation, Walker admitted the Irish immigrants into the American fold as Northern Europeans. With Americanization came demographic failure, so that the Irish as Americans were, in their turn, shrinking from competition with Italians and no longer reproducing mightily. But this time the Americanization process had come to a halt. Walker thought the new immigrants, unlike the old ones, had to remain inherently repulsive. 13 In no way could these new hordes evolve like Northern Europeans, they would inevitably degrade American citizenship. For Walker, cheap, easy transatlantic transportation was partly to blame for lowering the caliber of immigrants. In the old days, only the brave and enterprising ventured across the seas. But now Hungarians, Bohemians, Poles, South Italians, and Russian Jews, from every foul and stagnant pool of population of Europe, could reach the United States with ease. These vast masses of peasantry, degraded below our utmost conceptions, lacked all the inherited instincts and tendencies of native, white, Americans. Walker did not hold back. There the new immigrants' habits of life, again, are of the most revolting kind. Moreover, and most significantly for Walker, these masses of alien population created problems spanning politics, the economy, and demography. Laboring for low wages, they offered a harvest of ignorant workers ripe for demagogues. Lured into labor unions, they could easily be duped into going on strike. Such immigrant radicalism threatened the very health of American democracy. The themes trumpeted by Walker and seconded by Lodge, New England superiority, reproductive competition, and labor radicalism, expressed a deeply conservative ideology that perverted Darwinian natural selection and feared worker autonomy. These notions would enjoy great longevity in the new language of truth, racial science. Supposedly rigorous and attentive to natural laws, racial science supplied the theory and praxis of difference among Europeans, as well as the descendants of Africans, in the United States. No longer stigmatized as inherently different, Irish and Germans entered a second enlargement of American whiteness to become constituent parts of the American. For now there were newcomers to toil at hard labor and be stigmatized as racially inferior. 15. William Z. Ripley and the Races of Europe. Francis Amasa Walker's famous cliché "beaten men from beaten races" played well in white race science, but Walker was hardly out there alone crying in the wilderness. Scores of others, men like the author and lecturer John Fiske and scholars from high academia, like the era's leading sociologist, Edward A. Ross, and the pioneering political scientist Francis Giddings of Columbia, joined Walker in pushing Northern European racial superiority over new immigrant masses. At the other end of the spectrum, the American Federation of Labor also drew the line against the new immigrants as beaten men of beaten races. One but Walker, who was to die in 1897, stood highest in influence, practically dictating how Americans would rank white peoples for decades, a period that introduced William Z. Ripley. Originally from Medford, Massachusetts, William Z. Ripley, 1867–1941, like Walker and Lodge, advertised his New England ancestry. His middle name, Zabina, he said, honored 5 generations of Plymouth ancestors. Ripley contrasted our original Anglo-Saxon ancestry in America with that of the motley throngs now pouring in upon us, and, like Walker, he attended to his manly and nattily dressed appearance. 2. See figure 15.1, William Z. Ripley. With Ripley it was smart minds in handsome bodies all over again and, one might add, education and connections. After gaining a bachelor's degree in engineering from MIT, Ripley took a PhD in economics at Columbia, writing a dissertation on the economy of colonial Virginia. After 2 years lecturing at MIT and Columbia, Ripley found himself at somewhat loose ends in 1895. He needed a better paying job, and an aging Francis Walker needed a scientific classification of American immigrants. Walker chose Ripley, his favorite student, and Ripley seized this opportunity to codify the gaggle of immigrants. 3. Ripley later said that the Races of Europe took 19 months of work. To a scholar these days that seems not very long. Working with his suffragist wife, Ida S. Davis, and librarians at the Boston Public Library, Ripley synthesized the writings of hundreds of anthropologists. 4. John Beddoe in England and Joseph Deniker and Georges Vacher de la Poge in France proved especially helpful. European anthropologists had been compulsively measuring their populations for decades, offering Ripley tens of thousands of detailed measurements, charts, maps, and photographs. Ripley used them all. Such exhaustive scholarship, together with the PhD attached to Ripley's Anglo-Saxon name on the title page, endowed the Races of Europe with a glowing scientific aura. Ripley's work first reached the public as a series of lectures at the Lowell Institute in Cambridge, Massachusetts, in 1896. Earlier in the century the Lowell Institute had offered its podium to likely speakers on race such as George Gliddon, Josiah Nott's collaborator, and Louis Agassiz, soon to join the Harvard faculty. The New York publisher Appleton issued the lectures serially in Popular Science Monthly and then published a generously illustrated book in 1899. Fig. 15.1. William Z. Ripley, Professor of Economics, Harvard University, ca. 1920. Weighing in at 624 pages of text, 222 portraits, 86 maps, tables, and graphs, and a bibliographical supplement of more than 2,000 sources in several languages, the sheer heft of the races of Europe intimidated and entranced readers, blinding most of them to its incoherence. Ripley himself may have been blinded by the magnitude of his task, aiming as he did to reconcile a welter of conflicting racial classifications that could not be reconciled. See Figure 15.2, Ripley's European Racial Types. In this table Ripley presents traits he considered important: head shape, pigmentation, and height, along with the multiple taxonomies posited by various scholars. One glaring taxonomic dilemma appears in the inclusion of Celtic, in parentheses, beneath Alpine. Anthropologists had long struggled to sort out the relationship between ancient and modern Celts, between the Celtic regions of Europe such as Ireland and Brittany, and between ancient and modern Celtic languages such as Gaelic. Was France a Celtic nation? Yes and no. French Republicans embraced their nation's revolutionary heritage, identifying with such glorious ancient Celtic heroes as Vercingetorix, the tragic protagonist of Caesar's Gallic War. 5 Royalists like Alexis de Tocqueville and his companion Gustave de Beaumont, in contrast, proudly claimed descent from Germanic conquerors. Beaumont, we remember, gave his French protagonist in Marie the Frankish name Ludovic rather than the more familiar French Louis. Ripley's parenthesis does not solve the Celtic problem, and he stoops to insert Georges Vacher de la Poche, a cranky, reactionary librarian at a provincial French university whom we will encounter again later, into the list of authorities. Ripley thereby conferred a measure of scientific recognition, although La Poche's fanatic Aryan/Teutonic chauvinism destroyed his standing in France. Questionable scholarship aside, Ripley had set out to transcend the current mouthings of the racist lunatic fringe, and his thoroughness inspired confidence for years. Ordinary readers judged his book scientific, and anthropologists hailed his methodology. Nothing ever got truly settled in race science, but Ripley came close. How many European races were there? Ripley says 3, Teutonic, Alpine, and Mediterranean. What criteria to use? Following accepted anthropological science, Ripley chooses the cephalic index, the shape of the head, breadth divided by length times 100, one of the best available tests of race known. 6 Add to that information about height and pigmentation, and he has nailed each of the 3 white races. Teutonics, tall, dolichocephalic, i.e., long-headed, and blonde. Alpines, medium in stature, brachycephalic, i.e., round-headed, with medium-colored hair. Mediterraneans, short, dolichocephalic, i.e., long-headed, and dark. The cephalic index was not new. In fact, a real European scholar, the Swedish anthropologist Anders Retzius, had invented it in 1842, coining the terms brachycephalic to describe broad heads and dolichocephalic to describe long heads. The technique quickly took hold in Europe, where researchers took to measuring heads by the tens of thousands. Anthropologists loved the cephalic index because it seemed to measure something stable, and race theorists demanded permanence. Heads supposedly remained constant across an endless succession of generations. Concentration on the head was not new. A skull, we recall, had inspired Blumenbach's naming white people Caucasian. Samuel George Morton and Josiah Nott had backed up their assertions of white supremacy with Mrs. Gliddon's drawings of skulls. Francis Paul Broca, his generation's most renowned anthropologist, also based his race theories on skull measurements. Retzius and other fans of the cephalic index had no trouble linking head shape with racial qualities such as enterprise, beauty, and, of course, intelligence. Theorizing from old skulls, they envisioned primitive, ancient, Stone Age Europeans often identified as Celts as brachycephalic and also dark in color. Accepted theories soon held that long-headed dolichocephalics had invaded Europe and conquered these primitive, broad-headed people. A lot of the old natives were still around, people considered backward, such as the brachycephalic Basques, Finns, Lapps, and quite a few Celts. They were still assumed to be primitive natives, like peasants and other supposedly inert groups. Following the English anthropologist John Beddoe, Ripley gingerly notes the profound contrast which exists between the temperament of the Celtic-speaking and the Teutonic strains in these British islands. The Irish and Welsh are as different from the stolid Englishman as indeed the Italian differs from the Swede. 7. This idea of temperament as a racial trait was based on a perversion of Darwinian evolution. With a perfectly straight face, anthropologists reasoned that evolution operated on entire races, not individuals or breeding populations, that races had personalities, and that physical measurements of heads betokened racial personality. Over time the cephalic index both dominated as a symbol of race and became a two-edged sword when color was added to it. Long-headed people, dolichocephalics, for instance, should be light and Teutonic, good, or dark and Mediterranean, bad. Alpines, maybe middling, maybe bad, were supposed to be brownish and brachycephalic. These correlations counted as harmonic correspondence. Rather than deal with people who did not fit the pattern, such as blonde Alpines, race-minded anthropologists them deemed disharmonic and then just ignored them. Perfectly harmonic Mediterraneans with long heads and dark hair, eyes, and skin also faded from view, because anthropologists judged them to be obviously inferior and therefore of scant interest. At first all this measuring of heads meant little to most Americans. Slavery and segregation had seen to it that race resided most obviously in skin color, or at least in physical appearance or ancestry that could be classified as black or white. But up-to-date experts stuck to their guns, proffering scientific explanation via visuals. See Figure 15.3, Ripley's brachycephalic and dolichocephalic skulls. A caption at the lower left reads, Brachycephalic type. Index 87. Zeewijd Beveland, Holland, and refers to photographs on the left. On the lower right, dolichocephalic type. Index 73. Zeeland, Holland refers to photographs on the right. These images were intended to show the difference between a long, dolichocephalic skull with a cephalic index of 73 and a round, brachycephalic skull with a cephalic index of 87. Since ordinary readers rarely encountered skulls in everyday life, and Ripley badly wanted them to understand, he added photographs of racial types along with their cephalic indices for further clarification. See Figure 15.4, Ripley's 3 European racial types. The 3 types are ranked vertically, with the Teutonic inevitably at the top, the Mediterranean inevitably at the bottom, and the Alpine in the middle. The Alpine type's cephalic index is noted as 88, that is, brachycephalic, and the Mediterranean type's as 77, that is, dolichocephalic, and the hair and eye color of both types is noted. The 2 dolichocephalic Norwegian Teutonic types are simply pure blonde, although, inexplicably, the hair color of the man on the right seems as dark as that of the brachycephalic Austrian and the Sicilian. The 4 men depicted as embodiments of the 3 European racial types have no names. Anthropologists of the era saw no need for names. They dealt in ideal types that stood for millions of presumably interchangeable individuals. Ripley's 624 pages do contain a great deal of information. Unfortunately, much of it is contradictory. He recognizes early on that his 3 racial traits, hair color, height, and cephalic index, are not reliably linked in real people. Short people can be blonde, blonde heads can be round, long heads can grow dark hair. He admits and laments that such complexity destroys any notion of clear racial types. Even his limited number of traits produced an infinity of races and subraces, a taxonomical nightmare. To further undermine notions of racial permanency, Ripley concedes that mixture and environment, which most anthropologists preferred to ignore, also affect appearance. Faced with such complexity and so many unknowns, Ripley was, he says, tempted to turn back in despair. But he could not let go. 8 He did, however, turn his back on the American South, where people white in appearance were discriminated against as Negroes. The U.S. Supreme Court had taken that matter up in Plessy v. Ferguson in 1896. Homer Plessy, a man who looked white, had been ejected as black from a newly designated white-only car. He sued and lost when the court ruled for segregation. The African-American novelist Charles Chesnutt remarked on the manifest absurdity of classifying men 15/16 white as black, but, absurd or not, that was long to hold true. 9 Ripley hardly cared. What happened in the South was less important than how to classify the immigrants pouring into the North. To unravel black and white would have hopelessly snarled his system. Additional conceptual problems haunt the book's organization. Definitions: who counts as European people and what constitutes European territory conflict from one chapter to the next. Ripley is not sure where Europe and its races begin and end. While he dismisses Blumenbach's notion of a single Caucasian race, the races of Europe reaches past the territory of the Teutonic, Alpine, and Mediterranean races into Russia, Eastern Europe, and Western Asia as far as India. Africans appear in the chapter on Mediterranean race. Supposedly the Teutonic race belongs in Scandinavia and Germany, the Mediterranean race in Italy, Spain, and Africa, and the Alpine race in Switzerland, the Tyrol, and the Netherlands. Yet another, separate chapter wonders whether Britons originated in the Iberian Peninsula, given that Irish legend names the Spanish king Melissus as the father of the Irish. More taxonomical strangeness was to come. As noted, Ripley's three-race system excludes many Europeans, such as Jews, Slavs, Eastern Europeans, and Turks. Lapps present the usual quandary: they obviously live in Europe, but they do not look the way anthropologists wanted Europeans to look. Linguists did not face this problem, they put Lapps with Magyars, Finns, and other speakers of Finnic languages. No problem there. But Ripley rejects this linguistic classification because the Lapps lack beauty. The Magyars, among the finest representatives of a West European type, he says, are no more like the Lapps than the Australian Bushmen. See Figure 15.5, Ripley's Scandinavia. The captions under photos of Lapps list only height, 4.9 and 4.8, and high cephalic indexes, both 87.5, as confirmation that Lapps are too short in stature and too broad of head. 10 Piling it on, Ripley adds an unnamed German anthropologist's insult that they Lapps are a pathological race. Actually, rather than documenting pathology, these photographs demonstrate a Scandinavian variety trumped by racial science's obsession with purity. Jews pose another problem. Having long occupied a separate conceptual space within the races of Europe, they must be discussed as a category. At the same time, they are too varied to fit into one of Ripley's three European races. Recognizing this shortcoming early, Ripley had added a supplement on Jews to his Lowell Institute lectures and articles published in Popular Science Monthly. The Races of Europe allots Jews and Semites a separate chapter. Anti-Semitic writers had long posited a permanent Jewish race. But Ripley does not like that. Rather, he calls them a people, since Jews conform closely to others among whom they live. His photographs of Jewish faces confirm regional variation. 11, see Figure 15.6, Ripley's Jewish types. Then consider their noses. Ripley's bizarre discussion of the stereotypical Jewish nose betrays his uneasiness. He draws three figures to demonstrate how easily the Jew may be turned into a Roman. See Figure 15.7, Ripley's Behold the Transformation. A tortured paragraph explains this conceptual nose job. The truly Jewish nose is not so often truly convex in profile. Nevertheless, it must be confessed that it gives a hooked impression. This seems to be due to a peculiar tucking up of the wings, as Dr. Beddoe expresses it. Jacobs has ingeniously described this nostriliety, as he calls it, by the accompanying diagrams. Right, he says, a figure 6 with a long tail. Fig 1, now remove the turn of the twist, and much of the Jewishness disappears, and it vanishes entirely when we draw the lower continuation horizontally, as in Fig 3. Behold the transformation. Throwing up his hands, Ripley also explains that Jewish noses do not prevail among urban Jews. Besides, many non-Jews have noses that look Jewish. 12. Today's readers might find intriguing Ripley's use of a measure of blackness for people of the British Isles. His tool, the index of nigrescence, had originated with the respected British anthropologist John Beddoe. Over the course of 30 years, Beddoe measured thousands of British heads. Employing impeccable methodology, he analyzed their cephalic indexes, hair, eye, and skin color. Those measurements grounded his classic Races of Britain, 1885, whose countless pages of tables convinced Ripley and his generation of scientists that the Irish were dark. Beddoe's maps and photographs slipped easily into Ripley's chapter on Britons in the Races of Europe. 13, see figure 15.8, Ripley's relative brunetteness. The text reads, Relative brunetteness British Isles, after Beddoe 85 Races of Britain 13,088 observations. On the right the scale ranks the index of nigrescence, with light skin and hair at the top and dark skin and hair at the bottom. This map also attempts to define linguistic groups. A line between Highland and Lowland Scotland traces the boundary of the Gaelic speech of Scotland and Ireland, Gaelic Celtic. Another line separates English from the Gaelic of Wales and the Channel Islands, Cymric Celtic. A line through Ireland demarcates the eastern borderline of Irish Gaelic. These unreliable linguistic boundaries often reappeared as racial boundaries between Briton and Celt. Lowland Scots such as Thomas Carlyle and Robert Knox, you may recall, were delighted to be British Saxons rather than Highland Scottish Celts. Races of Europe vaulted to success immediately on publication in 1899. The New York Times devoted 2 full pages to a glowing review, reproducing several of the book's photographs. The Times reviewer, identified simply as W.L., raves about Ripley's great work of elaborate scope and exhaustive treatment. Best of all, Ripley demolished the schoolroom fallacy that there is such a thing as a single European or white race. 14 Addressing general readers, the Times underlines this telling point in an era of alarming European immigration. Scholars also loved Races of Europe. The sheer amount of labor it required delighted the American anthropologist's reviewer, who gushed over the best results of the last 20 years in physical anthropology. 15. The British edition of 1900 prompted the Royal Anthropological Society to give Ripley anthropology's crowning honours, the Huxley Medal and an invitation to deliver the Huxley Lecture of 1902. Occupied with a move from part-time appointments at MIT and Columbia to a permanent post at Harvard, Ripley was unable to accept for 1902. Later he remarked with youthful hubris that Sir Francis Galton, the world's most famous statistician and the father of eugenics, had substituted for him. 16 Ripley did finally deliver the 1908 Huxley Lecture, the first American to achieve this singular mark of distinction. The New York Times reported his lecture under the pithy headline of Future Americans Will Be Swarthy. 17 Like Races of Europe, Ripley's Huxley Lecture delivers racist notions in scholarly tones. He predicts a complete submergence of Anglo-Saxon Americans to follow the forcible dislocation and abnormal intermixture of many races and the low Anglo-Saxon birth rate. He also frets that Jews, both Russian and Polish, were dying at too slow a rate, only one half that of the native-born American, despite living in abysmal circumstances. While Anglo-Saxons avoided having children, short, dark, round-headed Jews in the tenements multiplied alarmingly. Echoing his mentor Francis Amasa Walker's phrasing, Ripley warns that immigration was now tapping the political sinks of Europe, bringing a great horde of Slavs, Huns, and Jews, and drawing large numbers of Greeks, Armenians, and Syrians. No people is too mean or lowly to seek an asylum on our shores. Reiterating favorite themes in European racial science, Ripley warns that the tendency of city people to be darker cannot but profoundly affect the future complexion of the European and American populations. Ripley's surmise that these dark-haired men were more sexually potent than blondes repeats speculations of Emerson and others, adding a note of anxiety. Ending ruefully, Ripley posits that all might not be lost. Even if Anglo-Saxon Americans followed American Indians and the buffalo into extinction, surely their mixture with others would mean a continued, worthy life. After all, there exists a primary physical brotherhood of all branches of the white race. The white race? Dancing about the hot coals of theory in 1908, Ripley says there might be only one white race, not the three of 1899. Even further, perhaps, all the races of men belong to the same human brotherhood, and it is only in their degree of physical and mental evolution that the races of men are different. 18 If so, nevertheless, some races, the white, are more advanced, more evolved than others, the dark. This cloudy perversion of Darwinian evolution and Mendelian inheritance thrived in the early 20th century. Like most of his scholarly peers, Ripley believed that races of people, like Gregor Mendel's garden peas, inherited gross unit traits, such as intelligence, head shape, pigmentation, and height. Because Ripley believed that the original Europeans, those primitive, Stone Age Celts fated for displacement, were dark, he concludes that the abnormal intermixture of peoples in the United States would lead to a reversion to the original stock. The hybrids might be even darker than the dark parent because of the greater divergence of stocks. If Italian men mated with Irish women, they would produce the more powerful, the reversionary tendency toward darkness. There could be no intermediate pigmentation. Harvard's prestige played a large part in the longevity of such nonsense as scientific truth. But mostly the races of Europe spoke to a race-obsessed nation by delivering the right opinions dressed up as science. Never mind that the book could not survive a careful reading, that it bulged with internal contradiction, or that its tables and maps offered a babel of conflicting taxonomies. William Z. Ripley's Races of Europe remained definitive for the next quarter century. Although Races of Europe defined Ripley's reputation over the long run, it represented a detour in his scholarship, for the young Ripley had first been a promising economist rather than an anthropologist. True, Races of Europe brought him excellent job offers from Cornell, Columbia, Yale, and Harvard. But the position he accepted in 1902 took him into Harvard's Department of Political Economy, where he remained until his retirement in 1933, when, like his mentor Francis Amasa Walker, he served as president of the American Economic Association. 19. In these many years Ripley's reputation shone brightly. He appeared regularly in the New York Times. In the mid-1920s he warned President Calvin Coolidge, investors, and politicians of the dangers of unsound railroad financing and appeared as a cartoon character measuring railroad financial soundness. See Figure 15.9, Ripley measuring the railroads. During the Hoover years of the Great Depression, he advocated government regulation along lines that would become President Franklin D. Roosevelt's New Deal. In fact, Ripley had taught Roosevelt at Harvard, delivering lectures that apparently inspired the reform of the American economy. 20. Through it all the New York Times covered him diligently, printing his warnings and reviewing his books. It reported Ripley's auto accident, his nervous breakdowns, his retirement, his death, and, a quarter of a century later, the death of his wife. 21. All this attention signified a scholar at the top of the heap. But an immigrant of an original turn of mind was rising to challenge his preeminence. 16. Franz Boas, dissenter. Born in Minden in Prussian Westphalia to middle-class parents, Franz Boas, 1858–1942, had a sound German education. After attending a Protestant gymnasium, he studied at Heidelberg, Germany's oldest university. See Figure 16.1, Franz Boas. Like many German undergraduates, he joined a fraternity, Burschenschaft, known for dueling and drinking. Interestingly, being Jewish did not stand in his way, for during the 1870s his Burschenschaft Alemannia accepted Jewish students. Not until later in the century did Alemannia and other fraternities become exclusive anti-Semitic centers of German nationalism. After a semester at Heidelberg, Boas moved on to Bonn, then completed his graduate work at Kiel University, earning a PhD in physics in 1881. Not that Boas escaped the barbs of German bigotry. In both Heidelberg and Kiel he had encountered Germany's burgeoning anti-Semitism, from the damned Jew baiters who provoked quarrel and fighting won by the 1880s. Such harassment was becoming endemic, but Boas was able to avenge these insults, at least in part, through duels that left scars on his face, symbols of honorable, upper-class German manhood. In 1881 Boas moved on to postgraduate work at Berlin with the pioneering German anthropologists Adolf Bastian and Rudolf Virchow, the latter considered a father of German anthropology, who taught him the physical anthropology of bodily measurement and alerted him to the possible influence of environment on head shape. 2 No finer training could be had in Germany, but with anti-Semitism now closing in, his homeland hardly offered Boas a promising career. The German nationalist Berlin movement, led by its intellectual avatar, Professor Heinrich von Treitschke, had made overt hatred of Jews so widespread and respectable that Boas began to ponder emigration. 3. An opportunity arose in 1883 to pursue his study of psychophysics, the relationship between physical sensation and psychological perception, far from Germany, in Arneturg in the Arctic Cumberland Sound. There, living with the Inuit, he sought to perceive the environment as they did and to think like them. Those 2 years of fieldwork were useful and enjoyable. Even the hardships and strange food came to hold an appeal. Raw seal liver, he discovered, didn't taste badly once he overcame a certain resistance for. Late 19th century European anthropologists were typically both provincial and arrogant. They operated from 2 basic assumptions: the natural superiority of white peoples and the infallibility of elite modern science. Supposedly, scientific methodology endowed European scholars with universal knowledge. Boas might have accepted such dogma as a student, but during his time with the Inuit his independent streak took him toward diametrically opposite conclusions. Trying, for instance, to record and understand the Inuit language and failing, Boas realized that the fault lay not in the Inuit but in his own limitations. He began to see how hallowed European ways had disabled its scholars. "We civilized people have no right to look down on them," he said of the Inuit, an almost unique, even heretical, thought at the time. This breakthrough took Boas well toward the cultural relativism that would dominate 20th century anthropology. All knowledge, even Western knowledge, was relative and circumscribed. Our ideas and conceptions are true only so far as our civilization, i.e., our culture goes. 5 To know everything worth knowing was impossible. And to know anything about other people required immersion in their world, to become, in a sense, one of them. In the decade following 1885, Boas made several fieldwork trips to the Pacific Northwest and held a series of temporary positions, including stints at the American Museum of Natural History in New York, the World's Columbian Exposition in Chicago in 1893, and G. Stanley Hall's Clark University in Worcester, Massachusetts, then in its heady early years. Such wandering afforded refuge from Germany and sufficient time for research, but no financial security. Finally, in 1896, at the relatively advanced age of 38, he gained an appointment as lecturer in anthropology at Columbia University, joining a faculty that included the young luminary William Z. Ripley. Not that life had suddenly become cushy for Boas. Whereas Ripley had a choice of jobs and enjoyed generous remuneration, Boas began with temporary employment and a paltry salary at Columbia, evidently made possible only by his rich uncle's underwriting. American anti-Semitism, then on the increase, doubtless played a role in such disparity. 6. Even so, Boas quickly forged an international reputation as a careful yet innovative scholar. His colleagues soon came to respect his fieldwork and publications. They granted him tenure in 1899, when he was 41, even as he questioned their conventional notions of racial superiority and civilization. One such innovation appeared in Boas's 1894 address to the Anthropology Division of the American Association for the Advancement of Science, called Human Faculty as Determined by Race. Its premise is that race, culture, and language are separate, independent variables and should not be confused. Undergirded Boas's classic book, The Mind of Primitive Man, first published in 1911 and revised in the late 1930s. But as statements applying to Americans, these points began to enter popular consciousness only in the 1930s, when anthropologists were becoming the experts on race. Boas's Anthropology and Modern Life, 1932, then emerged as a major scientific declaration. One theme of the 1894 lecture questioned the evolutionary view of human races that equated whiteness with development and civilization. Downplaying anatomical differences between races, Boas looked to environment and culture rather than to race as shapers of people's bodies and psyches. Here was the radical germ of cultural relativism, one fast attracting adherents, among them Paul Topinard, successor to Paul Broca and then the leading French anthropologist. Topinard applauded Boas's thinking, declaring him the man, the anthropologist he wished for in the United States and with whom American anthropology enters into a new phase. Boas, though he had not found a home in Europe, did retain some European chauvinism. He enjoyed outshining American anthropologists, who lacked his old world education. Actually, he conceded, it is very easy to be one of the first among anthropologists over here. 7. For all its originality, Boas's 1894 address contained a number of dated ideas. One of them was the validity of comparing numbers of great men, in the fashion of Sir Francis Galton in England and Henry Cabot Lodge's distribution of ability in the United States. And Boas remained tentative, closing with, although, as I have tried to show, the distribution of faculty among the races of man is far from being known, we can say this much: the average faculty of the white race is found to the same degree in a large proportion of individuals of all other races, and even though it is probable that some of these races may not produce as large a proportion of great men as our own race, counting up great men might be forgiven in Boas, even inferring failure in other races and cultures. After all, such was the tenor of impeccable scholarship at the time. Everyone else was doing it, but he was moving on. Boas soon jettisoned notions of comparative intelligence, as well as designations of higher and lower races. 8. In 1906 he made another brave gesture toward racial tolerance by accepting an invitation from the pioneering African-American social scientist W.E.B. Du Bois, 1868–1963, to deliver a commencement address at Atlanta University. Not only was Boas a white scholar willing to go to a black institution, he came with a message of encouragement for young people about to enter a hostile America. Quite amazingly for 1906, he assured them they had nothing to be ashamed of. Other races, the ancestors of imperial Romans and the northern European barbarians, had endured their own dark ages. Now, if educated young black people could understand the capabilities of their own race, they could attack the feeling of contempt of their race at its very roots, and thereby work out its own salvation. 9. In these Atlanta remarks, Boas draws intriguing parallels. For instance, he likens the differences between European Jews and Gentiles to imagined racial differences between European nobles and peasants. At this time French authors like Gobineau and Lepoge, along with many other European writers, considered France's nobility Teutonic and the common people Celts, a supposedly different and inferior race. Not so, Boas declared. European nobles were of the same descent as the people. So were European Jews, a people slightly distinct in type from the Gentiles they live among. 10 By European Jews, Boas doubtless had Germans in mind. In other commentary he did distance himself from Jewish immigrants newly arrived from Poland and Russia, people he termed East European Hebrews. Thinking of himself as German-American, Franz Boas neither hid nor proclaimed his Jewishness, and why should he have? For him, Judaism was a religion. His family, he said, had broken through the shackles of dogma. He had, therefore, been freed from the restraints that tradition has laid upon us, and could strive toward an ethical rather than a religious life. 11 There could be no such thing as a Jewish race, because, for Boas, race resided in the physical body, something to be measured and weighed. He placed no faith in the notions of racial temperament so dear to Ripley and his English authority John Beddoe. Boas assumed that Jewishness might eventually disappear into American society through assimilation. He and most other German Jews in the United States lived by that belief. The new Jews from Russia and Poland, however, he judged differently. Their appearance in the early 20th century caused him some consternation. Unable to cast out every prejudice of the time, Boas dealt with the issue of immigrant strangeness in two ways, one inclusive, the other exclusive. Obviously, American society had over many decades worked its magic, as American-born generations assimilated physically and culturally. But could it Americanize these new immigrants, Italians, the various Slavic people of Austria, Russia, and the Balkan Peninsula, Hungarians, Romanians, East European Hebrews, not to mention the numerous other nationalities, and bring them closer to the physical type of Northwestern Europe? For Boas, these people, so distinct in many ways, were a worrisome influx of types distinct from our own 12. Here we have a contradiction. Boas did not support immigration restriction. Too much racism there. And yet his use of the language of we points straight to an us and them ideology. Not even this most liberal thinker could escape divisions of self and other inherent in racial ideology. The early 1900s were a particularly tough time to think about racial equality, and, as a result, such tension echoes across Boas's work. Human faculty as determined by race might strike a 21st century reader as timid, even retrograde. And your own people addressed to a black audience in Atlanta might ring uncomfortably close to the odious you people. But it was dramatic to hear Boas speak warmly across the black/white color line in an era of naked racial antagonism. During the late 19th century, poor, dark-skinned people often fell victim to bloodthirsty attack, with lynching only the worst of it. Against a backdrop of rampant white supremacy, shrill Anglo-Saxonism, and flagrant abuse of non-Anglo-Saxon workers, Boas appears amazingly brave. It mattered little in those times that lynching remained outside the law. More than 1,200 men and women of all races were lynched in the 1890s while authorities looked the other way. Within the law, state and local statutes mandating racial segregation actually expelled people of color from the public realm. On a national level, the U.S. Supreme Court decided Plessy v. Ferguson in 1896, validating Louisiana's railroad segregation statute and opening the way to the segregation of virtually all aspects of Southern life. Such laws and decisions, allied with local practice, disenfranchised hundreds of thousands, tightening a Southern grip on federal power that racialized all of national politics. Federal policy toward Native American Indians and people from Asia also signaled their vulnerability to white cupidity. In 1882 the Chinese Exclusion Act, passed after loud demands from organized labor, barred any sizable immigration of Chinese workers. Samuel Gompers, head of the American Federation of Labor and himself a Jewish immigrant from England, clamored for Asian exclusion when the legislation first passed and when it was up for renewal 10 years later. Gompers even pressed for exclusion of Chinese from settling in American Pacific Island possessions and from working on the Panama Canal. 13 Before and after initial passage of Chinese exclusion, Indians and Asians in the West fell victim to whites lusting after their land and their jobs, as locals harried, attacked, and expulsed their Chinese neighbors. In 1887 the Dawes Severalty Act halved the land that Indians controlled by dividing up tribal territory among individuals and opening the so-called surplus Indian lands to white settlement. Southern states, beginning with Mississippi and South Carolina, revised their constitutions in the 1890s, encouraging the enactment of poll taxes, literacy and property qualifications, and grandfather clauses that ended black political life in the South. Economic hard times further aggravated labor tensions. In the 1870s Slavic and Italian coal miners in western Pennsylvania suffered abuse, ostracism, cheating, incarceration, and attack. The U.S. Army massacred Lakota, Sioux, at Wounded Knee, South Dakota, in 1890, as lynching, that scourge of black Americans, took the lives of 11 Italians in New Orleans in 1891. Elsewhere labor conflict brought out company private militia, such as the Pinkertons, and state and national guards to coerce striking workers, as in the Homestead, Pennsylvania, Steel Works in 1892.14 doing the bidding of employers, local police and sheriffs and injunctions mandated by the Sherman Antitrust Act of 1890 broke labor unions forcing striking workers back to work. Ugliness of spirit reached well beyond workers into the upper strata of American society. A notable instance of anti-Semitism occurred in 1877 when a Saratoga Springs hotel refused to admit the New York financier Joseph Seligman, whose bank had helped finance the Union during the Civil War. Organized outbreaks of anti-Jewish violence occurred for the first time during the Depression of the 1890s. In Louisiana and Mississippi, night riders attacked Jewish families and businesses. Personal abuse like stone throwing, hitherto occasional, became common throughout the North. When their employer hired 14 Russian Jews, 500 New Jersey workers rioted for 3 days in 1891, forcing Jewish workers and residents to flee. Educated Americans like the Boston Brahmin Henry Adams had long harbored anti-Semitic feelings. Now they felt free to voice stereotypical notions of Jewish control of the nation. As mobs rampaged and learned opinion asserted the absolute superiority of Anglo-Saxon Americans, imperialist expansion put theory into practice. The Anglo-Saxon identity of manifest destiny had been obvious since 1845, when the journalist John O'Sullivan, despite his Celtic name, coined the phrase savoring the image of the Anglo-Saxon foot on Mexico's borders and the irresistible army of Anglo-Saxon emigration pouring down upon the entire western portion of North America. Surely, the Anglo-Saxon would take over the Caribbean and Asia. Not least, the Spanish-American-Cuban War of 1898, a fairly transparent grab for empire, promised new frontiers for the American ruling class. The now virtually deified Theodore Roosevelt certainly had his say. Of Dutch ancestry, he preferred to speak of the American race, or our race, sometimes echoing Thomas Carlyle and Ralph Waldo Emerson. 15. Racism permeated scholarship. Within Boas's own field, the older leaders quickly rejected his racial relativism. Daniel Brinton, a prominent evolutionist, used his 1895 presidential address to the American Association for the Advancement of Science to reject Boas's 1894 theory. For Brinton, the black, the brown, and red races differ anatomically so much from the white, that even with equal cerebral capacity, they could never rival the results by equal efforts. 16 assertions of Anglo-Saxon superiority continued pouring out, as from Boas's Columbia colleague John W. Burgess. Writing in the Political Science Quarterly in 1895, Burgess denounced the ignorance and wickedness of those supporting open immigration to the United States. They sought, he maintained in newly fashionable racial terminology, to pollute the United States with non-Aryan elements. 17 This kind of meanness far outshouted Boas's careful edging away from racial chauvinism. William Z. Ripley's The Races of Europe appeared in 1899, the same year his Columbia colleague Franz Boas received a professorship. In a singular turn of events, Boas reviewed the book for Science, the respected journal of the American Association for the Advancement of Science. Boas's criticism departs sharply from the prevailing chorus of acclaim in 3 important aspects. First, Boas questioned Ripley's conceptualization of ideal racial types. To Boas, that made no sense. Furthermore, he doubted that 3, or more, races existed in Europe, and, last, he harbored serious reservations on the robustness of the cephalic index as a test of race. 18. Such skepticism undermined the truth value of Ripley's book and pointed toward where Boas would take anthropology in the new century. At the same time, though, here was a matter of interpretation, for in 1899 Boas was himself still measuring heads. 2 of his best-known students, the anthropologist Margaret Mead and folklorist novelist Zora Neale Hurston, came along later to assist in this research. While at Clark University, Boas had begun a Fierco-style study of the cephalic indexes of school children. In this he was merely carrying on the work of his mentor in Germany, who had measured tens of thousands of school children and categorized them according to their pigmentation and cephalic index in the 1870s. By the mid-1890s, however, Fierco had grown skeptical. Such measurements, even by the thousands, had not yielded much of anything beyond the fact that language, culture, and physical body did not neatly coincide. Fierco concluded that Indo-Europeans, another contemporary term for Northern Europeans, exhibited no uniform physical type. 19 Boas, for his part, was not yet ready to go that far. Perhaps more research on the concepts of racial type and cephalic index would shed light on the pressing new immigrant question. That research turned him to data compiled by Maurice Fishberg, a medical doctor practicing in New York's heavily Jewish Lower East Side. Fishberg had measured 49 Jewish families over the course of 2 generations, producing intriguing results, but in a sample too small to support convincing conclusions. To enlarge the sample size would require new funding, so Fishberg suggested that Boas approach the U.S. Immigration Commission, created by Congress in 1907. In the late 18th century, St. Jean de Crevecoeur and Samuel Stanhope Smith had posited the creation of a new and particularly American physical type, and Ralph Waldo Emerson had voiced doubts along that line decades later. Taking up this idea, Boas proposed to study the effect of change of environment upon the physical characteristics of man. He specifically wished to discover whether immigrants from Southern and Eastern Europe could adjust to their American environment. The Immigration Commission funded Boas's application. Such questions were in the air, and through 1908-09 he directed the measurement of some 18,000 Eastern European and Russian Jews, Bohemians, Neapolitans, Sicilians, Poles, Hungarians, and Scots. 20 The tens of thousands of Northern Europeans, mostly Irish and Germans, still immigrating to the United States caused no alarm and therefore hardly figured in this research. Here was another token of the second enlargement of American whiteness. The Immigration Commission of 1907 was also known as the Dillingham Commission, its chair being Senator William P. Dillingham, Republican from Vermont. Shortly after being formed, it took a big step toward immigration restriction. President Grover Cleveland, a Democrat, had frustrated restrictionists in 1897 by vetoing a bill, supported by the American Federation of Labor, limiting entry to immigrants who passed a literacy test. Southern states had begun to use literacy tests as a means of curbing black and poor white voting, and the Dillingham Commission took up the restrictionist cause with a vengeance. By the time it closed down in 1910, it had sponsored 18 immigrant reports in 41 volumes, most of them encouraging restriction. But one dealt with Boas's measurements of immigrants and their children. Nearly 600 pages long, Boas's Changes in Bodily Form of Descendants of Immigrants consists largely of graphs, illustrations, and tables, the very scientific apparatus Ripley and others had employed to convey methodological soundness. Details of stature and weight figured, but were minor compared with the cephalic index, the king of race measurements. Among Boas's several immigrant populations, some heads attracted more attention than others, and his most famous conclusions concerned the scariest immigrants, Southern Italians, Sicilians and Neapolitans, and Russian/Polish Jews, East European Hebrews. Boas presents his findings in conventional tabular form. See Figure 16.2, Boas's Table 8. Table 8, for instance, indicates differences in the head shapes of Jewish youngsters of 3 types: those born outside the United States, those born less than 10 years after the immigrant mother's arrival in the country, and those born subsequently. The bombshell lay in the columns on the right. They show that the longer the mother had lived in the United States, the more her American-born son's head shape differed from that of her sons born abroad. 21 These findings were nothing short of revolutionary. Boas found that head shape, supposed never to change, was indeed changing. The round-headed East European Hebrew was becoming more long-headed, while the South Italian, who in Italy has an exceedingly long head, was becoming more short-headed. All in all, it appeared that in this country both approach a uniform type, as far as the roundness of the head is concerned. Having found what he perhaps was looking for, Boas read enormous significance into these changes, even though they were modest. He concluded that when these features of the body change, the whole bodily and mental makeup of the immigrants may change. Thus, Alpines, Mediterraneans, and Jews would join Anglo-Saxons as real Americans in body and therefore in mind and spirit. 4. The adaptability of the immigrant seems to be very much greater than we had a right to suppose before our investigations were instituted. At bottom, Boas's study denied the need for hysteria over the new immigrants. The Dillingham Commission, not surprisingly, came to the opposite conclusion, one favoring the idea of permanent type. While duly noting the scholarly import of Boas's work, just one report in a thickening fray, the Commission declined to incorporate his findings in its report, deeming them incomplete. It vaguely recommended further study. Point 22. In the long run, however, Boas won. Social scientists and the educated lay public took note of his study, increasing his stature internationally. Point 23. The possibility that races from Southern and Eastern Europe might change physically began to circulate in enlightened discussions of immigration and American identity. Ultimately, Boas's research on immigrants' heads cast the cephalic index into anthropology's waste bin and tipped the heredity versus environment balance toward environment, at least for a while. That tipping took a long time. In the short run, U.S. immigration policy hardly changed. Rather, the restrictionist campaign petered out in the face of opposition in the form of the power generated by immigrant organizations and their allies. Immigrant neighborhoods created a panoply of institutions, starting with stores and saloons and extending into newspapers and political organizations. Their names reveal their provenance: the Pennsylvania Slovak Catholic Union, the Ukrainian Workingmen's Association, the Polish Women's Alliance, the Sons of Italy, the Serbian National Federation, the Chicago Arbeiter Zeitung, and the Irish World newspaper, and their numbers were legion. Fraternal organizations, mutual aid societies, burial societies, nationalist clubs, saloons, and taverns, and foreign language newspapers kept immigrants in touch with their homelands and supplied the news that mattered in native languages. Point 24. A popular Italian language newspaper, Il Progresso Italo-Americano, a New York daily founded in 1880, reached more than 100,000 readers, and the Yiddish Jewish Daily Forward, founded in 1897, had a circulation of 175,000. Political clubs delivered the votes that elected the representatives who served the needs of immigrant constituencies. Postponement of immigration restriction from the 1880s to the 1920s, for example, testifies to the clout of congressional representatives of immigrant communities, particularly in New York. The first Italian-American U.S. representative was elected in 1890, after serving in the California State Assembly from 1882 to 1890. While a token number of Jews had entered in the U.S. House of Representatives during the 19th century, their numbers increased impressively after 1900. More than 20 Jewish representatives served in Congress before the First World War, the great majority as Democrats from New York. Point 25. In addition, an articulate liberal-minded cohort of freethinkers, social workers, and settlement house workers had first-hand knowledge of the poor European immigrants who were being racialized and denigrated. Living out the promise of progressivism, liberals were gaining influence in the public sphere. Immigrants, their children, their institutions, and their friends and their employers together created a climate more favorable to immigration, even toward working people and the poor. Point 26. Shying from controversy and content to leave well enough alone, Presidents William Taft and Woodrow Wilson each vetoed bills containing literacy tests. American political culture was moving into the progressive era, and Boas's own circle reflected the change. Boas had long prided himself on his family's 48er liberalism, and his wife came from a free-thinking Austrian Catholic family. A friend, Felix Adler, had founded the Society for Ethical Culture, and Boas's 48er uncle Abraham Jacobi and his friend Karl Schurz championed reform, especially addressing the needs of poor children. Boas's friends also included feminist progressives like Frances Kellier, Victoria Earle Matthews, and Mary White Ovington. His students, such as Melville Herskovitz, Otto Kleinberg, Ruth Benedict, Zora Neale Hurston, Margaret Mead, and Ashley Montague, investigated non-Anglo-Saxons and stressed the crucial role of environment in human culture. Point 27. It mattered that so many of the settlement house workers and moral reformers advocating public health and social services for the poor were educated women, the very women Theodore Roosevelt hectored over their duty to breed. Turning away from the 19th century pattern of charity intended to correct personal weaknesses, they recognized the structural causes of poverty. Localities, states, and even the federal government, they said, owed the population certain services as rights, because environment, not inherent weakness, made people poor. When the environment changed for the better, then people would improve. Popular culture played a leading role in this high point of progressivism. While the Immigration Commission gathered data and BOAs measured heads, the American theater rode a wave of fascination with settlement houses and immigrants. A play called The Melting Pot opened in Washington, D.C., in October 1908 to Theodore Roosevelt's praise, and moved on to long runs in Chicago and New York. Its author, the English Jewish immigrant Israel Zangwill, celebrates the creation of Americans out of immigrants in a melodramatic version of Boas's graphs and tables of immigrant assimilation. The plot of The Melting Pot revolves around two characters who, unbeknownst to each other, have emigrated from the same Russian village of Chisinau, in modern Moldova, between Romania and Ukraine. Vera Ravindel, an aristocratic, revolutionary Christian, now works in a New York settlement house. David Quixano, a Jewish musician and composer, has witnessed the slaughter of his parents in the most infamous of the Russian pogroms, the trauma that drove him to the United States. The supporting cast includes David's Orthodox uncle and aunt, a German symphony conductor, the Quixano family's Irish domestic servant, and a nouveau-riche American playboy. Although Zangwill places the Quixanos among the despised Ashkenazi East European Hebrew masses of early 20th century immigrants, he gives them a Sephardic name evoking a more prestigious Iberian history. Benjamin Disraeli, the late British Prime Minister, had given his characters Sephardic ancestry in novels written before his prime ministership in 1868.28. When Vera and David fall in love in The Melting Pot, they find that old country rages are still boiling. Vera's father, it turns out, had led the pogrom that killed David's parents, and David's uncle Mendel cannot forgive either the assailant or the descendant of a murderer. In America, however, Vera is free to understand David's feelings better than his uncle, and the New World allows the young people to transcend their pasts. Vera and David agree to marry without sacrificing either of their religions. The play ends on the 4th of July with a rousing performance of David's American Symphony. As David and Vera watch the sun set behind the Statue of Liberty, they celebrate the American melting pot. David prophetically exalted by the spectacle. It is the fires of God round his crucible. He drops her hand and points downward. There she lies, the great melting pot. Listen. Can't you hear the roaring and the bubbling? There gapes her mouth. He points east. The harbor where 1,000 mammoth feeders come from the ends of the world to pour in their human freight. Ah, what a stirring and a seething! Celt and Latin, Slav and Teuton, Greek and Syrian, black and yellow. Vera softly, nestling to him, Jew and Gentile. David, yes, east and west and north and south, the palm and the pine, the pole and the equator, the crescent and the cross, how the great alchemist melts and fuses them with his purging flame. Here shall they all unite to build the Republic of Man and the Kingdom of God. Ah, Vera, what is the glory of Rome and Jerusalem, where all nations and races come to worship and look back, compared with the glory of America, where all races and nations come to labor and look forward. He raises his hands in benediction over the shining city. Peace, peace, to all yet unborn millions, fated to fill this giant continent. The God of our children give you peace. An instant's solemn pause. The sunset is swiftly fading, and the vast panorama is suffused with a more restful twilight, to which the many gleaming lights of the town add the tender poetry of the night. Far back, like a lonely, guiding star, twinkles over the darkening water the torch of the Statue of Liberty. From below comes up the softened sound of voices and instruments joining in. My country, 'tis of thee. The curtain falls slowly. 29. All in all, questions of immigration and assimilation were a muddle between 1890 and 1914. The promise of assimilation exemplified by Boas and Zangwill encouraged Americans of a welcoming turn of mind. Conversely, Ripley's idea of three separate European races, with lines deeply edged between them, held more power. Two emblematic figures, the patrician President Theodore Roosevelt and the scholar Edward A. Ross, enunciated the thinking of most educated early 20th century Americans who feared that immigrants would defile their America. This was thoroughly racist thinking, directed toward races that were white. 17. Roosevelt, Ross, and race suicide. Well-born, impeccably educated, and a master communicator, Theodore Roosevelt, 1858–1919, never lost sight of race as the driving force of human history, especially of his American race. See Figure 17.1, Theodore Roosevelt. In books and articles throughout his public life, Roosevelt could alter his emphases depending on the political context, but he was always a leading race thinker of his times. And he got started early. As a youngster, Roosevelt admired the heroics depicted in Henry Wadsworth Longfellow's Saga of King Olaf and Tales of a Wayside Inn, 1863. During a summer in Dresden, Germany, when he was 14, Roosevelt was exposed to the Nibelungenlied, that pagan German saga of Siegfried the Dragon Slayer, deepening his sense of Teutonic heritage. 1 Later, as an undergraduate at Harvard, he absorbed the ideas of American racial greatness and immigrant inferiority from Professor Nathaniel Southgate Shaler of Kentucky and came to agree with Shaler on a popular tenet of American race talk. Like so many other old-line Americans, Roosevelt easily saw the figure of this tall, slender Kentuckian as the quintessential Native American. And in graduate studies at Columbia, Roosevelt also absorbed the Teutonist notions of John W. Burgess, another conservative admirer of all things German. Fig 17.1. Theodore Roosevelt as master of the world. Roosevelt's rise in politics proved vertiginous. A Republican by birth, he was appointed Assistant Secretary of the Navy in 1898, at age 30, a stint followed by volunteer service in Cuba during the Spanish-American War. His well-publicized war record helped him get elected governor of New York and, in 1900, placed as vice president on a Republican ticket headed by William McKinley. Roosevelt was 42 years old when he became president after McKinley's assassination in 1901. Serving as a progressive, even a trust-busting president between 1901 and 1909, he returned to politics as the presidential nominee of the Progressive Party in the 1912 campaign that brought the Democrat Woodrow Wilson to the White House. During this entire time Roosevelt spoke and wrote tirelessly, starting off with a series of Teutonist histories and biographies, The Naval War of 1812, 1882, Thomas Hart Benton, 1887, Gouverneur Morris, 1888, and The Winning of the West, 1889–96. 2 The American Historical Association, AHA, acknowledged his contribution to the writing of history by electing him president in 1912. This selection was unsurprising, since Roosevelt had succeeded wildly as a historian. Moreover, as a strident Teutonist, he fit in well with his AHA predecessors, the Boston Brahmin statesman historian George Bancroft in 1886, the industrialist-turned-award-winning historian James Ford Rhodes in 1899, the Boston Brahmin grandson and great-grandson of Presidents Charles Francis Adams in 1901, the Anglo-Saxonist, imperialist historian Alfred Thayer Mahan in 1902, and Roosevelt's Harvard classmate and friend the Harvard history professor Albert Bushnell Hart in 1909. Echoing Carlyle's Norse theme in the 1880s, Roosevelt's Thomas Hart Benton hails the most warlike race those hardy frontiersmen, conquerors of the West like so many Norse Vikings. Echoing Emerson in English Traits, Roosevelt practically savors the hideous brutality of warfare against the Indians. Indeed, Roosevelt's enthusiasm for virile violence knows few bounds. Intrepid Americans who take over Texas merge into Emersonian Norsemen as Norse Sea Rovers, a shipload of nuts followers, and Rolf's Norsemen on the seacoast of France. Roosevelt pictures Sam Houston as an old-world Viking whose life as a whole emerges as picturesque and romantic as that of Harold Hardrada himself. 3. Thus, early on, Roosevelt bought into much of the Teutonic hypothesis of American governmental institutions, but not quite all of it. Others, such as the Reverend Josiah Strong, were jubilantly predicting the universal reign of the Anglo-Saxon at the expense of all other races. Strong's book Our Country, Its Possible Future and Its Present Crisis, 1886, primed Americans for a final conflict between Anglo-Saxons and others, with, presumably, Irish and other Celts on the losing side, for it sold 175,000 copies in a generation. Not quite so narrow, Roosevelt acknowledged the mixed racial nature of Britain's and Americans' race, of course, meaning the European races alone. In what today seem like trivial nuances, Roosevelt usually termed his superior race English-speaking, rather than simply English. Nonetheless, his reasoning made Native Americans, that is, Anglo-Saxon Protestants, uniquely suited racially for self-government, thanks to their Teutonic heritage. Everybody who was anybody could agree on that. Of course, as with all race talk, conflicting assumptions and disparate conclusions arose. A century ago they could draw blood. Controversy reigned over whether Americans or Englishmen or even Germans had inherited the self-governing genius of medieval German forests. The English Anglo-Saxonist E. A. Freeman chose his own England, but accepted Americans into his race club. Herbert Baxter Adams, holder of a Ph.D. from Heidelberg, most American race theorists studied in Germany at one time or another, taught at Johns Hopkins. A prideful New Englander, he planted medieval Germans' descendants in New England, rather bypassing England itself. The Harvard Ph.D. and young Congressman Henry Cabot Lodge, a New Englander of self-proclaimed Norman French heritage, saw much virtue in the Norman contribution to England, yet spoke often and easily of the English race. Following Carlyle, Lodge saw Normans as Saxons who happened to speak French and therefore as full-blooded Teutons. John W. Burgess, a political scientist at Columbia University, had spent 1870–73 studying at Göttingen. Burgess held that Germans monopolized racial and political superiority, even down to his own times. More than a little distrust crept into race theory with regard to present-day Germans. As imperial rivalries raged in early 20th century Europe, Burgess pushed for a political alliance of the Teutonic powers of Germany, England, and the United States against France. But Lodge distrusted both Britain and Germany. Roosevelt, meanwhile, shied away from Germany, calling it the land of swinish German kinglets who let out their subjects to do hired murder, and battened on the blood and sweat of the wretched beings under them. 5. The lawyer, philosopher, and social Darwinist historian John Fiske, the leading American popularizer of Anglo-Saxonism, held, "We New Englanders are the offsprings of Alfred's England, but nonetheless, we the English are at least 3/4 Celtic. I believe that in blood, we are quite as near to the French as to the German, probably more so." Most other turn-of-the-century Teutonists, like Emerson earlier, thought the French stood for all that was alien to the democratic, but not revolutionary, Anglo-Saxon genius. Even Henry Cabot Lodge, the self-proclaimed Cabot descendant, made his French ancestors into Saxons, the better to admire the Germans of Tacitus and Caesar. 6. And so it went. Tempests we now set in a teapot, but at the time a big, important pot of tea. Like the majority of his contemporaries, Roosevelt made race, not, say, class, the major force of human history, but his notion of American race changed over time. In his early work, Americans and Englishmen are much the same race, a product of German, Irish, and Norse combining in the British Isles. In admitting the Irish admixture, Roosevelt parted ways with some of his fellow Teutonists. His teacher Burgess, for instance, had locked the Irish out of the Teutonic race, and Roosevelt's friend Henry Cabot Lodge initially had hard words for the Irish. Politics, where the Irish represented a potent force, made all the difference. After Lodge entered politics, he, like Roosevelt, came around as his Irish-American constituents forced him to soften this critique. Darwinian evolution proved more problematic. A progressive thinker, Roosevelt accepted the validity of evolution but gave it his own, racial spin. As he pondered the great sweep of English and American history, he agreed with other modern scientific thinkers, including Ripley, that Darwin had to be right. But any evolutionary change would occur only very, very, very slowly and, crucially, in terms of what we now more easily see as culture, a race must surely require 1,000 years or more to develop temperamentally to the level of Teutons. But once thus formed, fine traits would be passed along within the race. Thus, Americans of Teutonic descent possessed that union of strong, virile qualities, that inestimable quality, so characteristic of their race, hard-headed common sense. Perhaps other races, even Southern Italians, would evolve in their turn, but evolution to a superior level could not take place anytime soon. Woodrow Wilson, the Princeton political scientist and future president, agreed. The superior English race had risen through slow circumstance, so must all the others, by patiently waiting their turn. According to this psychocultural notion of evolution, temperament trumped all, but the right temperament was under siege, as the census of 1890 made clear. The wrong people were increasing, and the right people were not. Roosevelt first glimpsed danger in the early 1890s, as did Francis Amasa Walker, in the declining birth rate among old-stock New Englanders. French Canadians migrating to jobs in the American textile industry struck Roosevelt as a dangerous mass swarming into New England with ominous rapidity. By 1895, what Roosevelt called the warfare of the cradle had intensified. It was becoming ever more difficult to prevent the higher races from losing their nobler traits and from being overwhelmed by the lower races. 8. Race suicide loomed as an issue fundamentally infinitely more important than any other question in this country. 9. For Roosevelt, this was not a matter of workers versus capital or the poor versus the rich. It was a kind of race war pitting the higher races of his Native Americans against two groups deemed inferior by dint of their heredity: degenerate poor white families of native descent and immigrant workers from Southern and Eastern Europe. African Americans hardly figured in this discussion, as prominent race thinkers had convinced themselves that the Negro was dying out, unfitted as he was to live outside of slavery. As a race publicist in the era of rising worker unrest, Roosevelt dedicated the last decades of his life to exhorting the better classes to reproduce more lustily in order to meet and, he hoped, overcome the demographic competition of their inferiors. Great slogans are rare, and this one, race suicide, though co-opted by Theodore Roosevelt, was not of his invention. Rather, it was coined by the popular and distinguished sociologist Edward A. Ross, 1866–1951, in 1901. See Figure 17.2, Edward A. Ross. In The Causes of Racial Superiority, both an address to his colleagues in the social sciences and a widely quoted article in the Annals of the American Academy of Political and Social Science, Ross stresses something he terms racial temperament over biological race. 10. He puts it all together: the dominance of racial temperament, the minor role of biological race, disastrous demographics producing the catastrophe of race suicide looming on the horizon. His emblematic phrase picks up Francis Amasa Walker's unfavorable demographics and echoes Walker's wording. Well before his sloganeering, Ross had scaled the heights of American academia. Receiving his B.S. from Coe College in 1886, he went on to study at the University of Berlin and Johns Hopkins Universities, Ph.D. 1891, then moved around quite a bit. After posts at the universities of Indiana, Cornell, Stanford, and Nebraska, he capped off a fine career at the University of Wisconsin, the leading American institution in social science. A founder of sociology in U.S. universities, Ross was elected president of the American Sociological Association in 1914 and 1915. He also excelled as a popularizer of social scientific truth. His books sold 500,000 copies during his lifetime. 11. Fig 17.2. Edward A. Ross. Like other declarations on race, The Causes of Racial Superiority contradicts itself from one statement to the next. Ross opens by denigrating the old-fashioned concept of race as the watchword of the vulgar. What the craniometricians measure head shape as a racial trait interested him not at all. Ross's racial characteristics are temperamental, climatic adaptability, energy, self-reliance, foresight, stability of character, and pride of blood. 12 These were the concepts to focus on. In page after page, Ross beats his drum: the Celtic and Mediterranean races, domesticated races and economic races, the higher races, the great races, the higher blood, the superior race with capital letters, and, echoing Emerson's singing and dancing nations, the childishness or frivolousness of the cheaply gotten up, manana races. The economic virtues, he concludes in italics, are a function of race. 13 All this appears in a lecture aimed at an audience of scholars of the American Academy of Political and Social Science. Writing for a popular audience in The Independent, Ross echoes Emerson's and Roosevelt's image of American pioneers as Vikings, selected not for the brainiest or noblest or highest bred but for the strongest and most energetic. 14 Like Ripley and the Teutonists, Ross prizes height and denigrates by name the people he thinks too short. Sardinians did not make the cut, nor did those masses of fecund but beaten humanity from the hovels of far Lombardy and Galicia, and cheap stucco mannequins from southeastern Europe, from Croatia and Dalmatia and Sicily and Armenia. They throng to us, the beaten members of beaten breeds, Slovaks and Syrians, as undersized in spirit, no doubt, as they are in body. 15. Finally, willing to use any weapon at hand, Ross accepts the reasoning of then fashionable, self-styled European anthroposociologists, physical anthropologists Otto Ammon and Georges Vacher de la Poche, who bent Darwinian natural selection to their mania of craniometry and had also made their way into William Z. Ripley's influential Races of Europe. Ammon and La Poche were spinning out fantastical theories of race temperament based on the cephalic index, famously pronouncing European townspeople more long-headed, meaning, for them, more Teutonic and superior, than the people of the surrounding countryside, those more Celto-Slav and inferior. Following them, Ross concludes that the city is a magnet for the more venturesome, and it draws to it more of the long-skulled race than of the broad-skulled race. Teuton's superior migrancy takes him to the foci of prosperity, and procures him a higher reward and a higher social status. For someone dismissing race as superstition, Ross bought right into the mumbo-jumbo of racial skull shapes. 16. In lockstep with Ross, Roosevelt opined, if all our nice friends in Beacon Street and Newport and Fifth Avenue, and Philadelphia, have one child, or no child at all, while all the Finnegans, Hooligans, Antonios, Mandelbaums and Robinskis have 8, or 9, or 10, it's simply a question of the multiplication table. How are you going to get away from it? 17 But Roosevelt did not have the public sphere to himself. While he was nagging educated women of our own type to bear babies, a less articulate, but nonetheless oppositional, discourse arose that undercut his fundamental assumptions. Worker-oriented commentary, especially, but not exclusively, in the foreign language press, disputed both the notion of upper-class racial superiority and the logic of racial determinism. Their point was well taken, for the so-called beaten men from beaten races were doing most of the work. In the garment, iron, and steel industries, in the mines and mills that kept the amazing American economy running, immigrants supplied the necessary brawn. The rhetoric flowing from the country's Roosevelts and the Rosses might harp on race: the Italian race, the Jewish or Hebrew race, the Anglo-Saxon race. Such blather only obscured in words, at least the gaping chasm between the classes, and the working classes were beginning to have their say. The Industrial Workers of the World, IWW, or Wobblies, founded in 1905, became the most visible sign of working-class mobilization. Repudiating the American Federation of Labor's business model of organizing only skilled workers, now monopolized by English-speaking Northwestern Europeans, especially Irish Americans, the IWW welcomed all kinds with an industrial model that sought to bring the unskilled, immigrant masses into unions by stressing their interests as workers. 18. With their working-class readership, Italian and Yiddish newspapers came to reflect the anarchist and socialist views of their readers. The earliest Italian and Yiddish newspapers sprang up in New York in the 1880s, with the left press appearing in the following decade. The anarchist Il Proletario was founded in Hoboken, New Jersey, in 1902, as the organ of the Italian Socialist Federation, joining the Socialist Jewish Daily Forward founded in 1897. Such papers depicted American society quite differently from the Tony journals that couched their race theory in quasi-scientific, quasi-historical terms. Italian anarchists especially heaped scorn on American self-righteous blindness, above all when it came to injustices inflicted on blacks in the South. True, other immigrant workers had become targets of labor abuse, but Italians had suffered a special wound, the lynching of 11 Italians in New Orleans in 1891. As though to echo David Walker's 1835 accusations, Il Proletario skipped over the idea of white races and stressed the injustices of black Americans at the hands of native-born whites. A blast from Il Proletario in 1909 asked, "Who do they think they are as a race, these arrogant whites? From where do they think they come? The blacks are at least a race, but the whites, how many of them are bastards? How much mixing is their pure blood? And how many kisses have their women asked for from the strong and virile black servants? As have they, the white males, desired to enjoy the warm pleasures of the black women of the sensual lips and sinuous bodily movements? But the white knights care little for the honor and decency of the black women, whom they use and abuse as they please. For these, race hatred is a national duty." Sounding a note that grew louder and louder, Il Proletario reached a ringing conclusion, not race struggle but class struggle 19. But it was too early, and Il Proletario's exhortation fell on ears attuned to another sort of analysis, one that interpreted class status as permanent racial difference with African Americans largely cornered in the South. The race in this race question was as much white as black. 18. The discovery of degenerate families. As the 19th century drew to a close, American race theory had settled into a 4.5-part scheme. On top, where they had been since Emerson, were the stout, pure, and admirable Anglo-Saxons. Catholics Irish and German were on their way into the club of the select as Northern Europeans. A separate category contained the European beaten men of beaten races. Swarthy and round-headed, they were easy enough to see, for recent European scholarship guided Americans into the science that found them inferior. Black people segregated, impoverished, and disfranchised generated a good deal of Southern commentary, but for the majority, they quite obviously could not be included within the American Indians and Asians, largely disappeared from racial calculation. So far, so good for the theorists, but what was to be done with the poor whites, those unsavory millions of native-born Anglo-Saxons? Many of them were drifters or hunters or hardscrabble farmers living out in the country, often in the South, or scratching a livelihood on the edges of town. Anglo-Saxon of race, but manifestly inferior in lifestyle, they did not fit into the American racial plan. They needed to be put into a racial box, and theorists found one: degenerate families. High-minded Richard L. Dugdale laid the cornerstone of the degenerate family edifice. 1 Born in England, Dugdale, 1841–83, lived on an inheritance in New York City and served as corresponding secretary of the Prison Association of New York and secretary of the National Prison Association in the 1870s. He was a man described as so quiet, so modest, so full of love for all men, engaged not only in the cause of prison reform, but in all the great reforms that made themselves felt in his day and generation. And much attached to his sister, Jane Margaret, an invalid. He was never attracted to other women, and was very shy and retiring in their presence. Dugdale therefore heads the long list of men anxious about bad heredity, including Francis Galton, Henry H. Goddard, Madison Grant, and Charles Benedict Davenport, who never had children of their own. 2 After Dugdale died at age 42, his sister, Jane Margaret, established the Richard L. Dugdale Fund for the promotion in the United States of sound political knowledge and opinions. She died a year later. For some years Dugdale had been concerned with prisons. Then the hard times following the Panic of 1873 aggravated social conditions. Two European criminologists, Cesare Lombroso and Martino Beltrami Scalia, had recently taken up the scientific study of crime and its perpetrators in order to formulate means of prevention. Their work attracted Dugdale, who sought to apply their recommendations in New York State. 3 In 1874 he visited 13 county jails and in 1877 published his report analyzing the inmates as the Jukes, a study in crime, pauperism, disease, and heredity, also further studies of criminals. A resounding success, it was reprinted 5 times by 1895. A multitude of tables lent an aura of reliability to the data. Dugdale described not only particular individuals but also a type of family as a huge social problem. In 75 years, by Dugdale's calculation, the 1,200 Jukes, a pseudonym, had cost the state of New York $1,308,000, without reckoning the cash paid for whiskey, or taking into account the entailment of pauperism and crime of the survivors in succeeding generations and the incurable disease, idiocy, and insanity growing out of this debauchery, and reaching further than we can calculate, for this entire malediction, according to Dugdale, stemmed largely though not entirely from defective heredity. Trying to pin down the provenance of such a dire outcome, Dugdale traces the Jukes' descent back to a jolly and companionable, hard-drinking, early 18th century ancestor named Max, a person with no last name who lived by hunting, fishing, and casual labor. Max sired children aplenty, some of them almost certainly illegitimate. The pseudonym Juke comes from the family of sisters Max's sons married, a family Dugdale also suspects of illegitimacy. This tale of crime, pauperism, and consanguinity Dugdale presents not as a generalization but as hard facts supporting dramatic conclusions. In other words, fornication, either consanguineous or not, is the backbone of their habits, flanked on one side by pauperism, on the other by crime. The secondary features are prostitution, with its complement of bastardy, and its resultant neglected and mice-ducket childhood, exhaustion, with its complement intemperance and its resultant unbalanced minds, and disease with its complement extinction. 5. The text, replete with mentions of Juke blood and stock, dedicates many pages to harlotry as the distinctive tendency of the Juke family. The foremost cause of hereditary pauperism is disease, and the most common disease among the Jukes is syphilis, which, according to the shy little Dugdale, ignorant male Jukes regard as a sign of virility. 6. What, then, was to be done about the Jukes and their ilk? Following Lombroso and Beltrami Scalia, Dugdale offers solutions. Solid industrial training for skills, industriousness, and chastity would be good steps, but most important would be the removal of the Juke children from their own degenerate homes into good families. 7. Although torn between the heredity and the environment as determinants of criminality, Dugdale favors heredity. Despite his vision of environment as a means of mitigating bad heredity, readers drew more emphatic conclusions. In the wake of the Jukes, nature overshadowed nurture in the creation of degenerate families, and the way toward drastic measures began to open. After the 1877 publication of the Jukes, a kind of quiet standoff prevailed between the two camps of nature and nurture. They agreed that hereditary weakness in poor whites was a serious, even endemic problem. But differences surfaced among proposals for dealing with it. Those favoring correction through training and resettlement made some headway, as in the case of another wealthy New York social reformer, Josephine Shaw Lowell, 1843–1905. In 1879 Lowell seized upon Dugdale's depiction of Juke family harlotry. If harlotry, poverty, and illegitimacy were inherited products of weak-mindedness, then weak-mindedness itself must not be allowed to breed. In a real sense, Lowell put herself in the place of the state, calling promiscuous and criminalistic women carriers of a deadly poison, which they passed on even to the third and fourth generations. Lowell went on to indict charity organizations, accusing them of allowing men and women who are diseased and vicious to reproduce their kind. 8. The thought took hold and led to Lowell's creation of the custodial asylum for feeble-minded women, in Newark, New York, not New Jersey, designed to prevent mentally handicapped young women from having children. Thus began what is called negative eugenics, a system seeking to prevent a class of people from reproducing. Meanwhile, Theodore Roosevelt got busy encouraging motherhood among his own superior stocks, an approach counted as positive eugenics. Though controversial on account of its expense in the late 1870s, the custodial asylum remained a remedy of choice. By the late 1880s, 14 states housed 15 institutions caring for over 4,000 children. 9 But far less gentle approaches to Americans widely considered dysgenic were coming under review. Let us remember that social reformers like Richard Dugdale and Josephine Shaw Lowell meant to do just that: reform the social landscape by focusing on families they considered hereditarily degenerate and, therefore, a threat to the well-being of society in general. As Christians, they meant first to do good. If scientific validity lay on their side, then so much the better, as a means of gaining support for eugenic remedies. Dugdale's The Jukes had reaped an abundant harvest among penologists and social workers, as well as among social gospelers whose humanitarian commitment to the poor could not be doubted. One such, Oscar Carleton McCulloch, 1843–91, an influential student of hereditary degeneracy, drew his initial inspiration directly from the Jukes. See Figure 18.1, Oscar McCulloch. His research on a large, itinerant Indiana family slid so easily into the literature of eugenics and social welfare as to become another classic. McCulloch had been a traveling salesman before forsaking commerce for religion. After graduating from the Chicago Theological Seminary in 1870, he made his way to the Plymouth Congregational Church in Indianapolis in 1877, the very year Dugdale's Jukes appeared. In Plymouth Church, McCulloch welcomed all sorts of people, offered lectures and classes, and even created a savings and loan institution to meet a variety of needs. Here was a go-getter, and reformers from throughout Indiana flocked to McCulloch and made his church a center of Christian charity. 10 Popularity did not suffice for McCulloch, who longed for theoretical justification for his good works. Inspired by Dugdale's example, he set out to place his own philanthropy on a more scientific basis by pursuing, over a decade, deep research on the Indiana poor. An impoverished family, more especially its pauper history of several generations, provided an excellent case study. In The Tribe of Ishmael, A Study in Social Degradation, 1889, McCulloch traced the family back to early English settlers migrating from Virginia into Kentucky and southern Indiana. Here, though unquestionably English, lay a different sort of heritage, for the Ishmaelites descended from the wrong English blood. Ishmaelite ancestors came from the old convict stock which England threw into this country in the 17th century, a great tide of antisocial men and lewd women shipped out of England in the 17th and 18th centuries. McCulloch's science proved lasting. In The Tribe of Ishmael of 1923, the eugenicist Arthur H. Estabrook brought McCulloch's findings from the 1880s up to date. The men were shiftless, the women, immoral, and the children, ill-fed and clothed, the typical feeble-minded people who are so easily recognized today. 11. See Figure 18.2, Arthur Estabrook's illustrations of the Ishmaelites. Fig 18.1. Oscar McCulloch, Frontispiece, The Open Door, Sermons and Prayers by Oscar C. McCulloch, 1892. Fig 18.2. The Tribe of Ishmael, a group of degenerates found in Indiana, Kentucky, Ohio, Illinois, Missouri, and Iowa, with individual photos and captions. McCulloch figured that bad heredity had endowed the Ishmaelites with three outstanding traits: pauperism, licentiousness, and gypsying. They refused steady work, he said, preferring to vagabond, beg, steal, and breed. General unchastity characterized them. The prostitution and illegitimacy are large. The tendency shows itself in incest, sick, and relations lower than the animals go. Following his logic, McCulloch concluded that so-called charity merely encouraged the Ishmaelites' parasitism on society and should not, therefore, be offered. 12 The environment no longer contributes to the problem, as with Dugdale's jukes. Now degradation and parasitism spring from the fatal combination of bad heredity and wrong-headed charity. The bad blood theory was not new. Poor people actually had been shipped to British North America during the colonial era, and the label of criminal was broad. As we have seen, British and Irish street children, the homeless, criminals, and indentured servants accounted for a sizable percentage of 17th and 18th century settlers, especially in Virginia. Great numbers of these forced immigrants actually had committed small-time thievery, the petty crimes of poverty, such as stealing food or fletching a pig. For others, the crime, so to speak, lay only in being poor or vulnerable to the kidnapping for export that amounted to organized crime. 13. It was true that if they survived the transatlantic voyage, sale, resale, and many years of servitude, freed people and their descendants tended to remain poor. But survivors occasionally rose into the ranks of the landowning. Of the 5,000 indentured servants transported to Virginia between 1670 and 1680, 241 managed to acquire their own land. A dramatic instance of upward mobility lay in the person of the Irish-born Matthew Lyon, 1749–1822. One of Ethan Allen's Green Mountain Boy heroes of the American Revolutionary Battle of Ticonderoga, Lyon had begun his American career in servitude, ascending to the status of founder of the state of Vermont, member of the Vermont Assembly, and U.S. Congressman. 14 Such exceptions there were many more did not make a dent in race theory. People at the top of society have always been quick to condemn those at the bottom to perpetual service. Never mind that with time there often came improvement. In early America, the notion of hereditary criminality was already circulating among the favored classes. One Anthony Stokes in 1783 spoke for many when he wrote of a swarm of men he called crackers, who were overrunning western Virginia and North Carolina. Many of these people are descended from convicts that were transported from Great Britain to Virginia at different times, and inherit so much profligacy from their ancestors, that they are the most abandoned set of men on earth. 15 Here were ideas that stayed strong all the way to Theodore Roosevelt. Roosevelt's immensely popular, multi-volume hymn To Manifest Destiny, The Winning of the West, 1889, picked up on the bad heredity theme. Chronicling the settlement of the South, Roosevelt recognizes some in the backwoods as stern, manly, and honest. That was the best of them. But others were unsavory. People drawn from the worst immigrants that perhaps ever were brought to America, the mass of convict servants, redemptioners, and the like, who formed such an excessively undesirable substratum to the otherwise excellent population of the Tidewater regions in Virginia and the Carolinas. Many of the Southern crackers or poor whites spring from this class, which also in the backwoods gave birth to generations of violent and hardened criminals, and to an even greater number of shiftless, lazy, cowardly cumberers of the earth's surface. 16. Dugdale and McCulloch, both social gospelers working closely with the poor, might seem far removed from the science of, say, William Z. Ripley on the Harvard University faculty. Actually little distance lay between Eastern academia and Midwestern local science, for Dugdale and McCulloch agreed with Roosevelt and got very good at deploying scientific rhetorical strategies. Exhibiting table after table, they modeled their presentations on the U.S. Census, then becoming the apogee of exact demographic science. 17 In a paper at the 1888 meeting of the National Conference of Charities and Corrections, McCulloch illustrated his findings with striking visuals that included a diagram 3x12 showing 250 biologically connected pauper households. McCulloch succeeded brilliantly. Elected president of the National Conference of Charities and Corrections, he presided over the annual meeting in May 1891 in Baltimore. It was his last public appearance before his death the same year. 18. Such diagrams of descent soon became a staple feature of eugenic publications fond of photographs of paupers, the feeble-minded, and their unkempt children hanging around filthy, broken-down lodgings. While religion, charity, science, and prejudice had become comfortable bedfellows, reformers posing as scientists could go only so far, however. As eugenics hardened, real scholars stepped in. McCulloch's church had attracted an academic follower. The early career of David Starr Jordan, 1851–1931, took him from Cornell to Indiana, where he taught high school science in Indianapolis and natural history at Northwestern Christian University, later Butler University. Within 10 years Jordan had become the youngest college president in the United States of Indiana University at age 34, and then first president of Stanford University. See Figure 18.3, David Starr Jordan. Two related movements occupied Jordan, peace and eugenics. His belief in peace stemmed from a conviction that warfare and the celibate, Catholic, clergy were dysgenic, because they prevented the best of the race, soldier warriors and scholars, from passing on their gifts. For Jordan, their loss became doubly catastrophic in light of what he saw as the heedless multiplication of so-called degenerate families and immigrant, or alien, races. While living in Indianapolis, Jordan had joined McCulloch's Plymouth Congregational Church. Even after moving on, he continued to quote and praise McCulloch in his own books on eugenics and religion. In another merger of religion, morals, and hereditarian thought, the American Unitarian Association published Jordan's Eugen. Here was a bridge. Jordan's impeccable scholarly credentials boosted degenerate family studies into widely recognized intellectual respectability. In The Heredity of Richard Roe, 1911, for instance, Jordan quotes Dugdale and McCulloch alongside Harvard's Charles Benedict Davenport and the luminous Francis Galton of the University of London. Jordan, like Dugdale, McCulloch, and Theodore Roosevelt, effortlessly wrapped himself in the mantle of dispassionate fact as he dissected a mass of degenerate Anglo-Saxons. Pity, for example, the poor whites of the North Carolina mountains consigned by Jordan to the lineage of England's pauperism, transported first to her colonies, afterward driven from the plains to the mountains. England's defectives, he announced, left a trail of pauperism and crime from Virginia across Carolina, Kentucky, Indiana, Missouri, even to California and Oregon. And it was still happening in the early 20th century, when Jordan lamented that European nations continued to ship their defectives to the United States to reproduce the same inefficient men, sickly women, frowsy children, starved horses, barking cur dogs, carelessness, vindictiveness, and neglect of decency. 19 Generation after generation, century after century, Jordan warned, these poor white people passed down faults as indelible as race was assumed to be. So perilous a situation demanded vigorous action, vigorous science. Quantification was on its way. 19. From degenerate families to sterilization. Henry H. Goddard, Ph.D., a sweet-tempered Quaker from Maine, directed research at the Vineland Training School for Feeble-Minded Girls and Boys in New Jersey from 1906 to 1918. In the larger history of racial ideas, he bridges two critical fields: degenerate family studies and immigrant intelligence testing, by connecting the charities and corrections community of Dugdale and McCulloch to the hereditarian and eugenicist. 1. A scholar and humanitarian, Goddard, 1866–1957, received his doctorate from Clark University in 1899 after study at the University of Leipzig and a stint at the Westchester, Pennsylvania, Normal School. Goddard moved to Vineland in 1906 and took that institution to the cutting edge of the child study movement for the scientific study of pedagogy. Renowned for his personal touch, Goddard treated his young charges with the utmost kindness. All reported that he respected each and every one as a uniquely valuable individual. Goddard would therefore seem a most unlikely candidate to recommend a policy later associated with the Nazis. Even so, it is to Goddard and the Vineland School that this story leads. Tender care of the feeble-minded was part of that care, but so were the implications of family ancestry. Who better to suggest the study of those implications than Charles Benedict Davenport, 1866–1944, the independently wealthy scion of a Connecticut family who claimed Puritan descent and whose father had traced the family back to England in 1066. Davenport had taught at Harvard and the University of Chicago, making a reputation with his studies of chicken breeding, then moving in what seemed a natural progression to look into heredity in the human race. He placed particular emphasis on the value of superior blood and the menace to society of inferior blood too. In 1898 Davenport had become director of the summer school of the biological laboratory of the Brooklyn Institute of Arts and Sciences at Cold Spring Harbor, on Long Island, not far from Theodore Roosevelt's country place at Oyster Bay. From there he gained grants from the recently created Carnegie Institution of Washington and founded the Carnegie Institution Station for Experimental Evolution at Cold Spring Harbor in 1904. In 1910, having secured access to Mrs. E. H. Harriman's railroad fortune, Davenport established the Eugenics Record Office, ARO. Between 1910 and 1918 the Harriman contribution to the ARO grew to $500,000. Inspiration for such wide ambition came from London. As a bright young Harvard professor, Davenport in 1901 had visited Francis Galton, 1822–1911, the founding father of eugenics and a deep thinker on the matter of controlled human breeding. Galton had written Hereditary Genius, an inquiry into its laws and consequences, 1869, the urtext of eugenics tying heredity to social prominence, or genius, for nowadays Galton is remembered mainly as a founder of statistics, especially for his theory of correlations and statistical deviation recognized in the bell curve. But being a scholar of many interests, he also founded eugenics with his protégé in mathematical statistics, Karl Pearson, an ardent eugenicist in his own right and another giant of 20th-century statistics. Even the word eugenics was Galton's invention, combining the Greek words for good and inheritance. Like so many hereditarians, Galton, the cousin of Charles Darwin, was independently wealthy. Also, like other rich men interested in human reproduction, he had no children. Like Carlyle and Emerson, Galton combined a fragile constitution, nervous breakdowns, dizziness, and palpitations with a glorification of masculine strength. Along with his admiration of vigorous male animals, Galton appreciated feminine beauty. Traveling around Great Britain, he surreptitiously compiled a beauty map locating the ugliest British women in industrial, working class, Celtic Scotland and the most beautiful and wealthy, Anglo-Saxon London. 5 Galton describes his methodology in his autobiography. Whenever I have occasion to classify the persons I meet into 3 classes, good, medium, bad, I use a needle mounted as a pricker, wherewith to prick holes, unseen, in a piece of paper, torn rudely into a cross with a long leg. I use its upper end for good, the cross arm for medium, the lower end for bad. The prick holes keep distinct, and are easily read off at leisure. The object, place, and date are written on the paper. I used this plan for my beauty data, classifying the girls I passed in streets or elsewhere as attractive, indifferent, or repellent. Of course this was a purely individual estimate, but it was consistent, judging from the conformity of different attempts in the same population. I found London to rank highest for beauty, Aberdeen lowest. 6. Interestingly enough, given turn-of-the-century correlations of race and head shape, photographs of Galton show him to have had dark hair and a flat back of the head, that is, he was brachycephalic, not dolichocephalic, which counted heavily for some of his contemporaries. Galton also mistrusted democracy, figuring the average citizen, too base, for the everyday work of modern civilization. 7 His version of evolution made natural selection into an engine for determining the characteristics of races as well as classes. Hereditary Genius proclaims that Jews are specialized for a parasitical existence. 8 So powerful was Galton's reputation and influence that, after the First World War, this bigoted view circulated as a scientific commonplace. Convinced the brains of the nation lie in the higher of our classes, Galton advocated procreation between people of the upper crust. At the same time, while frowning on the heedless breeding of the poor, he did not advocate its curtailment. That would be left for others. Galton, ever the patrician, shared Roosevelt's concentration on his own, higher class. From his eugenics record office at the University of London, Galton offered a treasure trove to American eugenicists and to Charles Davenport in particular. Not that Galton and Davenport agreed totally. With his ability to combine variables, i.e., regression and correlation analysis, Galton's theories of human heredity could take several factors into account at the same time. Davenport and most American eugenicists rejected complexity, preferring to believe that human inheritance acted in a simple on-off fashion, like the height, color, and wrinkling of Gregor Mendel's sweet peas. Intelligence could then be mapped and numbered along a single yardstick, allowing Davenport to speak of intelligence as a unit character or unit trait. 9 In today's parlance, he saw intelligence as a single heritable gene. It followed that unit characters decreed an individual to be either normal or feeble-minded. Unit traits genes, if you will, also determined shiftlessness, nomadism, or thalassophilia, love of the sea, all, as in the degenerate family studies, hereditary. Thalassophilia, Davenport thought, was a sex-linked, recessive trait like color blindness, because he had always found it only in males. This kind of theorizing moved Carl Pearson to confide to Galton, "Oh, your friend Davenport is not a clear, strong thinker." 10 One cannot but wonder how Davenport would have correlated his weird category of thalassophilia with, say, shiftlessness. Galton and Davenport were creatures of their cultures. Class ruled Galton's Britain and his classification, race ruled Davenport's United States and his classification. For Davenport, Poles, Irish, Italians, Hebrews, and others behaved differently, each according to their race. He believed, as did William Z. Ripley, that immigrants from Southern and Eastern Europe would make the American population darker in pigmentation, smaller in stature, more mercurial, more given to crimes of larceny, kidnapping, assault, murder, rape, and sex immorality. 11 Davenport passed this twisted racial theory, co-opted in part from Francis Galton, to Henry Goddard in New Jersey at the Vineland Training School for Feeble-Minded Girls and Boys. In the Garden State it fell on fertile ground, for Goddard had spotted the perfect case, a feeble-minded Vineland resident he called Deborah Kallikak. This was an invented name. Goddard had joined two Greek words kalos, meaning beauty, and kakis, meaning bad to come up with it. 12 Deborah Kallikak, the child of an impoverished, unwed mother, had come to Vineland in 1897 at age 8. 13 The child's progress was uneven. By age 23 she was a nice-looking young person skilled in sewing but slow in reading and writing. For Goddard, her skills were practically beside the point. She and the thousands like her represented a threat to the welfare of the race. Indeed, the great menace of someone like Deborah Kallikak lay in her normal, even attractive appearance and the likelihood, should she ever leave Vineland, of her having sex and, consequently, of bearing children. Once beyond institutional protection, she would at once become a prey to the designs of evil men or evil women and would lead a life that would be vicious, immoral, and criminal. Goddard tested her on the Binet-Simon scale in 1910 and gave her a mental age of 9, low intelligence of moron grade, which, he concluded, would deprive her of moral judgment. The Binet-Simon intelligence tests are the second half of Goddard's contribution to the literature of the warfare of the cradle. He had discovered the work of the French researchers Alfred Binet and his associate Theodore Simon on a European trip in 1908. Employed by the French Ministry of Public Instruction, they had devised a mental test, whose results they figured on a numerical scale. The numbers were meant to help schools identify pupils in need of special education. Goddard adapted Binet's tests for use in English and immediately began testing the Vineland inmates. With its nicely quantified results, the test rapidly gained popularity. By 1910 Goddard was giving it to New Jersey school children, a year later to New York City children, and by 1913 to immigrants at Ellis Island. The intelligence test had labeled Deborah Kallikak, in Goddard's invented terminology, a moron. How, Davenport asked Goddard, did she get to be that way? Goddard worked backward, tracing Deborah Kallikak's genealogy to the American Revolution. There he found two Kallikak families. One consisted of upstanding citizens with a marked tendency toward professional careers. They had married into the best families of New Jersey and produced nothing but good representative citizenship. There are doctors, lawyers, judges, educators, traders, landholders, in short, respectable citizens, men and women prominent in every phase of social life. The other branch had produced Deborah Kallikak. Her family branch, some 480 of them, included 36 illegitimate children, 33 sexually immoral persons, mostly prostitutes, 3 epileptics, epilepsy was then considered hereditary, 82 dead babies, 3 criminals, and 8 keepers of houses of ill fame. Both branches descended from the same man, Martin Kallikak Sr., but from 2 different women. Therein lay the difference. The bad Kallikaks derived from Martin Kallikak's unmarried sex with a feeble-minded girl who worked in a tavern. Goddard's book The Kallikak Family appeared in 1912 to a fine critical reception and excellent sales. Social scientists heralded its importance, applauding the authenticity of its data and the correctness of the work. In the child study field and beyond, its research had an enormous effect in pushing a growing hereditarian belief that ancestry was everything, environment nothing. Its message rang loud and clear: for the public good, the feeble-minded must not breed, otherwise society will suffer. There are Kallikak families all about us, Goddard warned. They are multiplying at twice the rate of the general population. 14 In the warfare of the cradle, the inferior would always outbreed superior stocks, and no amount of education or good environment can change a feeble-minded individual into a normal one. Like slavery on the black side of the color line, indenture, crime, or illegitimacy on the white side means permanent damnation. Slum clearance and other palliative remedies are equally useless, for these mentally defective people who can never be taught to live otherwise than as they have been living are promiscuously breeding squalor. 15. How, then, is society to protect itself? At first Goddard cast a vote for segregation of the mentally impaired, but segregation was immensely expensive. To sequester the feeble-minded until they passed breeding age, as Goddard knew well, cost dearly. Harking back to Josephine Shaw Lowell, he finally broached the alternative, sterilization, and the die was cast. Many in the United States were more than ready, even eager, to stem the degenerate tide threatening to swamp its Anglo-Saxon genetic pool. By 1912, when Goddard published The Kallikak Family, several states had already turned to compulsory sterilization as a cheap means of controlling the reproduction of undesirables. Eugenicists spearheaded this movement, but they had support from liberals in the Charities and Corrections wing of humanitarian reform. Leading social reformers were quite willing to deplore the debasing and demoralizing influence of an unrestrained feeble-minded woman. 16. Thanks to medical advances that made sterilization relatively easy and safe, Indiana had led off the sterilization wave in 1907 with a law proclaiming, whereas, heredity plays a most important part in the transmission of crime, idiocy, and imbecility. 17 other states followed, but with mixed results, for involuntary sterilization remained controversial. The courts invalidated such laws on the basis of cruel and inhumane punishment, for lack of due process, and for failures in equal protection under the law. New Jersey's state Supreme Court quickly struck down a compulsory sterilization law in 1913, and governors in Vermont, Nebraska, and Idaho vetoed others. 18. If sterilization were to prevail, expert guidance was called for. Undaunted, in 1922 Davenport's Eugenics Record Office offered a model eugenical sterilization law meant to assist states in crafting involuntary sterilization laws that could withstand court challenge. In 1924 Virginia passed the first such act, stating that heredity plays an important part in the transmission of insanity, idiocy, and imbecility, epilepsy, and crime. 19 The court test that followed increased the visibility of degenerate families and, in light of the long-standing prejudice against poor white Southerners, gave degeneracy a poor and female Southern face. The first person slated for sterilization under Virginia's sterilization law was 18-year-old Carrie Buck. 20, see Figure 19.1, Carrie Buck and her mother. Buck had not been accused of a crime, she was described as a pregnant, unmarried, feeble-minded daughter of an unmarried, feeble-minded mother living in Virginia's state colony for epileptics and feeble-minded. Prominent eugenicists entered the case against her to halt the propagation of these people who belong to the shiftless, ignorant, and worthless class of antisocial whites of the South. 21. The U.S. Supreme Court upheld Virginia's Sterilization Law 81, led by American law's eminence Grice, the 81-year-old Oliver Wendell Holmes, who wrote the majority opinion. Holmes accepted Goddard's argument that Buck's weaknesses were hereditary. He also agreed with the prevailing logic that criminals were born, not made, and that society could protect itself by preventing their birth. Holmes decreed it better for all the world, if instead of waiting to execute degenerate offspring for crime, or to let them starve for their imbecility, society can prevent those who are manifestly unfit from continuing their kind. His famous conclusion, 3 generations of imbeciles are enough, echoed throughout American law. 22. The Associate Justices, former President William Howard Taft and Louis D. Brandeis, concurred. And so sterilization became settled law in many states, an acceptable means of dealing with people designated feeble-minded, especially of poor women of all races bearing children out of wedlock. 23. Fig. 19.1. Carrie Buck and her mother, Emma Buck, at the Virginia State Colony for Epileptics and Feeble-Minded, just before going to trial in 1924. During the 1930s, following Buck v. Bell, local law enforcement and welfare officials rounded up the poor and sterilized them practically en masse. By 1968, some 65,000 Americans had been sterilized against their will, with California far in the lead and Virginia a distant second. 24. The American model eugenical sterilization law that had inspired Virginia's 1924 law also worked in Germany. On gaining power in 1933, National Socialists quickly enacted a law for the prevention of progeny with hereditary diseases, which included deafness and blindness as well as mental handicap and chronic mental or physical illness. In Germany, as in the early 20th century United States, the prime targets of involuntary sterilization were poor people. Anglo-Saxon, Teutonic, or Nordic ancestry did not spare poor whites stigmatized as Jukes, Ishmaelites, Kallikaks, and Bucks. As it turned out, Carrie Buck represents an all too common case of personal vulnerability. At about age 8, she had been placed in a foster home. Some years later a member of that family raped her. Pregnant as a result of the rape, she was sent to the Virginia State Colony for Epileptics and Feeble-Minded to be sterilized as soon as she gave birth. Primitive, haphazardly administered Stanford Binet intelligence tests rated her and her mother as imbeciles, but as an adult, Carrie showed no signs of impairment. Against a backdrop of degenerate family studies demonizing poor white people, Carrie Buck's sterilization had resulted from sexual abuse, not mental weakness. 25. Despite its promise of preventing social ills on the cheap, sterilization never attained total acceptance, for doubts over who should make such intimate decisions never subsided, and bias characterized their execution. Opponents' arguments mounted, Catholics objected to this breach of the human body, socialists pointed to the class bias of eugenics, and anthropologists argued that culture, not biology, explained characteristics that sterilization was supposed to extinguish. Eugenic sterilization ultimately fell out of favor, but the fall was slow and gradual. During the 1930s, when German National Socialists took it up, demonstrating the deadly and perverse workings out of eugenics, the field lost its standing as objective science. Civil rights protests in the 1960s and 1970s against the involuntary sterilization of Black, American Indian, and Latino women effectively stripped the practice of respectability as public policy. Different morals demanded different policies. Virginia repealed its sterilization law in 1974, but Carrie Buck died in 1983, before her vindication. On the 75th anniversary of the Buck v. Bell decision, in 2002, the state placed a commemorative marker in her hometown of Charlottesville, and the governor issued a formal apology. Oregon, North Carolina, and South Carolina followed Virginia's repudiation. And here ends the compulsory sterilization story that began with degenerate family research. Another story with shared roots unfolded at the same time, leading to the mental testing of immigrants and to immigration restriction. 20. Intelligence testing of new immigrants. Mental tests, such a simple and accurate means of rating human intelligence, even, as Robert Yerkes, a leading tester claimed, of appraising the value of a man. Once Henry H. Goddard had imported Alfred Binet and Theodore Simon's mental tests into the United States, it became apparent that their usefulness reached far beyond their limited role in France. There, the tests designated school children for special education. In the United States, they rated the children at the Vineland School for the feeble-minded and then went on to serve other, much wider purposes. Officials at Ellis Island figured Goddard's tests in Vineland could help them decide who, among immigrants streaming into the country, could stay and who had to return. What were these tests like? In 1917, masses of U.S. Army draftees who could read answered questions like these. Why do soldiers wear wristwatches rather than pocket watches? Because they keep better time. They are harder to break. They are handier. Glass insulators are used to fasten telegraph wires because the glass keeps the pole from being burned. The glass keeps the current from escaping. The glass is cheap and attractive. Why should we have congressmen? Because the people must be ruled. It ensures truly representative government. The people are too many to meet and make their laws. Point 2. Men who could not read answered pictorial questions. Soldiers were to say what was missing from each picture. 3. See Figure 20.1, Test 6. Fig 20.1. Test 6, in Carl C. Brigham, A Study of American Intelligence, 1923. Testers aimed high, promising to measure innate intelligence, not simply years of education or immersion in a particular cultural milieu. This claim was obviously absurd, but no matter. The allure of mental testing proved irresistible, because demand for ranking people was high, and the process was cheap and, best of all, apparently scientific. The juxtaposition of congressional mandates and the ambitions of early 20th century social scientists explains how Goddard went from degenerate families to intelligence testing of immigrants. Nativists had long denigrated immigrants on the grounds of their supposed inferiority. Prescott Farnsworth Hall, one of the then recent Harvard graduates founding the Immigration Restriction League in 1894, mashed together degenerate families, immigrants, and competitive breeding, the same arguments which induce us to segregate criminals and feeble-minded and thus prevent their breeding apply to excluding from our borders individuals whose multiplying here is likely to lower the average of our people. For this logic steadily gained ground. From the 1890s onward, federal legislation toughened standards for excluding lunatics, idiots, people likely to become public charges, the insane, epileptics, beggars, anarchists, imbeciles, feeble-minded and persons with physical or mental defects which might affect their ability to earn a living. But with 5,000 immigrants passing through Ellis Island daily, sorting through them imposed an impossible task on 10 or so public health service physicians. Something had to be done. Learning of Goddard's methods, the Commissioner of Immigration concluded that help lay at hand right there in New Jersey. He invited Goddard to use his newfangled intelligence tests to speed up the exclusion process, an assignment Goddard carried out with the help of his lady testers from Vineland. 6 Certain alarming conclusions leaped off the pages of Goddard's report. The intelligence of the average third-class immigrant is low, perhaps of moron grade. Each test taken by itself seems to indicate a very high percentage of defectness. There is no exception to this. The immigration of recent years is of a decidedly different character from the earlier immigration. It is admitted on all sides that we are getting now the poorest of each race. Of every 1,000 Polish immigrants, all but 103 are laborers and servants. According to Table 2. Intelligence classification of immigrants of different nationalities, 83% of the Jews, 80% of the Hungarians, 79% of the Italians, 87% of the Russians were feeble-minded. 60% of the Jews were morons. 7. In sum, most of the immigrants currently passing through Ellis Island were mentally defective. With this crucial point made and quantified, intelligence testing took a further step, as the new field of psychology seized wartime opportunities. By 1917 Goddard had joined a new group of immigration opponents who had no connection to charitable institutions. Based in academia, Robert Yerkes and Lewis Terman did not associate with the poor or feel concern for their well-being. As scholars, they shaped their truths drawn, they said, from science toward their preferred results. Not compulsory sterilization this time, but the classification of the American population according to intelligence and race on the basis of quantifiable methodology. Once again, Charles Benedict Davenport of the Eugenics Record Office at Cold Spring Harbor, New York, supplied the missing link. In the pre-war years, Davenport's institution had diligently compiled hereditary studies of defective families. His statistics dovetailed nicely with omnibus characteristics Davenport considered Mendelian unit traits, pauperism, low intelligence test scores, epilepsy, criminalism, insanity, height, and sexual immorality. While the First World War interrupted such degenerate family work and sterilization, wartime conscription presented eugenicists with great new opportunities in mass mental testing. Robert Yerkes, 1876–1956, Davenport's erstwhile student at Harvard, moved to the fore. Yerkes was no vaunted New Englander. His humble provenance does not get much attention from his biographers, in stark contrast to works by and about proud Yankees like Davenport. Perhaps in an elite environment, his farm boy background contributed to his early reputation for ordinary intellectual ability, coupled with rigidity, stubbornness, and a teetotaler's lack of bonhomie. Indifferent to wealth, power, fame, popularity, and personal beauty, he was not the sort to win popularity polls. Born on a farm in Bucks County, Pennsylvania, Yerkes had attended an ungraded rural school, then the state normal school at Westchester, where Goddard had begun his professional career. With the support of an uncle willing to trade tuition money for chores, Yerkes was able to transfer to Aquinas College, in the greater Philadelphia area, before going on to Harvard, where he took an A.B. in 1898 and a Ph.D. in 1902.8. Once again, the nation's most prestigious center of learning would play a pivotal role in race theory. Harvard's importance in eugenics does not imply some nefarious scheme or even a mean-spirited ambience. Rather, Harvard's import in this story attests to the scholarly respectability of eugenic ideas at the time. Yerkes's most influential teachers at Harvard were the German philosopher Hugo Münsterberg, a great believer in the importance of mental testing, ranking people hierarchically, and letting elites make society's decisions, and Charles Benedict Davenport, that venerator of Francis Galton. 9. Yerkes began teaching at Harvard in 1902 and published his first book in 1907. Entitled The Dancing Mouse and the Mind of a Gorilla, it dealt with animal sexuality considered in the light of evolution. 10. He also worked half-time at the Boston Psychopathic Hospital alongside the esteemed Elmer Ernest Southard, inventor of cacogenics, the clumsily named study of racial deterioration. Yerkes and Southard started administering mental tests in 1913, just when Goddard began testing immigrants on Ellis Island. Yerkes's rise was rapid. He was elected president of the American Psychological Association, APA, in 1916, but it was also uncertain, since he had been denied tenure at Harvard, which evidently held a low estimate of the new field of psychology. 11. An odd situation. As president of the APA, but still lacking tenure, Yerkes chafed at his field's lack of scholarly standing. Not that the prejudice lacked merit. Still separating from philosophy in the 1910s, psychology seemed soft and lacking in scholarly rigor. The beautifully quantified results of mental testing, so Yerkes and others realized, offered a promising route to academic respectability. As the United States prepared to enter the First World War, Yerkes sought to extend intelligence testing to millions of servicemen. Such a mass of statistical data, unique in its comprehensiveness, would doubtless command respect in academe. But gathering a data bank of this magnitude would obviously be a huge undertaking. Yerkes found a route in the National Academy of Sciences, which in 1916 created the National Research Council to bring scientists into the war effort. In May of 1917, Yerkes convened a committee of testers that included Goddard and Lewis Terman of Stanford. Working at Goddard's Vineland Training School, the team had by July 1917 created 3 sets of tests for use on Army recruits. 12 The Army Alpha was directed toward men who could read, the Army Beta served illiterates, and individual tests filled in where needed in special cases in theory, at least. When the project closed down in January of 1919, some 1,750,000 men had been tested, generating a huge body of data and further encouraging wide-scale use of intelligence tests. Before the war, intelligence testing had sometimes inspired ridicule, not infrequently as leading citizens tested out as imbeciles. The patina of science, however, had carried the day, securing the Army test's role as science's last word on intelligence. This prestige was something new. That word contained overweening ambition. Henry Goddard kindly pronounced intelligence testing the most valuable piece of information which mankind has ever acquired about itself, a unitary mental process that is the chief determiner of human conduct. 13. In a 1923 Atlantic Monthly article, Yerkes confidently assumed that intelligence testing could gauge much more than mental capacity. The tests, he maintained, could determine a man's entire human worth. Yerkes was thinking about the immigrants who, he thought, diminished the effectiveness of the Army and, by extension, the overall health of American society, whereas the mental age of the American-born soldier is between 13 and 14 years, according to Army statistics, that of the soldier of foreign birth serving in our Army is less than 12 years. These numbers would echo loudly in hereditarian circles. Yerkes warned of the recently arrived foreign-born. Altogether they are markedly inferior in mental alertness to the native-born American. He explained that differences between the white racial groups were almost as great as the intellectual difference between Negro and white in the Army. 14 Once again, a scientist was speaking of white racial groups as a means of classification. Overall, Yerkes's testing project pegged the average mental age of recruits at least 18 years old at 13.08 years accurate, it was claimed, to the second decimal place. Though nonsensical as arithmetic, how could the average be below average? No matter. For Yerkes, with his unit trait unalterable inherent mental ability concept of intelligence, this meant no further intellectual growth was possible, for the tests revealed innate native intelligence. Nothing in life after birth would make any difference whatsoever, not heightened language facility, more effective schooling, or increased familiarity with American culture. Furthermore, mental worth varied by race, as the term was understood in the early 20th century, as a categorization applicable to peoples from various parts of Europe and its outlying areas. Yerkes and his colleagues drew many lines of race within the American population, one of the deepest separated so-called natives, whose ancestors had immigrated long ago, from recent arrivals. Not that all was clear sailing. The Army, with war needs uppermost, never supported the testing project, and training procedures aimed at making effective soldiers severely interfered with the test's administration. Officers complained that men given the beta test's 2 lowest grades, D and E, frequently turned into excellent soldiers once taught to read. Another commander dismissed the psychologists as a needless board of art critics to advise me which of my men were the most handsome or a board of prelates to designate the true Christians. 15. Outside the Army, however, intelligence testing succeeded spectacularly. After the war, Yerkes stayed on in Washington, D.C., into the mid-1920s, then moved on to his own laboratory at Yale, where he made a brilliant career in primate research. The National Academy of Sciences official report of Yerkes's Army IQ tests, an unreadable, 890-page document featuring many charts and diagrams, reached only a tiny readership of specialists. 16 In light of the controversy over immigration then raging, Yerkes encouraged one of the team of Army IQ testers, his protégé Carl Campbell Brigham of Princeton, to publish a readable digest for the general public. Like many scholars seeking to place intelligence tests, eugenics, and race on a scientific basis, Brigham, 1890–1943, sprang from prosperity and lofty New England breeding. He especially savored his descent from a signer of the Mayflower Compact in 1630. Socially gifted, according to his admiring biographer, Brigham retained throughout his life the poise, bearing, and social graces derived from the environment of an old and esteemed New England family. 17 Toward the end of his undergraduate career, Brigham fell under the spell of the new methodology of mental tests. His well-regarded 1916 PhD dissertation on the use of Binet tests on Princeton school children earned him an appointment on the Princeton University faculty. In 1917 Robert Yerkes discovered Brigham's work and enlisted him to help administer intelligence tests to Army recruits. 18. After the war Brigham rejoined the Princeton faculty, plunging once more into mental testing. Testing was now quite popular among educators as a means of ranking college applicants, and among nativists as scientific justification for cutting off immigration from Southern and Eastern Europe. The cause enjoyed prestigious support. Madison Grant and Charles W. Gould, two wealthy lawyers and Yale alumni, friends and eugenic opponents of immigration, underwrote Brigham's project of putting Yerkes's findings in accessible form for general readers, including, not least, members of Congress. 19. Princeton University Press published Brigham's A Study of American Intelligence in 1923. Robert Yerkes wrote the foreword, assuring readers no one of us as a citizen can afford to ignore the menace of race deterioration or the evident relations of immigration to national progress and welfare. Brigham, Yerkes contended, was presenting not theories or opinions but facts. 20. A Study of American Intelligence displayed an abundance of charts and graphs. Brigham divided the population into nearly a score of categories and illustrated numerous relative mental ages. Atop the scale, American officers rated a mental age of 18.84 years, at the bottom, U.S., colored, came in at only 10.41 years. Native white Americans were roughly halfway between the two, achieving a mental age of 13.77 years, lower than immigrants from England, Scotland, the Netherlands, and Germany. 21 Native American Indians and Asians did not count. A dramatic bar graph arranged according to low scores compared racial and national groups in another way, with A the highest, C the average, and E the lowest score. See Figure 20.2, Brigham's bar graph. Lumping black men of all backgrounds into a single unit, Brigham was respecting the traditional American black-white dichotomy. At the same time, he distributed white people across 19 overlapping categories reflecting current antagonism toward immigrants from Southern and Eastern Europe. His four major groups consisted of native-born whites, total whites, foreign-born whites, and Negroes. Within these groups, Brigham differentiated between the above-average foreigners and the below-average foreigners. Turks and Greeks just barely improved on the foreign-born average, while men from Russia, Italy, and Poland ranked at the bottom with the Negro draft. Northwestern Europeans topped the chart. 22. Among Brigham's noteworthy illustrations was Table 33. See Figure 20.3, Brigham's Table No. 33. This feat of statistics achieved the seemingly impossible task of reconciling the racial groups, William Z. Ripley's still influential Races of Europe classification of Teutonic, Alpine, and Mediterranean on the basis of cephalic index, with the Immigration Service's national origins assigned to immigrants. It is not by accident that Brigham substitutes Nordic for Ripley's Teutonic, because Brigham owed a substantial debt to Madison Grant's Passing of the Great Race, or the racial basis of European history. First published in 1916, substantially revised in 1918 and in 1921, The Passing of the Great Race sold well over 1.5 million copies by the mid-1930s. Grant uses Nordic instead of Teutonic in order to include Irish and Germans within the superior category but not Slavs, Jews, and Italians. 23. This astonishing table offers nonsensical estimates of national blood, presumably on the basis of cephalic indices, without explaining its methodology, which Brigham drew from one of eugenicists' favorite theorists, Georges Vacher de Lapoge. Lapoge had displayed a similar table showing proportions of blood according to cephalic indexes in several countries, distinguishing Northern Germans from Southern Germans, in his L'Aryen, son rôle social, the Aryan, his social role, in 1899.24 for his part. Brigham in 1923 tabulated the European population of Russia, including Poland, at 5% Nordic and 95% Alpine, while Poland is 10% Nordic and 90% Alpine. With three different subject lines, Turkey is 40, 80, and 90% Mediterranean, as though its regions could be demarcated according to blood and nobody ever migrated anywhere. Ireland and Wales are 70 and 60% Mediterranean, while England is only 20% Mediterranean. The high Mediterranean percentages allotted to Ireland and Wales presumably reflect the racist assumptions of John Beddoe and William Z. Ripley that the Irish and Welsh belong to a more primitive and therefore shorter, darker, and long-headed population than the English. After a war in which Germans had been stereotyped as the Hun, German blood was downgraded from heavily Nordic to majority Alpine. Given the value judgments assigned to Nordic, Alpine, and Mediterranean, Table 33 emerges as an exquisite example of scientific racism, one of a series of attempts to combine blood with nation. This table intrigued social scientists, whether accepting or skeptical. In 1911 the U.S. Immigration Commission, under Senator William P. Dillingham of Vermont, had issued the Dictionary of Races or Peoples, a handbook intended to clear up the true racial status of immigrants, on the basis of Ripley's Races of Europe and reprinting many of his maps. Like Ripley, Dictionary of Races or Peoples appealed to questionable authorities like Lepoge and his German anthroposociologist colleague Otto Amann. 25 Like most attempts to codify racial classification, the Dictionary of Races or Peoples tried to reconcile the warring categories of several different experts through lists of race, stock, group, people, and Ripley's and other scholars' races. Its mishmash of categories had left open the gap that Brigham tried to fill. In addition to these European racial blood measurements, Brigham reinterpreted the correlation between immigrant test scores and length of residence in the United States. As might be expected, given the questions, the longer immigrants had resided in the United States, the higher their scores. But Brigham followed Yerkes's reasoning, noting, then rejecting, the obvious causal relationship. Instead of considering that our curve indicates a growth of intelligence with increasing length of residence, we are forced to take the reverse of the picture and accept the hypothesis that the curve indicates a gradual deterioration in the class of immigrants examined in the Army, who came to this country in each succeeding 5-year period since 1902.26. In other words, immigrants who had been in the United States longer scored higher because they were inherently smarter, the cream of the crop, as it were, self-starters who had set out from the old country early on, while the way was still hard. Later arrivals had no such pluck. They scored lower because they belonged to inferior races who let shipping companies deliver them the easy way across the ocean. Anthroposociology's cockamamie notions about head-shape differences between urban and rural dwellers were now applied to conditions in the United States. Arriving in the jittery post-war era, study of American intelligence enjoyed a wide popularity that overwhelmed a few critical reviews in liberal journals. Brigham's credibility rode on a handsome set of advantages: his Princeton Ph.D., his Princeton University Press publication, his Princeton faculty position, and financial backing from Grant and Gould. With this kind of high-level support, his book enjoyed much currency in the early 1920s as scientific proof that immigrants from Southern and Eastern Europe were as inherently defective as whole races of Jukes and Kallikaks. The idea played well in a country and its Congress roiled by economic, political, and social unrest. 21. The Great Unrest. The United States stayed out of the European charnel house of war until 1917, when the conflict was already 3 years old. But even as American troops went to fight in Europe, the United States experienced the war less as a tragedy of trench warfare and more as a time of spiraling labor unrest and anti-immigrant paranoia. Between 1917 and 1919, a growing cycle of strikes and labor tension alarmed Americans across the political spectrum. A cartoon from the Saturday Evening Post, the nation's most popular magazine, captured the all-too-facile coupling of immigrants and radicalism and race. See Figure 21.1, Johnson, look out for the undertow. Here Herbert Johnson, the Post's regular cartoonist, depicts an American family dashing into the waves of immigration, grinning innocently. 1 The mother wears the sentimentalist label that hard-headed, science-minded race theorists routinely attributed to anyone, especially women, who believed that the environment played a role in human destiny. The smiling father, equally clueless, leads his family into the wave as employer of cheap labor. Only the child, the future of America, hangs back, sensing the peril ahead. Rolling in with the immigration wave are fatal threats to the nation: lowered standards, race degeneration, Bolshevism, and disease. In this cartoon, the race in question was white, as was the menace. Republicans in Congress had been trying to restrict immigration on more or less racial grounds since the 1880s, but with limited success. Their party was, in fact, divided. Although normally allied with the Republicans, manufacturers employing cheap immigrant labor lobbied diligently against legislation to curtail it. Their economic interests weighed against a tightening of the labor market and the certainty of rising wages. The result was an unexpected alliance. Democratic presidents and congressmen representing large numbers of immigrants also resisted anti-immigration legislation as racist and discriminatory. So long as immigrants could vote before or after naturalization, their representatives, usually Democrats, blocked much restrictive legislation. At the center of these legislative storms were not the Irish or the Germans. They had mostly been accepted and assimilated. During the war, Germans sometimes through anxiety or intimidation. Rather, the main targets hailed from Southern and Eastern Europe, the masses of Slavs, Italians, and Jews, many said to be mentally handicapped, prone to disease and un-American ideologies. Therein lay the threat. Where in all this were Asians? Nowhere, for since 1882, after Chinese workers had completed the western portion of the Transcontinental Railroad, they had, one and all, been declared ineligible for citizenship. Not being part of the new American political economy meant that Asians lacked any influence in Congress. It took them a long time to gain parity. A fundamental issue was labor. The stigmatized immigrants came as workers to feed American industry. During the late 19th century, the United States had industrialized impressively. After recovery from the Deep Depression of the 1890s, American industrial output rivaled Europe's. More than 14.5 million immigrants, mostly from Southern and Eastern Europe, entered the country between 1900 and 1920, their numbers far exceeding even the lowly Irish and Germans disdained by Ralph Waldo Emerson as guano races too. In Emerson's time the Irish had found paying work on the canals and the eastern railroads. Now immigrants poured into manufacturing, rather than farming and transportation, generating the profits of 20th century America. 3. By the 1890s, industrialization had given rise to giant corporations like Standard Oil of John D. Rockefeller, U.S. Steel under Andrew Carnegie, and the combined Union Pacific, Southern Pacific, and Illinois Central Railroads run by E. H. Harriman. The wealth of these corporations depended upon friendly state and federal legislators and a multitude of local corporation lawyers in the state legislatures that elected U.S. senators until 1913. Corporate-minded office holders shaped a legal context friendly to corporations and hostile toward labor. Free to squelch workers' attempts to organize and quick to exert the power of the state against strikers, corporations rewarded themselves with salaries, bonuses, and profits and their shareholders with dividends, rather than accord their workers wage increases. Inevitably, workers came to resent such exploitation. In the popular mind, their resentment wore an immigrant face. Soon disruptive actions, such as the Great Steel Strike in Homestead, Pennsylvania, in 1892 and the 1894 Pullman Strike near Chicago, broke out regularly. Even voters who may have felt no particular warmth toward labor began to cast protest votes against the two major parties, both very dedicated to serving capital. In consequence, during the so-called progressive era before 1915, left-wing policies more attuned to the needs of people than to the wishes of powerful corporations gained favor. The Socialist Party, SP, founded in 1901, led the way, powered by voters unhappy with the lockstep Republican and Democratic pro-business status quo. Throughout the country the SP grew quickly from around 1910, attracting some 100,000 members. One stronghold, New York City's 1.4 million Yiddish-speaking, working-class immigrants, elected a series of socialist candidates, including 10 state assemblymen, 7 city councilmen, 1 municipal judge, and 1 congressman. For the SP candidate for president, Eugene Debs, polled 1 million votes in 1912, the SP's high water mark. The far more revolutionary labor organization, the Industrial Workers of the World, also seized the moment, waging a media-savvy textile strike in Lawrence, Massachusetts, birthplace of American industry in the heart of symbol-laden New England. The IWW had broken away from the SP in 1905 to pursue more radical, worker-centered policies. For many anxious Americans, the SP and IWW merged into a huge revolutionary threat to American society, one identified with immigrant alien races. In the tense, hyper-patriotic atmosphere of wartime, any hint of labor militancy did not play well across the country. Once the United States became a belligerent in April 1917, war production shot up, and the labor was in many cases supplied by immigrants. Long working hours and soaring inflation ensued. Everyone complained about the high cost of living, for wages did not keep pace with spectacular price increases. The result was a tsunami wave of strikes, peaking in 1917. The IWW, though small in number, staged highly publicized actions in the West, home to large numbers of Mexican immigrants. Although native-born lumberjacks and mine workers vastly outnumbered Mexicans in the IWW, true to the hysteria of the moment, many Americans assumed the whole organization to be aliens. It was but a short step to draconian legislation. The Immigration Act passed in February 1917 targeted the IWW specifically and labor radicalism generally, barring entry into the United States of all anarchists, or persons who believe in or advocate the overthrow by force or violence of the government of the United States. 5 vigilantes quickly took the law into their own hands. They lynched a wobbly organizer in Butte, Montana, and in the fall federal agents raided IWW headquarters in 48 cities. Such federal action kept the IWW in court and on the defensive, even as strikes for more pay continued around the nation. Meanwhile, in February and October 1917 Russia experienced a first and then a second revolution in the name of the working class. The second one, proclaiming itself Marxist, Bolshevik, and Soviet, took Russia out of the European slaughterhouse of war. Furthermore, it increased the attraction of socialism as an alternative to senseless, belligerent politics and bolstered the appeal of Marxism as a sweeping explanation for the human condition. At bottom, Marxism touted class conflict, rather than race conflict, as the motor of history. Such a substitution of class for race did not alter American social ideology, for foundational law and the organization of government data, such as the census, still relied on categories of race. The Russian Revolution did not persuade Americans to think about labor and politics in terms of class, they continued to interpret all sorts of human difference as race. Therein lay a crisis of race ideology. If the Teutonic white peoples of Europe represented humanity's apex, how had they reverted to savagery so easily? The African-American sociologist W.E.B. Du Bois had an answer: this is not Europe gone mad, this is not aberration nor insanity, this is Europe. This seeming terrible is the real soul of white culture, stripped and visible today. 6 In the face of the first great crisis of whiteness, saving the real soul of white culture became Americans' task after the war, one imposed and accepted amid a clash of ideas and events. The Russian Revolution and wave after wave of strikes converged on hereditarian concepts of permanent racial traits à la Ripley's Races of Europe. The idea of the melting pot was already under stress when wartime anxieties tested it further. By the armistice of November 1918, Bolshevism in the American public mind meant the world turned upside down. In Germany a socialist revolution followed the abdication of Emperor Wilhelm II, evidently spreading the red tide. Many in the United States felt themselves stuck in a bad dream, in which Bolshevik wobblies were running things, foreign strikers were fomenting chaos, and an insurrectionary proletariat threatened to seize government, murder citizens, burn churches, and in general destroy civilization. The end of civilization meant ugly, ignorant, unwashed immigrants breeding freely, their defects innate, hereditary, and permanent, and Native Americans trodden underfoot. Events of 1919 simply made things worse. The whole world seemed in convulsion. Strikes and revolutions raged on every continent, in France, and even in England. In the United States, 1919 began with a general strike of 100,000 workers in Seattle, an event that seemed so unthinkably un-American that it had to have foreign causes. Another Saturday Evening Post cartoon explains where strikes come from and offers a solution to the labor crisis. 7. See Figure 21.2, Rune, 100% impure. A grubby, dark-skinned undesirable alien with a red flag in his hat for socialism, offers a potent, tempting drug, 100% proof strike to befuddled labor. According to race theory's prevailing wisdom, labor's head shape tells a tale. It is flat in the back, thus marking him as a brachycephalic alpine, hence bovine of intelligence and easily misled by undesirable alien. The valise of undesirable alien contains 4 other bottles of poison, 3 labeled discontent, labor trouble, and strife. Arriving in the nick of time to save poor, dumbfounded labor is a policeman labeled U.S. The solution to the labor problem caused by undesirable alien must therefore come from stringent federal governance. Seattle's general strike lasted only a week, but it was long enough to offer conservatives time to trumpet Bolshevik infiltration right here at home, which mounting strikes seemed to prove. 175 in March, 248 in April, 388 in May, 303 in June, 360 in July, and 373 in August. More strikes had taken place in 1917, but more workers had gone out in 1919's climate of hysteria. This was also the summer of bloody attacks on African Americans who had come up from the South to jobs in northern industry. Anti-black pogroms made 1919 the Red Summer, red for bloodshed as well as labor conflict. 8. Strikes rolled into the fall, some in places where famous strikes had occurred before and some where striking seemed unthinkable. In September 350,000 steel workers struck U.S. steel factories in 6 states, climaxing a decades-long campaign for an 8-hour day in recognition of the Steel Workers Union. In November 600,000 railroad workers in 20 states walked off the job, and wildcat strikes paralyzed transportation locally. Nearly 500,000 coal miners threatened to strike in November, when coal heated American homes and schools. Even the police played a part. In Boston, 1,200 police struck for higher wages and union recognition, throwing the city into chaos. Calvin Coolidge, governor of Massachusetts, announced that the police had no right to strike, called in the state National Guard, and emerged an instant hero. Commentators likened striking Boston police to Bolsheviks. Coolidge became the Republican vice presidential candidate in the fall of 1920 and president after President Warren G. Harding's death in 1923. Popular hysteria bred confused thought. Most strikes had centered on wages or conditions on the shop floor, but now labor militancy merged with socialism and anarchism, notions deemed foreign and un-American. A poem published in a steel industry magazine linked politics to nativity. Said Dan McGann to a foreign man who worked at the self-same bench. "Let me tell you this," and for emphasis, he flourished a monkey wrench. "Don't talk to me of this bourgeoisie, don't open your mouth to speak of your socialists or your anarchists, don't mention the Bolshevik. For I've had enough of this foreign stuff, I'm sick as a man can be. Of the speech of hate, and I'm telling you straight, that this is the land for me." 9. Anarchists had presented a popular target since the late 19th century, and in the present unrest a murder in Massachusetts offered opportunity to clobber anarchism in the persons of Nicola Sacco and Bartolomeo Vanzetti, Italian laborers associated with Luigi Gallini, publisher of the revolutionary Cronica Sovversiva, Subversive Chronicle. Sacco and Vanzetti, convicted of murdering 2 security guards in the course of a robbery in Braintree, became a cause célèbre on account of the questionable conduct of their trials, which ended with the hanging of both men in 1927, after enormous controversy. Investigations proliferated. The Saturday Evening Post, which reached some 10 million Americans, ran a series of fire alarm articles warning of the intertwined immigrant Bolshevik menace. 10 The U.S. Senate took up investigations of domestic Bolshevism, hearing testimony that Jews had caused the Russian Revolution. With the Post's amplification, claims that Jews caused strikes and revolutions, Bolshevism, socialism, syndicalism, strikes, and the melting pot ricocheted through a jumpy society. Bombs and bomb scares joined strikes as sowers of disorder. Bombs were sent to prominent men in the federal government and to post offices countrywide, aimed especially at proponents of immigration restriction. Although the identity of the bombers was not known, foreign radicals and labor organizers got the blame. American legionnaires broke into IWW halls and beat up whomever they found, and the U.S. Justice Department began raiding socialist meeting halls far and wide in the fall. Dragnets in November yielded 249 deportable, i.e., non-citizen, radicals and took them on a red special to Ellis Island for deportation. The deportees included the famous anarchist Emma Goldman. No socialist, and certainly not Russian, Goldman was nevertheless shipped to Russia as a Bolshevik. The specter of a Bolshevism hag-riding Americans made suspect any departure from conventional thought, political or cultural. Before and during the war, Americanization projects had attempted to teach immigrants English and turn them into Americans. But wartime fears of espionage and sedition intensified this campaign into a press for 100% Americanism. 100% Americanism meant not simply unstinting support for the war and the closing of radical newspapers such as Il Proletario, with its sharp criticism of American public life, but also a renunciation of old country ways of living and speaking. Cities and employers coerced employees into Americanization courses, where the English language, civics, and an upstanding way of life were strictly encouraged. The National Americanization Committee, led by the New York labor reformer Francis Kellyer, was nominally a federal organization but functioned according to Kellyer's vision. The committee defined its work as the interpretation of American ideals, traditions, and standards and institutions to foreign-born peoples, the combating of anti-American propaganda activities and schemes and the stamping out of sedition and disloyalty wherever found, the elimination of causes of disorder, unrest, and disloyalty which make fruitful soil for un-American propagandists and disloyal agitators, and the creation of an understanding of and love for America and the desire of immigrants to remain in America, and have a home here, and support American institutions and laws. These often intense classes met several times per week and were closely monitored by the authorities. 11. Before the war, Henry Ford had set up one of the longest-lived 100% Americanism systems in his Michigan automobile plants. Ford's sociological department, a model of Americanization, taught auto workers how to live a clean and wholesome life, according to Ford's own idea of living aright. Speaking English, passing regular home inspections, remaining sober, keeping a savings account, and sticking to good habits were mandatory, while riotous living and rumors were strictly forbidden. The Ford School was intended to Anglo-Saxonize an immigrant workforce, as symbolized at graduation. At center stage stood a huge, papier-mâché melting pot with stairs on both sides. As the band struck up a rousing tune, graduates in their national clothing went up the stairs on one side, entered the melting pot, and came out on the other side singing the Star-Spangled Banner and waving American flags. They were now dressed in derby hats, pants, vests, jackets, stiff white collars, polka-dot ties, and a Ford Motor Company badge in each lapel. 12 For women, Americanization meant conforming to social workers' notions of proper housekeeping, cooking, dressing, and child-rearing. In sum, Americanization imposed the use of English and patriotic conformity. Socialistic notions were nowhere to be found here or, indeed, anywhere in the American power structure. 22. The melting pot a failure? Every national tenet needs its stentorian voice, and for well over half a century the Saturday Evening Post spoke for American anti-immigrant racism. Founded in 1821, it was by the 1920s, with more than 2 million subscribers, the nation's most popular periodical, as well as an excellent platform for a well-illustrated, cold-hearted, nativist campaign against immigrants from Eastern and Southern Europe. Declaring immigration restriction a matter of life and death for the American people, the Post editor George H. Lorimer, 1868–1937, so powerfully shaped public opinion that his magazine influenced American lawmakers all too eager to assuage panicky constituents. The House Committee on Immigration heard Lorimer's Saturday Evening Post editorial of February 7, 1920 read aloud, "The matter of race must be given more attention. Has alien peoples are temperamentally and racially unfitted for easy assimilation. The rank and file of these unassimilated aliens still live mentally in the ghetto. In thought they are still stoned by the Gentile. They are serfs to tradition, narrow, suspicious, timid, brutal, rapacious." The races in question, of course, were white. Part of Lorimer's genius was his ability to blend his message with a great gift for recruiting talented writers and artists. In 1916, for instance, he hired a green young painter on the strength of 2 covers painted on spec. Norman Rockwell subsequently painted Post covers for 45 years. And although Lorimer's personal politics leaned far to the right, he did not hesitate to employ writers like Sinclair Lewis, F. Scott Fitzgerald, Theodore Dreiser, Jack London, and Stephen Crane, who stood more to his left. But Lorimer did make sure that one man bigger than all the foregoing agreed with him right down the line. Point 2. Kenneth L. Roberts, 1885–1957, harbored a great distaste for Southern and Eastern Europeans, especially Jews, and an abhorrence for racial mongrelization. Both Roberts and Lorimer believed that immigration would extinguish the race of Native Americans, because races cannot be crossbred without mongrelization any more than dogs. A proud Maine Yankee whose ancestors, he claimed loudly, came to Maine in 1639, Roberts graduated from Cornell University in 1908. During the First World War, he served in the U.S. Army's Siberian Expeditionary Force. He joined the Saturday Evening Post staff in 1919 and quickly succeeded. In the first 7 months of 1919 alone, he earned $7,700, at a time when doctors and lawyers earned around $2,000 a year. 4. Roberts stayed with the Post for 10 years, before leaving in 1928 to write historical fiction, books that are still read and appreciated, especially by the listeners of North Country Radio in northern New York State and the guests on Garrison Keillor's Prairie Home Companion cruises. Therefore, the best portrait of Roberts appeared some 2 decades after his Post pieces on immigration. In 1940, on the occasion of the publication of his new novel Oliver Wiswell, Time magazine celebrated his best-selling novelist's career with a cover story. 5. His Northwest Passage, 1937, a novel celebrating his ancestors in the French and Indian Wars, was made into a well-received 1940 movie vehicle for Spencer Tracy. Universally popular, Roberts received honorary degrees from Colby, Dartmouth, Bowdoin, and Middlebury colleges, and shortly before his death, in 1957, a special Pulitzer Prize citation for historical fiction. Time called him the finest U.S. historical novelist since James Fenimore Cooper. See Figure 22.1, Kenneth Roberts. But our interest in Roberts lies in the context of the 1920s. Fig 22.1. Kenneth Roberts, Angry Man's Romance, cover story, Time magazine, November 25, 1940. Even friends admitted that Roberts was a difficult human being, among the most irascible men alive, whose conversation was profusely decorated with profanity. 6. But, at bottom, he, like his editor Lorimer and the Post cartoonist Herbert Johnson, detested anything having to do with progressive reform. Roberts came to hate the New Deal and its architect, Franklin D. Roosevelt, so much that he glued Roosevelt dimes to the clamshells he used as ashtrays, the better to grind ashes into FDR's face. 7. Even Lorimer, no friend of immigrants or Jews, had to tone down Roberts's blatant racism before his articles could appear in the Post. In his books, Roberts speaks freely about damned half-Negro Italians, half-Mongol Jews, and thoroughly bastardized Greeks and Levantines. 8. During the Great Unrest following the First World War, Lorimer asked Roberts to investigate post-war immigrants. The upshot, in 1920-21, was Roberts's pungent, first-hand reports from Europe, eventually gathered from his Saturday Evening Post pieces into a 1922 volume called Why Europe Leaves Home. Immigration had reached crisis proportions, Roberts howled. It absolutely had to be stopped. Agreeing with his editor Lorimer 3 times in one article, Roberts termed immigration restriction a matter of life and death for the American people. The threat was racial: either the United States would break up into a series of racial groups, fighting, bickering, haggling over their alien racial differences, or, worse, a new composite race of people wholly different from the Americans of the present day would emerge, a motley, inefficient, mongrelized race. 9 Having roamed far and wide on the Post's dime, Roberts described Czechs as backward, illiterate, dirty, thick-headed, and English workingmen as runty, stunted, malformed, buck-toothed, obviously malnourished, diseased, and generally wretched specimens. Southern Italians had descended from the mongrelized slaves of the Roman Empire. Because the American nation, like ancient Greece and Rome, grew out of blonde Nordic genius, mongrelization would ruin the United States as surely as it ruined the ancients. 10 And so it went. The intensity and widespread circulation of Roberts's anti-Semitic venom merged into an ugly tide of hatred. Pounding away at the Jews as mean-faced, shifty-eyed, and unassimilatable sick human parasites, a poisoned emigration from Europe, and the natural agents of Bolshevism, Roberts's articles herald a deepening preoccupation with Jews in popular discourse. 11 Anti-Semitism was already well established in the United States but grew increasingly abusive in the early 20th century. Before the war, Jews had figured as only one in a list of inferior Europeans, along with Slavs and Italians. Now Jews moved to the top, personifying the menace of immigration and Bolshevism in racial terms. One example of the stereotypes assigned to Jewish immigrants, often termed Hebrews, lay in the popular work of the Wisconsin professor Edward A. Ross. Deemed an expert on immigration since his 1901 lecture on race suicide, Ross repeated familiar stereotypes in his widely read and influential The Old World and the New, The Significance of Past and Present Immigration to the American People. 1914 Jews are loud and pushy, they lie and cheat, Jewish men pursue Gentile rather than Jewish girls. Ross repeated the familiar orthodoxy of the time that immigrants were lowering the level of American intelligence and American beauty. In a famous phrase echoing Shakespeare's The Tempest, Ross called new immigrants the Caliban type who belong in skins, in wattled huts at the close of the Great Ice Age. These ox-like men are descendants of those who always stayed behind. 12 Ross maintains, with many others at the time, that race purity produces beauty. As we know, William Z. Ripley had in 1908 also predicted that the crossing of heterogeneous strains would make Americans ugly. Ross foresees a good many phases of a chaotic constitution, the outcome of the blending of dissimilar European races. The most dissimilar for Ross are the Hebrews, polar opposites of our pioneer breed. Jews are undersized and weak-muscled. Shrinking from outdoor activity and screaming at the slightest injury, they cannot be made into Boy Scouts, iconic symbols of hardy young manhood. Indeed, at the turn of the 20th century, the outdoors functioned as the symbolic Nordic setting, whereas inferior races were thought to inhabit the teeming city slums where they could perpetually stay indoors. For Ross, Jewish shortcomings, however prominent, were not permanent or innate. Granted, it would take eons for Jews to turn into pioneer stock, he hinted, but that time might eventually arrive. 13 Kenneth Roberts disagreed. To him immigrant shortcomings were inborn and permanent, and he defined immigration in terms of race. Quotas should therefore severely limit the numbers of immigrants of certain races, never mind nationality. Like Carl C. Brigham in A Study of American Intelligence, Roberts used the increasingly fashionable term Nordic to designate a superior race. In turn, Brigham's book leans on the authority of the prominent eugenicist Madison Grant, who inserted the term Nordic into public discourse in passing of the Great Race. Roberts knew Madison Grant and his acolyte Lothrop Stoddard personally and echoed their warnings directly. In Why Europe Leaves Home, Roberts quotes, cites, and recommends both Grant and Stoddard and makes Grant's Nordic a household name. 14. Obituaries of Madison Grant, 1865–1937, remembered this quintessential patrician racist as a pioneering conservationist, which was true. 15. His New England Puritan descent ever in evidence. Madison Grant considered American nature his patrimony, and in many ways it was. See Figure 22.2, Madison Grant. He saved various endangered species, ranging from California redwood trees to American bison, and founded the Bronx Zoo. Along with Theodore Roosevelt, his longtime correspondent, fellow outdoors enthusiast, and book blurber, Grant played an active role in the Boone and Crockett Club of wealthy New Yorkers interested in the early phases of conservation. Without this club and Grant in particular, Glacier National Park, Everglades National Park, and Olympic National Park might not have come into being. Grant's education at Yale, his family's institution, enhanced by 4 years of study in Dresden, allowed him to read European anthropology in its original languages. 16. He was an accomplished man, but his accomplishments led him in odd, even pernicious, directions. His understanding, for instance, of animals and trees took Grant to the conservation of the races through eugenics and immigration restriction. As a prime hereditarian of the 1910s and 1920s, Grant exerted enormous influence at Cold Spring Harbor's eugenics record office. William Z. Ripley's Races of Europe lay at the foundation of Grant's science. And Grant did consider his work brutally, objectively scientific, even at the cost of rejecting fundamental American values. The introduction to his pessimistic masterwork, The Passing of the Great Race, 1916, 4th edition, 1921, warns, his generation must completely repudiate the proud boast of our fathers that they acknowledged no distinction in race, creed, or color, or else the Native American must turn the page of history and write, Finis Americi. 17. To Grant, the melting pot might have worked in the olden days of Nordic immigrants who for Grant and Roberts now include the Catholic Irish, but the current surge of non-Nordic immigrants dooms the melting pot to absolute failure. 18. No more melting pot, and no more democratic human rights. The sentimentalists must be put down along with the alien races. Resolutely hereditarian, The Passing of the Great Race combines the commonplaces of degenerate family studies, Galtonian eugenics, race suicide, history, and polygenesis, rejection of the idea of the same origin for people of all races. 19. One remedy for race deterioration came from his eugenics colleague Harry Latimer. One might, Grant muses, designate the least desirable, let us say, 10% of the community. When this unemployed and unemployable human residuum has been eliminated together with the great mass of crime, poverty, alcoholism, and feeble-mindedness associated therewith, it would be easy to consider the advisability of further restricting the perpetuation of the then remaining least valuable types. By progressively eliminating inferior types, the most vital and intellectual strains could finally be chosen to carry on the race. 20. Grant and other eugenicists envisioned negative eugenics as the glorious future of evolution. If this sounds Nazi-like, it most certainly was, and Nazis in Germany took lessons from Grant. Grant, Ripley, and all the other Teutonists fetishized height. Once again, the Sardinians are racially dwarfed, like the Polish Jew, whose dwarf stature, peculiar mentality, and ruthless concentration on self-interest are being engrafted upon the stock of the nation. Perhaps, Grant admits, some peoples he includes among his Nordics may actually be short. To explain this departure from theory, he surmises that the natural height of the Irish, and even some English, may be lowered by the continued existence of a considerable population of primitive short stock always being short and dark. His example of the influence of primitive short stock on Nordics contrasts Englishmen of different races that happen to coincide with class difference, the Piccadilly gentleman of Nordic race and the Cockney costermonger of the old Neolithic type. Hair and eye color count, but skin color less so in the passing of the great race, because skin color is unreliable. Pure Nordics have absolutely fair skin, making the Nordic the white man par excellence. But, unfortunately, many real Nordics, even Scandinavians, may not be sufficiently pale. 21. Short Englishmen, swarthy Nordics, and poor whites in the U.S. South or London's East End all compromise Grant's tortured attempt at a coherent hereditarian classification. Grant also rejects the notion of the Kentuckian as the quintessential Nordic American popularized by Theodore Roosevelt's Professor Nathaniel Southgate Shaler. No better than poor whites weathercrackers or the shiftless whites of Georgia, the Bahamas, and Barbados. Kentuckians lack even the excuse of living at low altitudes, when high altitudes were thought to foster superior races. More befuddlement follows. Grant reckons that the Cumberland Mountains should favor men of the Nordic breed, but mountains of the South were notorious for producing degenerate families. Lacking an answer, Grant seems to shrug and walk away, concluding, "There are probably other hereditary forces at work there as yet little understood." 22. Grant may have sunk into obscurity, but the biggest name in American letters, Theodore Roosevelt, loved the first edition of The Passing of the Great Race, going so far as to supply a blurb proclaiming it a capital book, in purpose, in vision, in grasp of the facts our people most need to realize. It shows a fine fearlessness in assailing the popular and mischievous sentimentalities and attractive and corroding falsehoods which few men dare assail. It is the work of an American scholar and gentleman. Academic reviews were also largely positive, though criticism did arise from liberals and Jews, both easily brushed off because of their origins. Franz Boas grasped the danger of a spiteful, racist account coming from an author with sound scientific credentials. Credentials be damned, Boas condemned Grant's work as practically a modern edition of Gobineau based on dogmatic assumptions. Boas recognized the fanciful nature of Grant's maps, which had dazzled most other reviewers. 23 Young Horace Collins' negative review prompted Grant to dismiss it as the work of a Jew and just what he expected from the followers of Boas. 24 So cavalier a dismissal sufficed to tamp down dissent during the heyday of the blonde, long-headed Nordic. The dolichocephalic, long-headed, light-haired dolicho blonde embodies Grant's beau ideal, a figure now practically forgotten but one cutting quite a swath in the 1920s. According to Grant, Nordics have not only given the world civilization, enterprise, and bravery, they also possess heavenly beauty. The gods of lovely ancient Greece were, of course, blonde. In 1921, the same year the best-selling revision of The Passing of the Great Race appeared, the American Society painter John Singer Sargent depicted ancient Greeks and their gods as quintessential dolicho blondes in Apollo and the Muses, a mural in the Museum of Fine Arts, Boston. See Figure 22.3, Sargent, Apollo and the Muses, Blonde Apollo. Even Sargent's horses are blonde. See Figure 22.4, Sargent, Apollo and the Muses, Blonde Horses. Without equivocation, Grant maintains that no artist depicting the crucifixion hesitates to make the two thieves brunette in contrast to the blonde savior, perhaps because the great artists of the Renaissance, Dante, Raphael, Titian, Michelangelo, and Leonardo da Vinci, were all the Nordic type. 25 The astonishing version of history in The Passing of the Great Race advances the then accepted explanation for the fall of Rome. Dolicho blonde Roman patricians committed race suicide by not having children, by marching off to war, and by leaving their slaves at home to breed freely. 26 It was not for nothing that Grant and David Starr Jordan, Stanford University's president and a leading peace advocate, worked together on committees at the Eugenics Record Office. Jordan, for instance, deplored the war in Europe for wreaking unparalleled havoc in the best racial elements in each nation concerned, thereby exhausting the near future and entailing impoverishment, both physical and mental. 27. 23. Anthroposociology, the science of alien races. These books are all scientific. So insists F. Scott Fitzgerald's Tom Buchanan in The Great Gatsby, 1925. A former Yale football star and member of a secret society, Tom, now 30 and immensely rich, lives in posh East Egg on the north shore of Long Island, well insulated from most of American life. 1 To him and others of his ilk, Lothrop Stoddard, Goddard, figures as a purveyor of scientific stuff that has been proved. Buchanan has a point, for all these race theoreticians cheerfully called upon scientific research, often European. Following this scholarship into obscure nooks and crannies may seem odd today, but in the early 20th century, it surged to the fore in a seductive mix of eugenics degenerate families and Ripley's cephalic index-driven race classification. Thus the passing of the great race grows directly out of a body of work inspired by Georges Vacher de Lapoche, 1854–1936, a French scholar mentioned earlier as an inventor of anthroposociology who was a librarian at the universities of Montpellier, Rennes, and Poitiers and author of the anti-Semitic L'Aryen, Son Rôle Social, 1899. In theory, anthroposociology analyzes the relationship between human bodies and society. But for Lapoche, Ammon, Beddoe, Grant, and other anthroposociologists, heredity conceived of as racial heredity was everything. Environment, class status, individual variation, migration, and wealth, on the other hand, counted for naught, as determined by their science of unit traits. In the United States in the 1920s, such pernicious ideas made sense to racial thinkers whose dogma meshed nicely with that of the German National Socialists. The Nazis adopted Lapoche as an iconic philosopher, styling him as a count or a marquis, whether or not his family in Poitiers was actually aristocratic. Point 2. Lapoche, in turn, had proclaimed himself the acolyte of another French racist of uncertain nobility, Arthur de Gobineau, 1816–82, whose masterwork remained largely unread for decades. A prolific author, Gobineau had published his essay Sur l'inégalité des races humaines, an essay on the inequality of the human races, in 2 volumes in 1853–54 to near complete silence. Only like-minded racists savored the book. Point 3. Another pessimistic racist, Gobineau interpreted history as the rise and fall of the blonde, blue-eyed Aryan race. Aryans rose out of racial genius, but the race mixing that inevitably follows economic development brought it down. When Gobineau excoriated race mixing, he meant the mixing of different races of whites. Gobineau and Lapoche both abhorred race mixing, though they gave it different meanings. For Gobineau, race mixing meant the mating of Aryans with non-Aryans. For Lapoche, it meant the mating of Dolicho blondes with Brachy browns. Lapoche even went so far as to predict a conflict of the races over cephalic indices. I am convinced that in the next century people will slaughter each other by the millions because of a difference of a degree or two in the cephalic index. For today these head-shape theories seem bizarre, confusing, and muddled. But it was all perfectly rational to them, for Lapoche, like Gobineau, observed race mixing in modern France and despaired. Their theories enjoyed increasing credibility. Gobineau cannot be counted as a classic anti-Semite, for he admired Jews as he appreciated blacks, in a stereotypical fashion. As a racist thinker, Gobineau could have been a great deal meaner. As we have seen, applause came to Gobineau from Mobile, Alabama, in the 1850s, when Josiah C. Nott sponsored an edited translation under the title The Moral and Intellectual Diversity of Races. When Lapoche flattered himself to be the first prophet of the Nordic race after Gobineau, he was ignoring the mid-19th century American racists' translation. Lapoche's ignorance is understandable, for the Nott translation, like the original, went largely unnoticed at the time. Who could have known that such arcane weirdness would flourish in the 20th century as science? Gobineau's great breakthrough in the English-speaking world came long after his death, when a Dr. Oscar Levy, whose motives remain obscure, sponsored a new and more faithful translation, published in London and the United States. It was this 1915 translation that brought Gobineau to the attention of racists in the United States and made Aryan a favorite racist term. Like Gobineau, Lapoche believed that two antagonistic races lived in France: long-headed, dolichocephalic, Nordic/Aryan aristocrats, and round-headed, brachycephalic, alpine peasants. 5. Such racist theory swirled throughout the West, with oceans no barrier. Madison Grant and William Z. Ripley shared an enthusiasm for Lapoche's anthroposociology. The bibliography of Ripley's Races of Europe cites Lapoche 25 times, and Lapoche's statistics appear repeatedly in Ripley's tables. 6. In February 1908, Ripley gave his Huxley lecture in New York to Grant's Patrician Half Moon Club. By 1912 Grant was in regular correspondence with Lapoche, whom he called, in wild exaggeration, the most distinguished anthropologist in France. 7. Glimpsed in a certain light, Lapouge did seem impressive. He had published 87 articles collected in 3 books. In the early 1890s his work appeared in the respected journal Revue d'Anthropologie, edited by Paul Topinard, who had inherited the considerable intellectual prestige of Paul Broca's French School of Anthropology. 8. The influential Yale sociologist William Graham Sumner cited Lapouge in the notes and bibliography of his widely read social Darwinist book Folkways. 9. There ended Lapouge's scholarly glory, for he twice failed competitions for the aggregation and was never able to secure a professorship. By the mid-1890s, Lapouge was limited to publication in obscure, provincial journals. His best-known book, L'Arien, sold only 430 of the 1,000 copies printed and was never translated into English. 10. Germanophilic anthroposociology and lack of judgment cost him dearly at home. By the turn of the 20th century, Lapouge was totally marginalized in France. His racist screed L'Arien appeared during the uproar over the Dreyfus affair, and his strident anti-Semitism alienated him from the French social science mainstream of Émile Durkheim. 11. Henceforth, Lapouge influenced only American hereditarians in the 1920s and Nazi Germans in the 1930s. Eugenicists around Grant invited Lapouge to join their Galton Society in 1920 and to present a paper at the highly publicized Second Eugenics Conference at the American Museum of Natural History in 1921. Even Margaret Sanger, the much-admired feminist advocate of birth control, extended a hand by inviting Lapouge to participate in the 6th International Birth Control Conference in New York in 1925. 12. Lapouge, in turn, arranged the French publication of Grant's Passing of the Great Race. L'éclat de la Grande Race, published in 1926 and featuring a long introduction by Lapouge, flopped. Of the 2,000 copies printed, a mere 1,000 were sold. Only in Nazi Germany did Lapouge remain an intellectual hero. German schools used selections of his and Gobineau's work as readings in the French language. L'Arien came out in a German edition as late as 1939. No wonder Hitler's Nazis admired L'Arien. It contained, as a summation, a long section on the Jew as the Aryan's primary competitor for world domination. Lapouge did not envision competition from people of color as much of a problem. Perhaps in the distant future the Japanese and the Negroes of the United States and the Caribbean might constitute a danger, but not very soon. 13. These 17 pages on the Jewish menace repeat every anti-Semitic canard. Jews are smart and have bamboozled the ignorant branchy brown masses with tales of democracy. Jews are a bastard population. Jews have chased out the Nordics. Jews are specialized for parasitism and incapable of productive work. Jews lack military spirit, etc., etc., etc. Page after page of Lapouge's calumny ends with the defeat of Jewish domination, for, he maintains, Jews have no gift for politics. In any event, increasing numbers are converting to Christianity. Ultimately for Lapouge as for Grant, brachycephalic alpines pose the biggest problem because they multiply rapidly, covering the earth with their docile and mediocre posterity. 14. In the United States, a toxic mix of Lapougean anthroposociology, degenerate family studies, and attacks on the Jews came together in the circle of Madison Grant. Grant pretended that his science would stand the tests of time, but in practice the Passing of the Great Race had to be revised in successive editions to adjust to the facts of the First World War. The 1918 edition toned down the original's admiration of Teutons and corrected Grant's confusion over which numbers in the cephalic index are brachycephalic and which dolichocephalic. Anti-German sentiment also encouraged Grant to alter Ripley's terminology. 15. Ripley had called his 3 European races Teutonic, Alpine, and Mediterranean. In the midst of a conflict pitting Americans against Germans, Grant replaced Teutonic with Nordic, further muddying the racial identity of Germans. This question of German racial identity divided 2 of Grant's main European influences, Houston Stewart Chamberlain and Lapouge, both future Nazi racial godfathers. Originally from England but settled in Germany, Chamberlain was married to the daughter of the nationalist composer Richard Wagner. In his Teutonist, anti-Semitic Jeremiad, Die Grundlagen des 19. Jahrhunderts, The Foundations of the 19th Century, of 1899, Chamberlain praised Germans, ancient and modern. Dispensing with science to prove Nordic superiority, Chamberlain argued that all the great men of history, including Jesus, were actually Nordic. Of a less mystical and pan-German folkish turn of mind than Chamberlain, Lepoge put his faith in the science of the cephalic index, even though his theories led him into a morass of measurements that, amazingly, racial science accepted without a qualm. Whereas Chamberlain adored all Germans, Lepoge prized the dolichocephalic, blonde Nordic he called Homo Europaeus, who was hardly the same as modern Germans. Lepoge classified 70% of northern Germans as dolichocephalic and only 20% as pure Homo Europaeus. In southern Germany, he counted 20% as dolichocephalic and only 3% as pure Homo Europaeus. The rest were hopelessly brachycephalic Alpines. Only a few dolicho-blondes still existed in France, he lamented, while thank heaven Americans were as Nordic as northern Germans. 16 This was supposed to be bad for the French but good for Americans, since Alpines were acquiring a mean reputation. Grant belonged to the side that made Germans more Alpine than Teutonic or Nordic. For Grant, moderns and ancients were entirely separate populations. Just as modern Greeks were said not to have descended from beautiful ancient Greeks and modern Italians supposedly bore little relationship to imperial ancient Romans, anthroposociologists denied modern Germans any claim to the virtues of the ancient Teutonic tribes. This rendered German claims to Teutonic racial identity one of their modern Germans' most grandiose pretensions. 17 Adopting the long-standing assumption that Alpines were slavish but brutal peasants, Grant was going along with prevailing racist orthodoxy to explain how Germans could commit war crimes such as the rape of Belgium. The answer: Germany was no longer Nordic, but Alpine. Preserving their ideal of Teutons as a progressive and intelligent race, racists redefined Alpines. Unlike the docile, peasant sluggards of old, Alpines now emerged as inherently vicious rapists. This supposed change in German race temperament was thought to date back to the 17th century. According to Madison Grant, the 30 Years' War killed off Germany's finest manhood, the big blonde fighting man. That generation's bloodletting created a population vacuum, which inferior Alpines, Wendaish and the Polish types, rushed in to fill. 18. What, then, were racial theorists to say about German Americans, who were fast gaining American old stock identity? Between 1900 and 1920, Germans never exceeded 4% of immigrants to the United States, and their political profile remained low. When German Americans did not rally to Germany's side in 1914, and the United States entered the war against Germany in 1917, German-American newspapers and associations proclaimed their pro-American, anti-German loyalty. 19. Even so, during a late 1917–early 1918 bout of anti-German sentiment, German Americans endured a good deal of harassment. Localities and states banned use of the German language, local vigilante groups burned German books, and a German immigrant was lynched in Illinois in 1918. In response to these attacks, many German-American newspapers shut down, and churches began to conduct services exclusively in English. By the war's end, German-American institutions had fallen drastically in number and importance, furthering assimilation. 20 Germans, whether in Germany or in the United States, did not hold the attention of patrician American racists, who preferred their own version of class analysis. Like so many hereditarians in this long and dour story, Lothrop Stoddard, 1883–1950, was of old New England stock, apparently sharing an ancestor with the Reverend Jonathan Edwards of Northampton, Massachusetts. After a period of study in Dresden, Stoddard graduated from Harvard, read law at Columbia, and then left the legal profession to earn a Ph.D. in history at Harvard. Early on, Stoddard's instincts warned against the threat posed by people of color. Houghton Mifflin published his Ph.D. dissertation in 1914 as The French Revolution in San Domingo, a work that obsessively chronicles the birth of independent black and brown Haiti by dint of a massacre of all but a score of its whites. 21 Stoddard became Madison Grant's protégé in eugenics, and, in turn, Grant wrote the introduction to Stoddard's first widely read book, The Rising Tide of Color Against White World Supremacy, 1920. At that point, the two focused their demographic anxieties somewhat differently. Grant worried far more about inferior European races, while Stoddard warned of a yellow peril. 22. Next came Stoddard's frenzied contribution to white race theory, really an attack on the working class, The Revolt Against Civilization, The Menace of the Underman, in 1922. The Revolt Against Civilization announces its target as communism, the movement of the proletariat, by placing the hammer and sickle on its cover. See Figure 23.1, Revolt Against Civilization cover, 1922. The title page announces the author's impeccable academic qualifications: Lothrop Stoddard, A.M., Ph.D. Harv. But open the book, and hordes of vicious, stupid, fast-breeding, alpine Brachy Browns pour out of Stoddard's mishmash of degenerate families, Jews, Bolshevism, intelligence test, hereditarian. Stoddard brings class into the picture, a category on a par with his idea of race. On the authority of Goddard, Yerkes, and the Army IQ tests, Stoddard declares intelligence to be predetermined by heredity and race. Intelligence also accompanies class standing. The higher the class, the higher the intelligence. Of course. In Stoddard's arrangement, the classification of Americans excludes Italians and colored, two catch-all categories, 1 IQ point apart. 23, see Figure 23.2. Stoddard's IQ results by class and race. Stoddard agreed with Grant and the anthroposociologists on the fundamentally determining role of heredity. Racial impoverishment, according to Stoddard, is irreparable. 24. His remedy, eugenic race cleansing, mentioned 8 times in 5 pages, race purification, and race perfecting, through sterilization of the underman. 25. Nothing if not a vivid writer, Stoddard paints a cinematic word picture of the feeble-minded Jew, Kalakak, Polish, Russian, Jewish, French, Canadian, mongrelized alpine underman. The underman is in instinctive and natural revolt against civilization. The potential for revolt is permanent, but in normal conditions society restrains the underman. Still, he remains, he multiplies, he bides his time. In chaotic times such as the post-war present, the underman breaks out, wreaking havoc on civilization, as the Russian Revolution proved. The philosophy of the underman is today called Bolshevism, says Stoddard, and Bolshevism is a product of the Jewish mind. 26. Among white race chauvinists, the belief that Jews manipulate the ignorant working masses, whether alpine, underman, or colored, has proved extremely durable. For Stoddard, the underman is stupid. Americans as a whole might have a mental age of less than 14, as Yerkes's Army IQ tests supposedly revealed, but he makes recent immigrants dumber still. Stoddard's tables rank immigrants from all parts of Europe to demonstrate their relative capacity. His table showing percentage of superiority puts the English at the top and the Poles at the bottom. See Figure 23.3, Stoddard, Table 2, Percentage of Superiority. As though to prove Italians and Portuguese equally feeble-minded, Stoddard compares unidentified IQ test results of American, Northern European, Italian, and Portuguese immigrant school children. 27, see Figure 23.4, Stoddard, Comparative IQs. Charts, tables, and lurid prose carried Stoddard far in the early 1920s. Horace Lorimer's editorials in the Saturday Evening Post urged every American to read Grant and Stoddard if he wishes to understand the full gravity of our immigration problems. 28. Lorimer backed up their warnings with Kenneth Roberts's illustrated articles. Visual aids played a clinching role in hereditarian literature, starting with Dugdale's many pages of statistical tables in the 1870s. As print technology improved, magazines increased their use of illustration, with the Saturday Evening Post in the lead. Kenneth Roberts's anti-immigration articles in the Post exploited the power of images, showing potential immigrants, particularly nameless Eastern European Jews, as inherently alien types, not named individuals. See Figure 23.5, Roberts, A Polish Jew. To illustrate a contrast, hereditarians of self-proclaimed Nordic descent proffered their own images. William McDougall, an Englishman teaching at Harvard, asked in the title of his 1921 book, "Is America safe for democracy? Should the wrong kind of immigrants continue to pour into the United States?" For McDougall, the answer to both questions was obviously no. As support of his contentions, he offered a photograph of his own 5 healthy, outdoorsy, dolicho blonde, and presumably tall children. 29, see figure 23.6, McDougall's children. They pose in profile, the better to show off the length of their heads. Clearly McDougall was doing his part to counter race suicide. As noted, the U.S. Congress had already legislated immigration restriction, and it returned to the issue in 1920, led by Madison Grant's colleague Harry H. Laughlin, head of the Eugenics Record Office's research program, who served Congress as an official expert eugenics agent. Facing the prospect of renewed immigration, and following continual lobbying by Laughlin, Kenneth Roberts, and other race-minded restrictionists, Congress acted. The Emergency Immigration Act of 1921 limited each country's quota of immigrants to 3% of that country's population in the United States in 1910. But with anti-immigrant sentiment running high, temporary measures seemed inadequate to address a permanent threat. Congress began holding hearings on further restricting immigration. The only counter-testimony came at the behest of New York's liberal Jewish Congressman Emanuel Seller, who represented a heavily immigrant district. And even that was rushed and qualified. Herbert S. Jennings, a biology professor at Johns Hopkins, had studied with Charles Davenport at Harvard and, as a graduate student, had even rented a room in Davenport's house. Repeatedly postponed until November 1923, Jennings's testimony on Laughlin's materials showed that the region sending the most people into insane asylums was not any place in southern or eastern Europe. It was Ireland, now nestled within the Nordic fold. 30. Paying Jennings no heed, the Immigration Committee passed its draconian measure. The Immigration Restriction Act of 1924, aimed particularly at Italians and Jews, limited immigration to 2% of the 1,890 census, which had been taken before the Great Southern and Eastern European increase. These quotas remained in force until 1965. Looking back, the Commissioner General of Immigration credited Roberts's articles and books and the Saturday Evening Post's coverage of the immigration issue as definitive in persuading Congress to curtail immigration. 31. In the early 1920s, Americans at the Summit of American Politics and Industry popularized the science of white alien races. In Whose Country Is This? 1921, Vice President Calvin Coolidge spoke to readers of Good Housekeeping, the most popular American women's magazine in the era, warning that the United States must allow only the right sort of immigrant in, one with a capacity for assimilation to the America of the Pilgrims, Plymouth Rock, Harvard College. The wrong sort, who comes expressly to tear down, must be barred by limitations according to racial tradition or a national experience. Coolidge mixes up races, nationalities, and politics in a manner thoroughly characteristic of the times, inveighing against racial deterioration from the mixing of peoples of divergent races, that is, Italians and Jews. We must face the situation unflinchingly. Not be so sentimental. There are racial considerations too grave to be brushed aside for any sentimental reasons. 32. In October of the following year, President Warren G. Harding recommended Stoddard's Rising Tide of Color by name in a speech, bolstering its esteem. The Saturday Evening Post editor George Horace Lorimer had already been pushing the work of Madison Grant and Lothrop Stoddard and publishing Kenneth Roberts's reports on immigration as a national catastrophe. In 1924, Lorimer upped the ante with a series of articles on new immigrants from Europe by Stoddard, who wrapped himself in the mantle of science by importing entire hunks of Grant's Passing of the Great Race, complete with Ripley's photos of Nordic, Alpine, and Mediterranean racial types, cephalic indices, and Grant's ridiculous maps of the European races, showing Germany with alternating Nordic and Alpine stripes. Stoddard located the racial factor as the root cause of the world's problems. 33. Racial as in Europeans and Japanese. Building on this published onslaught of Nordic chauvinism, real life added the specter of a newly invigorated Ku Klux Klan. The original Ku Klux Klan, founded after the Civil War as an anti-black, anti-Republican militia, had withered during Reconstruction under federal anti-terrorist prosecution. However, the hysteria of the First World War years gave it a new foundation in 1915 on Stone Mountain, Georgia. This new Klan of the 1920s cast a wider net than the old, no longer limiting its attacks to black people with political ambitions. In the 1920s its 5 million members spread from Maine to Oregon and from Indiana to Florida took out after Catholics, Kikes, and Coloreds, or, less poetically and more accurately, after Catholics, Jews, black people, foreigners, organized labor, and the odd loose woman. 34 In Tulsa, Oklahoma, in 1921 police and sheriff's deputies joined Klansmen in a pogrom against African Americans, destroying homes, businesses, and lives in an attack hardly mourned as an assault on Americans. It was as though black Americans constituted some kind of alien race living outside the category of Americans. Thinking along Klan lines was just that widespread. Klansmen came very close to taking over the Democratic Party in the 10-day-long Democratic Presidential Nominating Convention in New York City in 1924. With Governor Alfred E. Smith of New York, a Catholic grandson of immigrants, one of the two most likely nominees, the other was Woodrow Wilson's son-in-law, the Georgian William Mikado. Anti-Catholic, pro-Klan delegates blocked the incorporation of an anti-Klan plank in the party platform. Mikado forces fought the anti-Klan plank with the support of William Jennings Bryan, three-time Democratic presidential candidate, a fight that included Bryan's kneeling in prayer for unity on the convention floor. 35 By the end, a New York Times editorial lamented, "The Southern states have lifted up their hand against Governor Smith not on personal but on religious grounds. They are against him simply and solely because he is a Catholic, and because the Klan has made itself such a political power in their states that they dare not go against its command to exclude Catholics from public office in the United States." 36 The following year witnessed the spectacle of thousands of Klansmen in full hooded regalia marching down Pennsylvania Avenue in Washington, D.C. For Coolidge, Harding, and others of their ilk, race and nation equaled political ideology, with the right races and nations assimilating into middle-class, Anglo-Saxon America, and the alien races and nations kicking up sand in their demands for workers' rights. Coolidge extended the peril across the generations. The unassimilated alien child menaces our children just as surely as the alien industrial worker menaces our industry. 37 From father to son and mother to daughter, alien races remained alien. The early 1920s also witnessed the most brazen anti-Semitic publications, coming not from some weird fringe but from Henry Ford, the heroic symbol of American industry and an admirer of Ralph Waldo Emerson's English traits. 38 Ford embodied 20th-century American technological progress as the Flivver King, who was mass-producing Model T automobiles for the great American middle class. By the end of 1913, his Dearborn, Michigan, assembly line had produced 500,000 cars. 39 A self-proclaimed pacifist, Ford had attempted to end the war by sponsoring a hastily organized peace ship to Europe in 1915.40. By then he had also embraced a notion gaining credence in Europe, the belief that the Jew had caused the war. That conviction moved Ford to create a means of publicizing this idea in the form of a newspaper that came in every new Model T automobile. Ford's Dearborn Independent played a new role in American culture by spewing anti-Semitism and putting notoriously false documents into international circulation. In an era of mounting race talk, Henry Ford domesticated European anti-Semitisms, the international Jew, in a manner worthy of Georges Vacher de Lapoche's Anthroposociology, even adding an English fillip. The ghostwriter of Mr. Ford's own page, one W. J. Cameron, pervade the beliefs of an obscure but persistent current in English and American religion, Anglo-Israelitism. According to this sect, Anglo-Saxons were the real descendants of the 10 lost tribes of Israel, and England and the United States were the real Holy Land. This logic made Anglo-Saxons into the chosen people and modern Hebrews into impostors. Jesus was not really Jewish. In fact, he was the Nordic ancestor of modern Germans, Scandinavians, and English people. 41 Ford's own obsessions imagined the Jews less as impostors than as the international financiers he believed to be building up the labor unions he hated in order to reduce competition and raise prices. That this made no sense whatever did not give him pause. 42. The Dearborn Independent ran its first series of anti-Semitic articles in 1920 and 1921. These pieces, collected in 4 volumes as The International Jew, The World's Foremost Problem, 1920-22, circulated internationally and, with German support, were translated into 16 languages. The Dearborn Independent created additional mischief by publishing the fraudulent protocols of the Learned Elders of Zion. Originally published in Russia in 1917, this document was purported to be the minutes of a secret 1897 meeting of Jewish leaders planning to take over the world. The Dearborn Independent also gave an American twist to the European anthroposociological theory that the Jews had incited dumb Alpines into committing atrocities during the war. For Ford, the Jews were committing yet another crime by duping Southern black people into migrating out of the South into his territory in the North. 43 This new twist to the politics of race would soon bear fruit in the shape of changing definitions of race. For the time being, though, the racial problem still meant immigrants from Southern and Eastern Europe white people. 24. Refuting racial science. Racial science roared on for decades in the United States, and it might have continued much longer but for European events. Not until Nazi Germany awakened American geneticists and social scientists to the import of their scholarship did many realize that what called itself racial science was merely prejudice. The passing from the scene of key figures also vitiated hereditarian. George Horace Lorimer, editor of the Saturday Evening Post, and Madison Grant, the eugenics mogul, both died in 1937. More important, figures with real scholarly bona fides started speaking up loud enough to be heard. Not that dissent had been lacking entirely. The reassessment had begun quietly as early as the First World War, when a cadre of Columbia University geneticists resigned from the prime eugenics organization, still called the American Breeders' Association. In 1921 Franz Boas had published an article in the Yale Review questioning the racial interpretation of Army IQ tests, and in 1922 Walter Lippmann in the New Republic had denounced mental testers' claim to measure permanent, intrinsic intelligence. That kind of mental testing, he wrote, has no more scientific foundation than 100 other fads, vitamins and glands and amateur psychoanalysis and correspondence courses in willpower, and it will pass with them into that limbo where phrenology and palmistry and characterology and the other Babu sciences are to be found. 1. But hard-minded IQ testers hung on, dismissing such objections as mere emotion and claiming that no Jewish critic could think objectively about racial matters. 2. As noted earlier, the Johns Hopkins professor Herbert Jennings's scrutiny of the anti-immigration material of the House Immigration and Naturalization Committee revealed that data used to discredit immigrants from Southern or Eastern Europe had been misinterpreted and that, among immigrants, the Irish, now considered good Nordic Old immigrants, were most likely to land in institutions. This was not what the House Committee wanted to hear, and it buried these findings. Jennings published his views in 2 journals with limited circulation, The Survey, the Journal of Social and Charity Workers, and Science, which was aimed at academicians. It is particularly in connection with racial questions in man that there has been a great throwing about of false biology, he concluded quietly. 3. African American social scientists also attacked Carl Brigham's classification of soldiers' test scores by race and nation. Horace Mann Bond, director of the School of Education at Langston University, a predominantly black institution in Oklahoma, was a doctoral student of the distinguished Chicago sociologist Robert Park. In 1924 Bond refuted Brigham's reasoning in The Crisis, the organ of the National Association for the Advancement of Colored People, edited by W.E.B. Du Bois, by showing that test scores correlated with funding for education. The key to test scores, therefore, lay not in race but in state policy, that is, in the environment. 4 In Opportunity, the organ of the National Urban League, Bond added that if Brigham were correct that Nordics were smartest, then men from the South with the purest racial stock of the so-called Nordic branch now existent in America should have scored highest. Instead, white Southerners achieved a mental age of only 12.5, a year less than the overall national average. 5. Criticism of racial science continued with an article in the November 1927 issue of American Mercury by Raymond Pearl, a professor of biometry and vital statistics at Johns Hopkins. Pearl called eugenics a mingled mess of ill-grounded and uncritical sociology, economics, anthropology, and politics, full of emotional appeals to class and race prejudices, solemnly put forth as science, and unfortunately accepted as such by the general public. 6. Another change was in the air of academia. Earlier studies had taken for granted the factual existence of races, as in races of Europe. Therefore, studies of racial mental differences were considered interesting as scientific research topics that could be studied objectively. But by the late 1920s, psychology and sociology had begun focusing on the subjective nature of racial differences in society. Soon race prejudice became a subject worth analyzing. 7. Here Robert Park, Bond's dissertation advisor, pioneered. Park's classic 1928 essay, Human Migration and the Marginal Man, emphatically separated race from culture. The migrant was to be seen as a person emancipated, enlightened, and even cosmopolitan. Recent immigrants to the United States were creating, not injuring, civilization. This migrant might be a man living on the margin of two cultures and two societies, which never completely interpenetrated and fused. But that was a good thing. Take as an example an emancipated Jew like the Berlin-born, South Carolina-raised novelist and critic Ludwig Louison, who had published his autobiography Upstream, an American Chronicle in 1922. For Park, Louison bridged two cultures, offering the best example of the processes of civilization and progress. 8. Here notions of change and promise replaced the frozen biological determinism of eugenics. E. A. Ross, who had trashed immigrants before the war, could by 1936 write, "Difference of race means far less to me now than it once did." 9. Even Vineland's Henry H. Goddard was having second thoughts. Perhaps he had put too much faith in intelligence tests. In a 1927 article for Scientific Monthly he admitted that his feeble-minded students who had tested badly should be allowed to live in the general population, even to have children. 10. No voice for common sense spoke louder than that of Franz Boas, by the 1920s an elder statesman in his 60s who had been in the United States for 40 years. When he arrived in 1887, anthropology had been dominated by Mayflower gentlemen in museums stockpiling ancient bones and artifacts. Boas had gone forward to train most mid-20th century leaders of the field, many immigrant-descended PhDs teaching in universities just at the point when anthropology was delivering new scientific truths about race. For Boas, scientific racism, especially the supposedly premier test of race, had never seemed sound. The unchanging cephalic index, he pointed out, could, in fact, change quite quickly as a person's environment changed. It was culture that mattered, and culture changed by generation. Culture, race, and language were three independent and equal qualities. Boas never gave up on the idea of race, but he continually opposed racism. 11. By the early 1920s Alfred L. Kroeber, a former Boas student, now a professor at the University of California at Berkeley, pointed out that Northern blacks scored higher than Southern whites on the Army IQ tests. 12. Another Boas student, Otto Kleinberg, 1899–1992, pressed the investigation in two important directions. The son of immigrants to Canada, Kleinberg held a BA in philosophy from McGill, an MA in psychology from Harvard, an MD from McGill, and a PhD in psychology from Columbia. Having entered the Boas circle in 1926, Kleinberg soon realized, as did the anthropologists, that human behavior could not be abstracted from its cultural context. Throughout a long life of international experience in his research in UNESCO and through professorships in Brazil and France, Kleinberg continued to study racial differences, prejudices, and discrimination. 13. After discovering disparities in test scores between northwestern Kwakiutl Indians who lived on the reservation and those who lived off it, Kleinberg tested Carl C. Brigham's correlations in A Study of American Intelligence, 1924, between race and IQ in Europe. In Italy, France, and Germany in the mid-1920s, he found no differences in the performance of Mediterraneans, Alpines, and Nordics. 14 Returning to the United States in 1929, Kleinberg was delighted to meet Brigham at a psychological meeting and eager to confront the older scholar. I told him how pleased I was to meet him, since I had just completed research related to his study. His reaction rather took the wind out of my sails. "Oh," he said, "I don't stand by a word of that book." 15. Indeed, in 1930 Brigham published an article retreating from the claim that test scores represented a single unitary thing called intelligence. Psychologists claiming to test intelligence, Brigham conceded, have been guilty of a naming fallacy. Brigham's emphasis. Taking aim at his own book, A Study of American Intelligence, he called his methods absurd, adding that his and Yerkes's methodology with its entire hypothetical superstructure of racial differences collapses completely. Looking back at his book, Brigham called it one of the most pretentious of these comparative racial studies and pronounced it without foundation. 16 But the restricted circulation of Brigham's article meant that A Study of American Intelligence carried on as a racist authority for many more years. Kleinberry's second major publication dealt another blow to racial science. Yerkes and the mental testers of the 1910s and 1920s had always claimed to test innate intelligence, not the influence of schooling or environment. Northern black men scored higher than Southern black men, and the longer black men had lived outside the South, the higher their scores. When some Northern black men scored higher than Southern white men, what might that portend? More and more anthropologists used Kleinberry's analysis to highlight the role of environment in intelligence and to weaken the biological determinism of racial science as applied also to non-blacks. Culture was gaining on race, sped along by German Nazi aggression. Then along came another student of Franz Boas. The first child of her mother's Vassar College class of 1885, Ruth Fulton Benedict, 1887–1948, was born in New York City to a life that promised upper-class ease. See Figure 24.1, Ruth Benedict. Her father was a doctor, and both parents were Mayflower descendants. However, her father's death when she was not quite two plunged her mother into financial distress and a long bereavement. Then a childhood bout of measles rendered Ruth partially deaf. Frequent moves followed in pursuit of paying employment for her mother. Tantrums and depressions blighted young Ruth Fulton's childhood. Around 1900 the family ended up in Buffalo, where her mother worked as the city librarian, and Ruth and her younger sister, Marjorie, attended a Tony Episcopal private school on scholarships. In the fall of 1905, thanks to the charity of strangers, the two sisters entered Vassar. One of the prestigious Seven Sisters Eastern Women's Colleges, Vassar prided itself on developing both brain and bosom. 17 Certainly Ruth had plenty of the former. She and her sister followed their mother into Phi Beta Kappa. An English major, she continued to write and publish poetry for several more decades. After graduating in 1909, Ruth Fulton embarked on the obligatory upper-class European tour, which included 3 months in Germany, 2 of them in Dresden. 18 Returning to Buffalo, she joined the local charity organization Society as a friendly visitor to Polish and Italian families, teaching them American behavior. At 24, realizing the arrogance and futility of this work, she joined her younger sister, now married to a minister, in Pasadena, California, and taught in girls' high schools for 2 years. 19 Teaching, too, however, failed to fulfill her intellectually or emotionally. At this point, Stanley Rossiter Benedict, the brother of one of her Vassar classmates, was courting her aggressively. They married in 1914. 3 years older than his wife and another Mayflower descendant, Stanley Benedict had earned a Ph.D. in biochemistry from Yale in 1908. He was a single-minded, persistent, and rigid man who opposed her working outside their home. On vacations at Lake Winnipesaukee, in New Hampshire, Stanley was wont to race about in a motorboat, Ruth preferred paddling a canoe. 20 Nor did home life suit her. Sitting about their suburban home while he commuted to Cornell Medical School in New York City, she wrote biographies of feminist authors that went nowhere. Houghton Mifflin's rejection of her Life of Mary Wollstonecraft in 1919 only steeled her resolve for further study, first a class with the philosopher John Dewey at Columbia, then more at the fledgling New School for Social Research. At the New School, Benedict studied gender in many different cultures with the wealthy and well-connected anthropologist Elsie Clews Parsons, a Columbia Ph.D. and a member of the Boas Circle. Benedict's abilities impressed Parsons, and she and another of Benedict's New School instructors took her to meet Boas. Waiving the regular requirements, he admitted Benedict into Columbia's Ph.D. program in anthropology during the spring of 1921. Benedict was 33, Boas, 63.21. The two remained close collaborators, running the Columbia Department of Anthropology together until his forced retirement in 1936. By the fall of 1922, Benedict was serving as Boas's teaching assistant, often guiding Barnard undergraduates around the American Museum of Natural History. One such student was Margaret Mead, 1901-78, who had moved to New York City to be near her fiancé, a student at the Union Theological Seminary. But Benedict's enthusiasm for anthropology galvanized Mead. She became Mead's mentor, and she and Boas persuaded Mead to switch from psychology to anthropology for graduate school, to do work that matters. The Benedict-Mead relationship steadily deepened, moving from teacher-student to colleague-colleague to friends, lovers, and lifelong intellectual collaborators. When Mead's daughter was born in December 1939, Benedict was in California writing her book on race and had been separated from her husband for 9 years. She crocheted booties and sent them to the baby. 22 The bond between Mead and Benedict even outlasted Benedict's death in 1948. 23 Mead served as Benedict's literary executor and published 2 books about her. 24 Looking back, Mead recalled Benedict as a very shy, almost distrait absent-minded, middle-aged woman. She was 34 years old whose fine, mouse-colored hair never stayed quite pinned up. Week after week she wore a very prosaic hat and the same drab dress. She stammered a little when she talked with us and sometimes blushed scarlet. 25 Benedict always thought of herself as a misfit but also suspected that her deviance nourished her intellectual creativity. 26 As Mead reports in her autobiography, Blackberry Winter, My Earlier Years, Benedict was subject to depressions and migraines. She expected the worst from people and steeled herself against it. 27 And Benedict was indeed a misfit, but not one of her own making. There was the question of gender. Here was a Columbia professor with a Columbia doctorate who was not appointed assistant professor until 1931, after a dozen years of teaching, advising dissertations, and publishing a best-selling book. She had also served as editor of the Journal of American Folklore for 7 years. In 1936 she finally rose to associate professor, but not to full professor until 1948, after being elected president of the American Anthropological Association. Outside of Columbia, by contrast, Benedict reigned as a leader in her scholarly field and as the public face of anthropology. She wielded enormous power both across the United States and especially among New York's intelligentsia. 28 In the 1920s she had begun an active career explaining anthropology to non-anthropologists, publishing articles in The Nation, The New Republic, American Mercury, Scribner's, and Harper's. Mead saw her as anthropology's press committee, a one-woman popularizing force. 29 No wonder she felt conflicted. Actually, Mead arrived first. 15 years younger than Benedict, Mead jumped onto bestseller lists in 1928 with Coming of Age in Samoa, a study of women's adolescence stressing cooperation over competition, but also offering sexual titillation. 6 years later, Benedict's first book, Patterns of Culture, also thrived, particularly after publication of a cheap paperback edition in 1946. By the 1980s it had sold nearly 2 million copies and been translated into 21 other languages. Even today, Patterns of Culture introduces anthropology to the lay public by touting the importance of culture over biology and of culture as learned behavior, as personality writ big. The book describes three cultures: the Zuni of the American Southwest, the Kwakiutl of the American Northwest, and the Dobue of the Pacific Islands. Borrowing terminology from Friedrich Nietzsche, Benedict labels the Zuni as serenely Apollonian, the Kwakiutl she saw as violently Dionysian, and the Dobue were just plain paranoid. Starkly contrasting behaviors, Benedict divides these groups according to culture, not by race. This message, then, focuses on the possibility of change, for culture, not transmitted biologically, changes over time, while race presumably is a permanent condition. Intriguingly, however, Benedict could not escape her own class and culture. She slips phrases into patterns of culture that place herself and her presumptive readers squarely in the Nordic column. Arguing generally against race prejudice in her introductory pages, she deplores the drawing of the so-called race line against our blood brothers the Irish. Across this imagined race line, French face off against Germans, though in bodily form they alike belong to the Alpine sub-race. 30 old habits of thought died hard, even within the Boas circle. During the 1930s, Benedict did all the work of a senior scholar. She also ran the Columbia Anthropology Department, though without a title, since the university administration could not imagine a woman as departmental chair. Things worsened under Boas's replacement, Ralph Linton, who disliked Benedict and soured the department's atmosphere against her. After she died, Linton flashed a Melanesian charm, bragging that he had used it to cause her death. 31 old, exhausted, and ill, Boas still came to the department once or twice a week, but events in Germany increasingly preoccupied him. At first Benedict deplored his giving up science for good works, calling it a waste of scholarly energy. But as the Nazis stepped up their anti-Semitic persecution, she came to share Boas's distress and joined his anti-racist activism. 32 Nazi violence awakened many an American intellectual, so Benedict's anti-racist work stands for a gathering tendency among scholars. More and more, Nazi anti-Semitism wrenched them away from the idea of a Jewish race, and even from drawing racial lines among any Europeans and their progeny. While on sabbatical in Pasadena in 1939, Benedict wrote Race, Science and Politics, 1940, a book widely praised for its clear explanation of anthropology's thinking about race but ultimately confused and confusing. In the first edition, Benedict speaks as an anthropologist sorting out for laymen the differences between race and racism. Race, Benedict explains on the foreword's first page, is a matter for careful scientific study. Racism is an unproved assumption. The text carefully distinguishes hereditary, biological race from the learned behavior of culture and language. Culture does not depend on race, and Italians, Jews, and the British are not races. There is no such thing as Nordic civilization. 33. Given the continuing allure of scientific racism, Benedict is presenting a useful summary. But race, science and politics is very much of a piece with its time, a statement crafted in the long shadow of the anthroposociology of Georges Vacher de la Poge, whom Benedict confronts by name on the first page of the main text and totally in the thrall of cephalic indices, Nordics, Alpines, and Mediterraneans. 34 She was trying to dig out of a very deep race hole, and she could get only halfway into clarity, as befit the confusions of her era. For all its fine intentions, this book contains predictable contradictions. As in the early 20th century, ways of thinking about race, science and politics hardly touches on non-Europeans. The races in question are mainly white, as though all Americans descended from Europeans and African Americans hardly counted. Benedict translates white race as Nordics and other varieties as Alpines, Mediterraneans. She says Europeans are too mixed to be separated by race, then continues to separate the three subdivisions of the Caucasian race as Nordic, Alpine, Mediterranean, as distinguished by hair texture, head form, skin pigment. This echoes William Z. Ripley in 1899, but with a difference that poses a problem. Benedict admits that none of these traits actually correlates with these subdivisions. So Ripley's categories no longer apply. For Benedict, only three great races actually exist: Caucasoid, Mongoloid, and Negroid. They are most definite, but Boaz, she admits, has his doubts and sees just two: Mongoloid, which includes Caucasic, and Negroid. 35 later editions grew even murkier. After the United States entered the war in December 1941, Benedict revised race by taking non-whites more fully into account. Now Benedict speaks as the citizen of a belligerent power whose allies include Asians and Africans. 36 Nazism has heightened her awareness of American racism, which she mentions in the foreword to the 1945 edition. By now race in her eyes includes African Americans as well as the descendants of Europeans. In all three editions of Race, Science and Politics, Benedict speaks as a Mayflower descendant, a stance Boas had actually recommended in order to lend her book an aura of disinterested fairness. In 1940 she writes as those of us who are members of the vaunted races and descendants of the American Revolution. In 1943 and 1945 she says, we of the white race, we of the Nordic race, must make it clear that we do not want the kind of cheap and arrogant superiority the racists promise us. 37 This assumed bond between author and readers harks back to the early 1900s, when New England ancestry was supposed to confer intellectual soundness and readers were thought to belong to the same elevated class. That would mean a narrower, rather than a wider, readership. With the war, however, widening the readership for anti-racist thinking became more important. Between new editions of Race, Science and Politics, Benedict collaborated with a Columbia colleague, Jean Weltfish, on a 32-page, 10-cent pamphlet, The Races of Mankind, 1943. Aimed at schools, churches, YMCAs, and USOs, Races of Mankind denounces racial chauvinism, quoting both racists and anti-racist experts and explaining that no European is a pure anything and that Aryans, Jews, Italians are not races. Describing the actual existence of race as a meaningful category of analysis, Benedict and Weltfish were not willing to go as far as the literary critic Jacques Barzun and the anthropologist Ashley Montague. In 1937 Barzun had published Race, A Study in Superstition, whose title says it all. Montague's 1942 Man's Most Dangerous Myth, The Fallacy of Race called the idea of race the witchcraft of our time. 38 Both these books sold well in multiple editions, but social scientists worldwide could not agree. Even the anti-racist UNESCO Statement on Race 1952 retained the notion that races actually do exist. 39 Benedict and Weltfish were writing from within the scientific mainstream, confused as it was at the time. For Benedict and Weltfish there were three and only three races: the Caucasian race, A, the Mongoloid race, B, and the Negroid race, C. Their map shows where these three races are located. See Figure 24.2. Most people in the world have in-between color skin. The Caucasoids are in northwestern Europe, not Mediterranean Europe. The Mongoloids occupy a semicircle in Eastern Asia, but not Southeast Asia, Siberia, or Mongolia. Negroids are grouped around the Bight of Benin, not the rest of northern, Saharan, southern, or eastern Africa. Everyone else, presumably, has in-between color skin. Attractive though it might be, this map leaves everything to be explained about race in America, where people from 4 continents were having sex and producing American babies. 40. Fig 24.2. Most people in the world have in-between color skin, in Ruth Benedict and Jean Weltfish, Races of Mankind, 1943. As if the peoples of the Western Hemisphere did not exist and belonged to no races, the map omits them entirely. A further explanation does not help. American Indians are Mongoloid, though they differ physically both among themselves and from the Mongols of China. The natives of Australia are sometimes called a fourth primary race. They are as hairy as Europeans, and yet they live in an area where other peoples have very little body hair. 41 These glaring contradictions existed beside the pamphlet's main points: all peoples much the same, customs not racial, character not inborn, civilization not caused by race, and race prejudice not inevitable. Today the contradictions would seem to consign Benedict and Weltfish to the dustbin of racism. But such a judgment is too hasty. Within the context of their times, their anti-racist main points needed badly to be made and even raised some hackles. Another main point, what about intelligence? Created a brouhaha that got the pamphlet banned from USOs. To disprove the racial character of intelligence, Benedict and Weltfish include 2 pages from Otto Kleinberry's work and a table showing the much higher IQ scores of northern black men compared with those of southern white men. The aim was to illustrate a lesson, the crucial influence of environment on intelligence. Point 42, but this lesson fared badly in Congress. Representative Andrew J. May of Kentucky, chair of the House Military Affairs Committee, barred the pamphlet's distribution to the Army, because the Kleinberg table assigned whites from his state of Kentucky lower scores than northern blacks. Here May spied communistic influence. But the publicity following his censorship made the pamphlet much more widely known. It sold almost 1 million copies in a decade and was translated into French, German, and Japanese and inspired a comic book, a little movie, and a children's book entitled In Henry's Backyard, 1948. Benedict admitted not having enjoyed the work on the 2 books on race, for both had called for synthesis rather than original scholarship. But they nevertheless made her a non-specialist in this field and authority on race in America along the lines of the economist William Z. Ripley almost half a century earlier. Benedict's books were meant to deny scientific legitimacy to the races of Europe, but other scholars still leaned the other way. In 1939, the Harvard anthropologist Carlton S. Kuhn, 1904–81, published a successor volume to Ripley's classic. In 1934, Kuhn's former professor and now Harvard colleague Ernest Houghton had suggested an update, and the flattered Kuhn, then an assistant professor, took on the plum assignment after speaking with Ripley, who was still teaching economics at Harvard and up to his ears in analysis of railroads. Point 43. It was a weird undertaking. Kuhn began by trivializing Ripley's taxonomy, dismissing him as a lumper, not a splitter, and one with only 3 criteria: cephalic index, stature, and pigmentation. This would not do for a 20th-century physical anthropologist like Kuhn. The task took 5 years, and when finally published in 1939, Kuhn's version of Races of Europe included a near infinity of measurements and photographs of Europeans shown frontally and in profile, arrayed in categories called Carpathian and Balkan-Baribi-like types, Upper Paleolithic survivals in Ireland, the Alpine race in Germany, aberrant alpine forms in Western and Central Europe, long-faced Mediterraneans of the Western Asiatic highlands, etc., etc. Kuhn's ideas about classification were more aesthetic than scientific, which he confessed in an anecdote about his rejection of one subject because the fellow did not look right. The person in question, a consul of a European nation, had hardly any chin. That would not do for the type he was supposed to represent. And so it went. Realizing that the book was ridiculous, Kuhn's publisher tried unsuccessfully to suppress it before publication. The book remains an embarrassing, old-timey artifact. Point 44. After its heyday among race theorists in the 1910s and 1920s, Anglo-Saxonism declined during the Great Depression and the Second World War. A new generation of social scientists had outgrown such blather on race. Now scholars were questioning the very meanings of any and all concepts of race and studying the troubling fact of racial prejudice. Point 45. Ruth Benedict, along with Franz Boas and their like, were beginning to carry the day. Both Boas and Benedict supported the Republican side in the Spanish Civil War, and they battled for academic freedom at Columbia in the late 1930s, where an association with the American Committee for Democracy and Intellectual Freedom, which Boas chaired, got them accused of harboring communist sympathies. Point 46. Boas died before Benedict, holding a glass of wine and a freshly lit cigarette in his hands. He was about to announce a new theory of race when he keeled over dead at lunch in the Columbia Faculty Club in 1942. Benedict went on, using her knowledge of non-Western peoples in the Office of War Information during the Second World War, to explain foreign cultures to officials assigned to deal with them when peace returned. Her study of Japan led to The Chrysanthemum and the Sword, a book analyzing Japanese culture that became her 3rd bestseller, in 1946. She died of a heart attack right at the start of the academic year in September 1948. Benedict's role had been significant in popularizing new scientific views of race, altering, if not obliterating, the notion that Europeans belonged to different races and that the children of European immigrants posed insurmountable social problems. Hers was a critical transition away from the races of Europe, reinforced by fundamental changes in American life. 25. A new white race politics. Though gratifyingly sensible, the fact that scholars changed their minds about the number of white races did not transform society as a whole. While anthropologists like Ruth Benedict were modifying the science of race, changes were occurring outside the ivory tower, even in the race-obsessed 20s. After publication of Henry Ford's Second International Jew article in 1920, for instance, Louis Marshall, a prominent German Jewish lawyer in New York, seconded by other well-educated, well-respected German Jews, telegraphed Ford that his articles constituted libel. 1 The American Jewish Committee circulated a pamphlet by Marshall in November 1920 refuting Ford's allegations. The English-born socialist John Spargo published a book-length refutation, The Jew and American Ideals, and a statement in newspapers across the country in January 1921. Under the banner President Wilson heads protest against anti-Semitism, a shining list of Americans signed their names: William Jennings Bryan, Clarence Darrow, W.E.B. Du Bois, the settlement movement leader Jane Addams, the Columbia historian Charles A. Beard, the muckraking journalist Ida Tarbell, the Stanford University president David Starr Jordan, and many others. 2. Even more important, immigrants and their children were speaking for themselves, telling stories of their transit from outsider to American in picturesque terms. Mary Antin's The Promised Land, 1912, and Abraham Cahan's The Rise of David Levinsky, 1917, came early. Many other autobiographies humanizing immigrants followed, including Samuel Ornitz's Honch and Jowl, 1923, and Anzia Yezierska's The Bread Givers, 1925. True, collegiate English departments were still loath to invite American writing of any sort into the canon of English literature, and these immigrants' works did remain marginal as minority literature. But popular culture knew no such divide. America's best-known immigrant in the mid-1920s was a movie star, Rodolfo Valentino. Though Valentino, born in the southern Italian Puglia region, the home of many an immigrant to the United States at the turn of the century, died at 31 in 1926, he remains an iconic figure. Even in politics, a silver lining peeped through. While a Democratic Party fight over the 1924 anti-Klan plank had been long and hard, many a delegate, even from the South, had proved ready to denounce the Klan by name. The effort had failed, but by only one vote. The 1920 Democratic candidate for vice president, Franklin Roosevelt of New York, had coordinated the Smith forces, struggling about the floor of Madison Square Garden on crutches after a bout with polio. 4 years later, Democrats did nominate the Catholic Al Smith. Fiction, as we have seen, also faced the question of alien races, as in F. Scott Fitzgerald's The Great Gatsby. "Civilization's going to pieces," broke out Tom violently. "I've gotten to be a terrible pessimist about things. Have you read The Rise of the Colored Empires by this man Goddard?" "Why no," I answered, rather surprised by his tone. "Well, it's a fine book, and everybody ought to read it. The idea is if we don't look out, the white race will be utterly submerged. It's all scientific stuff, it's been proved." "Tom's getting very profound," said Daisy, with an expression of unthoughtful sadness. "He reads deep books with long words in them." "What was that word we?" "Well, these books are all scientific," insisted Tom, glancing at her impatiently. "This fellow has worked out the whole thing. It's up to us, who are the dominant race, to watch out or these other races will have control of things. We've got to beat them down," whispered Daisy, winking ferociously toward the fervent sun. "This idea is that we're Nordics. I am, and you are, and after an infinitesimal hesitation he included Daisy with a slight nod, and she winked at me again. And we've produced all the things that go to make civilization, science, and art, and all that. Do you see? 3. But Tom Buchanan is no hero. He is nothing but a boor whose Nordic chauvinism signals his boorishness. The year after Lothrop Stoddard's appearance in The Great Gatsby as this man Goddard, Fitzgerald's friend and rival Ernest Hemingway published a novella entitled The Torrents of Spring, a romantic novel in honor of the passing of a great race, quoting the title of Madison Grant's book. But once again the meaning pokes fun, for the quotation appears as parody. Race hysteria has become the sign of the weak-minded, or of hypocrites. Racists did their part to bring themselves down. David Stevenson, Grand Dragon of the Ku Klux Klan, so powerful in Indiana, kidnapped and raped a white schoolteacher in 1925, mauling her to death. This atrocity after the Klan had made its reputation by attacking race-mixing, loose women, Catholics, and Jews in a self-proclaimed moral crusade. Stevenson went to prison, and the Klan began to sputter out, weakened by increasingly effective opposition by anti-discrimination organizations like the Anti-Defamation League and the National Association for the Advancement of Colored People, creations of the same decade that had seen the refounding of the Klan. The crisis of the Great Depression of the 1930s shook things up even more. The change from 1920s hysteria to 1940s cultural pluralism occurred simultaneously in politics and in culture. As the Irish experience had illustrated, voting played a crucial role in the making of Americans out of the despised race of Celts. Though now snuggled into the Nordic race fold, Irish Americans continued to face discrimination as Catholics. But their difference no longer seemed as intrinsic and permanent as when they were disdained as members of the Celtic race. Indeed, voting made all the difference in the world. Overall voting participation had fallen steadily since its high point in 1896, when about 80% of all eligible voters had cast their ballots. After the turn of the century, none of the political parties, Republican, Democratic, or Socialist, mobilized voters at the grassroots. Immigrants and, increasingly, their children hardly voted at all. The effect of the 1920 19th Amendment to the U.S. Constitution, allowing women to vote, was simply to aggravate low voter participation by doubling the number of eligible voters without mobilizing women to come to the polls. Poor and working-class women outside of college suffrage clubs seldom overcame social obstacles to their voting. In 1924, only about 49% of eligible voters actually voted. 4. People who did vote were more likely native-born of native parentage and economically prosperous. Since both Republicans and Democrats in Congress supported immigration restriction and prohibition, political parties, as the journalist Walter Lippmann noted, remained irrelevant. Consequently, as immigrants from Southern and Eastern Europe gradually naturalized, a process that usually took a decade or more, and their American-born children came of age, they lacked motivation to go to the polls. Only the Irish and their children took full advantage of politics, being well acquainted with the distribution of patronage jobs. 5 In Laughing in the Jungle, 1932, the Slovenian-born journalist Louis Adamic describes the immigrant state of political consciousness even after settling permanently in the United States. The Bohunks had little interest in American events, institutions, and politics. Saturday evenings and Sunday afternoons, when they came together, the talk was largely about affairs in their native villages. Their newspapers devoted a good part of their space to clippings from the small-town sheets of southeastern Europe. 6 But things began to change in the late 1920s. The 1928 presidential race of New York's Democratic governor, Al Smith, created much controversy, dividing the citizenry over prohibition and religion, especially Protestant versus Catholic. While the losing Smith campaign brought more voters to the polls in immigrant neighborhoods, the victory of the cold fish, ultra-Anglo-Saxon Herbert Hoover hardly kept them mobilized. The outcome might have been different if the colorful, down-to-earth Smith had won, but his Catholicism and immigrant background proved too great an obstacle, given the shape of the electorate in 1928. 7 For working-class voters of all backgrounds, only the policies the New Deal made politics engaging. The New Deal policies of the first 100 days in 1933, notably the Civilian Conservation Corps and the Works Progress Administration, did bring new voters out in droves. For the first time, the federal government was addressing the crisis facing working people, so many of them from immigrant backgrounds. 8 in 1934 and, especially, in 1936, masses of young voters flocked to the polls. People who had not voted, voted now, and they voted Democratic. In Chicago, for instance, the electorate was 100% larger in 1936 than in 1920.9. The New Deal coalition supporting Franklin D. Roosevelt was solidly working class. During the First World War, hundreds of thousands of black Southerners had moved to jobs in industrial centers of the North and Midwest, and they represented one of the four members of the coalition. Well-educated, middle-class intellectuals of progressive politics represented the second. White Southerners who traditionally voted for the Democratic Party of the Solid South were a third, and last came a coalition of immigrants and their children, often oriented toward organized labor. Organized labor reaped enormous benefit from the New Deal, with an upsurge of industrial, as opposed to skilled, organizing that brought millions into the labor fold in the mid-1930s, under the aegis of the surging new Congress of Industrial Organizations, CIO. Emboldened unions meant labor power, in the form of protection from arbitrary shop floor management and, potent in the long run, increased wages. For the immigrant working class and outside the South, the working class consisted overwhelmingly of immigrants and their children. Better wages laid the groundwork for economic mobility. This is not to say that the whole New Deal coalition was pro-labor. Not at all. The New Deal coalition, in fact, was as lumpy as could be, with certain parts working against the interests of others. The needs of working-class Northern black voters, for instance, took a backseat to the powerful Southern Democrats' obsession with white supremacy and abhorrence of labor unions. 10 Southerners in Congress kept the New Deal segregated, so that black people were largely excluded from policies regarding labor, housing, education. The newly created Social Security Administration, for example, excluded the two largest categories of black workers, those laboring on farms and in domestic service. The military, of course, remained either segregated, Army, Navy, or exclusionary, Marines, Air Force. African Americans got the worst of it, and President Roosevelt also balanced the interests of his Jewish constituencies against the preferences of his Catholics, as in the case of the radio priest Father Charles Coughlin. Coughlin broadcast from Royal Oak, Michigan, a former Klan stronghold not far from Henry Ford's Dearborn, both near Detroit. In the late 1920s, Ford, in his 70s, had folded his newspaper and largely withdrawn his anti-Semitic crusade, handing his mantle to the nationally popular Coughlin, with whom he lunched monthly. 11 At first Coughlin supported the New Deal, and Roosevelt envisioned Coughlin as a conduit to Catholic voters. Two influential Irish Catholic intermediaries smoothed Roosevelt's approach to Coughlin, the wealthy Joseph P. Kennedy of Massachusetts, father of John, Robert, and Edward Kennedy, and Frank Murphy, the mayor of Detroit. 12 The approach did not yield lasting fruit, however, for Coughlin soured on the New Deal and stepped up his anti-Semitic broadcasts. 13 Anti-Semitism increased in visibility in the United States with the National Socialists' seizure of power in Germany in 1933. German Nazis did not lack supporters in the United States, although the Nuremberg Laws of 1935, which expelled Jewish Germans from a wide range of jobs and institutions, made pro-German sentiments increasingly controversial. Prominent Americans such as William Randolph Hearst, who had extolled Benito Mussolini, Italy's fascist dictator since 1922, did back away from Hitler's more toxic Germany, with its internecine violence, negative eugenics, Jew baiting, and illegal rearmament. 14 Nonetheless, Henry Ford and another hero of American technology found ways to admire Germany. Charles Lindbergh had soared into legend in 1927 as the Lone Eagle by flying across the Atlantic alone in a tiny airplane. He remained a hero in the 1930s. Indeed, he remains a hero today, thanks to his amazing feat of individual skill and bravery. After his triumphant return from France, Lindbergh had taken Ford, then 64, on a plane ride in August 1927. Ford, in turn, made Lindbergh a technological consultant, and the two stayed in close touch until the Lindberghs left the United States in 1935 after the highly publicized kidnapping and murder of their son. Ford remembered later, "When Charles comes out here, we only talk about the Jews." As a resumption of the European war loomed in 1939, Lindbergh published a screamingly racist article in Reader's Digest, in which he cited aviation as another barrier between the teeming millions of Asia and the Grecian inheritance of Europe, priceless possessions which permit the white race to live at all in a pressing sea of yellow, black, and brown. "We, the heirs of European culture, are on the verge of a disastrous war, a war within our own family of nations, a war which will reduce the strength and destroy the treasures of the white race. It is time to turn from our quarrels and to build our white ramparts again." 15 Ford nodded in agreement. Ford and Lindbergh also had German honors in common. Both received the Grand Service Cross of the Supreme Order of the German Eagle, the highest honor to a distinguished foreigner, in 1938 Lindbergh in Germany, Ford in Detroit before an audience of 1,500 prominent citizens. 16 It was not until the pogrom of Kristallnacht in 1938 and the onset of ever more violent attacks on Jews in Germany and Austria that the tide truly turned, and it became more difficult to find anything good to say about the Nazis. Once the United States entered the war that had resumed in 1939, Americans, led by President Franklin Roosevelt and his New Dealers, drew sharper contrasts between Nazi racism and American inclusion. They pointed out that whereas Germany and Japan, the country's two prime enemies, based their national identities in race, the United States had become a nation of nations. Walt Whitman's words in Leaves of Grass of 1855, a nation united in its diversity. This version of the society had been heard earlier in the 20th century. Before the hysteria associated with the First World War snuffed it out, a nascent and similar cultural pluralism had been taking shape. One early example was the Menorah Journal, a magazine created in 1915 by Jewish students at Harvard seeking a middle road between their religious and their national identities, between living as Jews and living as Americans. One of them, Horace M. Collin, 1882–1974, answered Edward A. Ross's intemperate The Old World in the New, 1914, first in 2 articles for The Nation in February 1915, then in a book, Culture and Democracy in the United States, Studies in the Group Psychology of the American Peoples, 1924. 17 His repudiation of the purely Anglo-Saxon character of the United States came to be known as cultural pluralism. Collin chronicled wave after wave of European immigrants, beginning with the British, Irish, Germans, and Scandinavians, and continuing with others long denigrated as new immigrants, French Canadians, Italians, Slavs, Jews. They deserved to be integrated, whereas the Anglo-Saxon stock was highly overrated, whether in burnt-out New England or in the South, where the native white stock, often degenerate and backward, prevail among the whites, who live among 9 million Negroes, whose own mode of living tends, by its mere massiveness, to contaminate the whites. 18 Note that non-Europeans do not figure as immigrants or as constituents of Collin's ideal America. Confusingly, nor do the children of European immigrants come off very well. Collin belonged to the numerous throng of would-be friends of the immigrant who looked askance at their American-born children. The second generation, he regretted, devotes itself feverishly to the attainment of similarity to Anglo-Saxons. The older social tradition is lost by attrition or thrown off for advantage. Crime and vice appeal as routes to wealth and shallow amusement. 19 Better they should return to the picturesque immigrant ways of their parents. So much for a melting pot. Rather than proposing, à la Henry Ford, an Americanizing melting pot, in which immigrant ethnic types would melt into ersatz Anglo-Saxons or be forced to leave the United States, Collin envisioned American culture as a great and truly democratic commonwealth, as an orchestration of mankind. As in an orchestra, every type of instrument has its specific timbre and tonality, founded in its substance and form, as every type has its appropriate theme and melody in the whole symphony, so in society each ethnic group is the natural instrument, its spirit and culture are its theme and melody, and the harmony and dissonances and discords of them all make the symphony of civilization. 20 But Collins was a symphony of purely European civilization. The progressive intellectuals Randolph Bourne and John Dewey quickly echoed Collins' preference for ethnic color in 1916 and 1917. Bourne welcomed our aliens into American culture as equal partners with the Anglo-Saxon, heralding a new United States. We have all unawares been building up the first international nation. America is already the World Federation in miniature, the peaceful living side by side. Dewey admitted, "His theory of the melting pot always gave me rather a pang, because he disliked the idea of a uniform and unchanging product." Speaking to Jewish college students, Dewey much appreciates difference, and is willing to support the cause of Zionism. 21 These sentiments had been a promising start, but such welcoming words largely went silent during the 1920s. Then, in the 1930s, a defender of the immigrants' American children appeared in popular culture. Louis Adamic, 1898 or 1899–1951, was born in Blato, Slovenia, then an Austrian possession. After his prosperous peasant parents sent him to high school, he immigrated to the United States in 1913, a self-described young bohunk. Settling in New York City, Adamic did unskilled labor in the offices of the Narodni Glas, a Slovenian-language newspaper, one of thousands of institutions immigrants had created to serve their communities. Ambitious and hard-working, he began translating articles from the New York World into Slovenian, then graduated to writing about Slovenians in America. When Narodni Glas folded in 1916, a victim of the persecution of foreign-language periodicals during the First World War, Adamic joined the army, where he gained U.S. citizenship. Demobilized in 1923 in San Pedro, California, the port of Los Angeles, he spent the next 6 years there, working and writing colorfully about himself and the Croatian workers in San Pedro. 22. These articles so charmed California literati, notably Carrie McWilliams, Mary Austin, and Upton Sinclair, that they eased Adamic's approach to H. L. Mencken, who in 1928 began publishing the first of 8 of Adamic's articles in the American Mercury, the most fashionable literary magazine of the 1920s. 23, see Figure 25.1, Louis Adamic. After relocating to New York City in 1929, Adamic began to publish at a furious rate. His first real book, Dynamite, The Story of Class Violence in America, appeared in 1931 to favorable reviews and a boost from the Nobel Prize-winning novelist Sinclair Lewis. 24 Dynamite signaled Adamic's abiding sympathy for workers, which soon made him a supporter of the CIO, the great industrial labor federation born of the New Deal. His 1932 autobiography, Laughing in the Jungle, a series of satirical sketches, also well received, earned him a prestigious Guggenheim Literary Fellowship in 1932. As a Guggenheim Fellow, Adamic was able to visit his former home part of Yugoslavia since the end of the First World War for the first time since leaving it nearly 2 decades earlier, bringing along his non-Slav American wife, Stella. In Split, Dalmatia, Adamic met Ivo, John, F. Lupis Vukic, formerly publisher of a foreign-language newspaper in Chicago, who lectured Adamic on the importance of second-generation immigrants in the United States, the strangers most Americans did not understand. Adamic took this idea to heart. 25. Fig 25.1. Louis Adamic on his book tour, 1934. A chronicle of his stay in Yugoslavia, The Natives Return, 1934, became a Book of the Month Club main selection, quickly sold 50,000 books, and remained a bestseller for nearly 2 years. It brought Adamic 20 or more letters a day from Slavs living in the United States. In the course of promoting his book in heavily Slav industrial centers, Adamic delivered his Ellis Island and Plymouth Rock lecture hundreds of times, becoming the prime spokesman for immigrants and their children. His response to the crowds and to yet another nativist editorial by George Horace Lorimer of the Saturday Evening Post coalesced into 30 Million New Americans in Harper's Magazine in November 1934. Despite its patronizing tone, this piece quickly became a classic statement of 1930s cultural pluralism. 30 Million New Americans and Adamic's subsequent books and articles sought to recast the fundamental identity of Americans. His main points were simple: the U.S. population is diverse, not essentially Anglo-Saxon, and immigrants are full-fledged Americans. As he said often, Ellis Island deserves a place at the center of American origins, right next to Plymouth Rock. As the product of so many regions and cultures, the children of immigrants carried a vast potential to enrich the civilization and deepen the culture in this new world. 26. In many ways Adamic unwittingly picked up themes from the 19th and very early 20th centuries. His view of immigrants even shared a point with Ralph Waldo Emerson. Whereas Emerson had blithely consigned these guano races to faceless hard work, death, then service to the greater American good as mere fertilizer, Adamic paused lovingly with immigrant workers while they survived. He gave them names, such as Peter Molac, and listened to their wisdom. Broken after decades of dangerous work in American mines and steel mills, they recognized their alternating role as both builders of American progress and their own word dung. The Bohunks indeed were dung, Adamic agrees in his autobiography, but he loved their natural health, virility, and ability to laugh and the way they saw themselves as working class in their adopted country. A Slav without formal education, like the fictional Molac, would see injustice where millionaires who wore diamonds in their teeth and had bands playing while they bathed in champagne. Living in miserable slums, impoverished immigrant laborers recognized that the fundamental flaw of American society lay in the maldistribution of wealth. 27. In fact, ambivalence dominated Adamic's attitude toward his immigrant peers. Though Colin was writing 2 decades earlier from Harvard, and Adamic focused on working-class neighborhoods in Pennsylvania and the industrial Midwest, both authors depict American-born children of immigrants somewhat unfavorably. As Adamic describes them, most in the second generation are ashamed of their parents and filled with feelings of inferiority, rendering them invariably hollow, absurd, objectionable persons, whose limp handshakes give him the creeps. 28. In time they may contribute to society, but at the moment they constitute a problem, and here Adamic's ambivalence emerges full-blown. The children of immigrants present one of the greatest and most basic problems in this country, in some respects, greater and more basic than the problem of unemployment, and almost as urgent. They are a problem 13 times in the article's 11 pages, on account of their feelings of inferiority, 16 times. Their racial identities, 10 times, separated them from old Anglo-Saxon stock Americans, 9 times. Even their champion was using the language of races to paint a dismal picture. But while Adamic might join Colin in the language of race in 1934, he departs from him in 2 important ways. Adamic usually links race to culture, as if to hedge his bets on permanence. Members of his second generation are distinctive by race and culture, whereas for Colin a generation earlier, race was the same thing as culture. Adamic glimpses the possibility of change in the 30 million new Americans, for he notes the ability of a few young people to become attractive and successful. They simply need encouragement to become full-fledged Americans. Encouragement came from several quarters, notably from a New Jersey Quaker, Rachel Davis Dubois, 1892–1993, a Woodbury High School teacher inspired by W.E.B. Du Bois and angered by Father Charles Coughlin's broadcast anti-Semitism. Du Bois pioneered what was called intercultural education by establishing the non-governmental Service Bureau for Intercultural Education in 1934 to help other teachers reach out to their second and third generation immigrant students and incorporate information about them in their curriculum. Multiculturalism avant la lettre. 29. As she approached the federal government and radio broadcasters with a plan to counter derogatory images of alien races, Adamic was one of her supporters. By 1940, some 83% of American homes had a radio, which the Office of Education in the U.S. Department of the Interior was willing to use if an outlet could be found to carry Dubois' programs on American history, integrating the contributions of, virtually, all groups of Americans. The National Broadcasting Corporation turned Dubois down. Speaking for NBC, James R. Angel, former president of Yale University, found her topic too controversial, concluding, "I think I should let this dog sleep. Certainly I am not disposed to stir up the menagerie just at the moment." The Columbia Broadcasting Corporation, however, welcomed the project and broadcast Americans All, Immigrants All in 26 weekly radio segments between November 1938 and May 1939. See Figure 25.2, Americans All, Immigrants All. The series title came from a 1938 Franklin Roosevelt speech to the Daughters of the American Revolution, in which he announced, "We are all immigrants." In broadcast order, the programs focused on English, Hispanic, Scotch-Irish and Welsh, Negro, French-speaking, Irish, German-speaking, Scandinavian, Jewish, Slavic, Oriental, Italian, and Near Eastern Americans. 30 Success stories. All the various outsiders made their way into American mainstream success via dedicated, hard work. Well, not quite all. Negroes, scrunched down in the lower left-hand corner of the advertisement and dwarfed by talismans of the old slave-holding South, were still struggling for inclusion. Even so, by including African Americans as Americans, Americans All, Immigrants All marked a turning point. For most Americans, seeing Negroes as Americans meant something new under the sun. From St. Jean de Crevecoeur in 1782 to Horace Collin in 1915 and into the late 1930s, to speak of American races was to speak of Americans of Jewish, Slavic, Italian, Irish, German, and, even, Anglo-Saxon and Teutonic background, identities assumed to be more or less permanent. Black people were relegated to a separate and lower racial compartment along with Native American Indians and Asians, not entirely American, if not completely alien. The American was a figure of European heritage. By the late 1930s, however, the prospect of war with the racial state of Nazi Germany was enlarging the concept of American, so that non-whites, notably black people, began to gain a toehold. One of the most popular radio broadcasts of the era reflected a new inclusiveness. The broadcast in question was not America's all-time most popular radio program, the Blackface Amos and Andy Show, but a special broadcast starring an honest-to-goodness black person. The African-American lawyer, actor, and singer Paul Robeson, 1898–1976, performed this broader version of American identity by debuting Ballad for Americans in November 1939 before a CBS radio audience. An 11-minute cantata originally composed for a left-leaning Federal Theater Project review in 1937, Ballad for Americans asks, "Am I an American?" and answers resoundingly, "I'm just an Irish, Negro, Jewish, Italian, French, and English, Spanish, Russian, Chinese, Polish, Scotch, Hungarian, Litvak, Swedish, Finnish, Canadian, Greek and Turk, and Czech and double-Czech American. And that ain't all. I was baptized Baptist, Methodist, Congregationalist, Lutheran, Atheist, Roman Catholic, Orthodox Jewish, Presbyterian, Seventh-day Adventist, Mormon, Quaker, Christian Scientist and lots more." A 20-minute ovation erupted at the song's end, and appreciative callers jammed the network's switchboard for 2 hours. A runaway hit, Ballad for Americans went on to serve as the theme song for the 1940 Republican nominating convention. 31 The two racial systems, one for the races of Europe and the alien races, one for the black/white dichotomy, were beginning to collide, and Robeson's generous list of American roots began an ever-so-slow and bumpy process of substitution of a multiple for a singular, the American national identity. 26. The third enlargement of American whiteness. The Second World War rearranged Americans by the millions. Some 12% among a population of 131.7 million, roughly 16 million people served in the armed forces, which threw together people whose parents hailed from all over Europe. 1 millions of civilians migrated to jobs around the country, further diluting parochial habits. Some 2.5 million Southerners left the South, and Northerners went south to training camps and war work. 2 Louis Adamic had dreamed of a second, more homogenized immigrant generation, and one had already started in the Civilian Conservation Corps, fruit of the New Deal's earliest days. Now, a decade later, millions rather than tens of thousands left home. Let us remember that this mixing occurred with several notable exceptions. Black Americans who numbered some 13.3 million in 1940 were, of course, largely excluded. Their time would come much later, and with revolutionary urgency. But also excluded were Asian Americans. Even so, other Americans, provided they qualified as white for federal purposes, experienced a revolution of their own. Indeed, the white category itself had expanded enormously, well beyond European immigrants and their children. Included now were Mexicans and Mexican Americans. The handsome Julio Martinez from San Antonio plays a leading role in the multicultural army squad of Normal Mailer's best-selling war novel The Naked and the Dead, 1948. No bit player, Martinez, like Red Volson, the Swede from Montana, and Sam Croft, the Anglo-Saxon hunter from Texas, rates a chapter of his own. 3 Since the mid-1930s, federal and Texas state laws had defined Mexicans as white and allowed them to vote in Texas's white primary. 4 While Asian American and African American service personnel were routinely segregated and mistreated, Mexican Americans fought in white units and appeared in the media of the war. Witness the boom in popular war movies. Like Bataan, 1944, starring the Cuban Desi Arnaz, who in the 1950s would become a television star as Lucille Ball's husband in the long-running I Love Lucy series. Meeting new people in new places broke down barriers. The novelist Joseph Heller, 1923–99, left his Jewish corner of Brooklyn's Coney Island and went south to the Norfolk Navy Yard in Portsmouth, Virginia. Heller was not surprised to find that local whites studiously ignored their black fellow workers in the Navy Yard. But the uniform virulence with which Protestants regarded Catholics amazed him. Luckily for Heller, such hostility was not his problem. As a Jewish New Yorker, he became a novelty, treated well and chatted up warmly in lunchtime breaks with a single exception. One discussion, he wrote in his memoir, turned to religion, and I chose to volunteer the information that Jesus was in fact Jewish and of presumed Jewish parentage. The immediate and united stiffening of the entire circle of white faces was an instantaneous warning that they had never been told this before and did not want to be told it now, or ever. Even my closest pals bristled. 5 similar lessons in cultural difference occurred countless times. It was federal policy that supplied lessons in diversity, and federal policy also defined its limits, by means of a rigidly enforced segregation that imprisoned 110,000 Japanese Americans and counted up fractions of Negro blood in order to separate black servicemen from white. 6 By and large, only those being kept apart and their allies noticed the segregation for quite a long while. The loudest notes of wartime stressed inclusion, and the song of brotherhood echoed over the years. This theme of inclusion had emerged during the New Deal of the 1930s as a means of strengthening the democratic allegiance of new voters in immigrant neighborhoods. President Roosevelt addressed immigrants and their children in a spirit of oneness. The outbreak of war in Europe in 1939 intensified American condemnation of intolerance. One of the president's 4 freedoms defining the goals of the war was freedom of religion. 7 In 1940, the popular picture magazine Look showed how far religious prejudice had fallen out of favor by publishing a special issue denouncing anti-Semitism. When Charles Lindbergh in September 1941 blamed the war on the British, the Roosevelt administration, and the Jews, the normally cautious New York Times denounced his anti-Semitism. 8 An example of official wartime Americanism appears in the 7 propaganda movies the U.S. Army Signal Corps commissioned. Entitled Why We Fight and directed by Hollywood's Frank Capra, 1897–1991. These films sought to teach enlisted men the democratic basis of the war. The Capra family's story, one of Sicilian immigrants, presents a cogent example of 2 experiences, one older and one newer. As eventually a fabulously successful filmmaker, Frank Capra stands out from the crowd. His older brother, Ben, was not so lucky. Frank and the rest of his family immigrated to California in 1903 to join Ben, whose life had been more representative of Italian immigrants' misadventures. Ben Capra had contracted malaria while working in the sugarcane fields of Louisiana with other Italians and African Americans. A black woman had nursed him back to health, and he stayed with the black family for 2 years. Later, in New Orleans, Ben fell victim to the beating, kidnapping, and transport that ensnared many a vulnerable immigrant of the time. Shipped to a sugar island in the Pacific Ocean, he and a buddy escaped peonage in a rowboat and were miraculously rescued by an Australian liner and taken on to California. There Ben settled, and there his younger brother Frank spent, as he reports, a miserable American childhood. I hated being poor. Hated being a peasant. Hated being a scrounging newskid trapped in the sleazy Sicilian ghetto of Los Angeles. My family couldn't read or write. I wanted out. A quick out. 9. The military offered a route of escape. Frank Capra served in the U.S. Army in the First World War and was naturalized a U.S. citizen in 1920. His extraordinary film career began in the 1930s, culminating in iconic films such as It Happened One Night, 1934, Mr. Deeds Goes to Town, 1936, You Can't Take It With You, 1938, and Mr. Smith Goes to Washington, 1939. In Mr. Deeds Goes to Town and Mr. Smith Goes to Washington, ordinary Americans defeat the nefarious forces of financial and political corruption, confirming the power of upstanding, small-town individuals. The good guys were always unquestionably Anglo-Saxon. Even scenes set in cities and on farms show exclusively Anglo-Saxon crowds forming an all-American, Anglo-Saxon backdrop to the all-American, Anglo-Saxon protagonists played by, say, Gary Cooper or Jimmy Stewart. Omnipresent Nordicism characterized Hollywood feature films throughout the period, even though most filmmakers, writers, directors, producers came from immigrant backgrounds, both Jewish and Catholic. Frank Capra's screenwriters Robert Riskin and Sidney Buckman were Eastern European Jews. Buckman, a communist, would be blacklisted during the anti-communist 1950s. Not that the left would have offered Capra, Riskin, and Buckman ready examples of ethnic multiculturalism, for the Communist Party took its cues from the movies. Prominent communists in the United States routinely exchanged their European ethnic names for anodyne English-sounding ones. The Finnish-American Avro Hallberg became Gus Hall, the Jewish-American Solomon Israel Regenstrafe became Johnny Gates, the Croatian Stjepan Meseris became Steve Nelson, Dorothy Rosenblum became Dorothy Ray Healy. Even the sea-piece worker iconography gave the American worker a Nordic face and a tall, muscular body. 10. Popular literature also mirrored the movies, even as the war effort stressed diversity. A 1945 study by Columbia's Bureau of Applied Social Research found that stories published between 1937 and 1943 in magazines reaching 20 million readers featured 889 characters, of whom 90.8% were Anglo-Saxon. The rare non-Anglo-Saxons were stereotyped as menial workers, gangsters, crooked fight promoters, and thieving nightclub owners, while Anglo-Saxons in central roles were honest and admirable, their superiority taken for granted. 11 The advertising seeping into every corner of American popular culture beamed out smiling Nordics free, beautiful, and desirable. With real American identity coded according to race, being a real American often meant joining anti-black racism and seeing oneself as white against the blacks. Looking back to the war years, an Italian American recalled a tempting invitation to take sides during the Harlem riot of 1943. I remember standing on a corner, a guy would throw the door open and say, "Come on down." They were going to Harlem to get in the riot. They'd say, "Let's beat up some niggers." It was wonderful. It was new. The Italo-Americans stopped being Italo and started becoming Americans. We joined the group. Now we're like you guys, right? 12 The temptation and the decision to succumb did not pass unnoticed. Malcolm X, spokesman of the Black Nationalist Nation of Islam, and Toni Morrison, a Nobel Prize laureate in literature, later noted that the first English word out of the mouths of European immigrants was frequently nigger. Actually, Morrison said it was the second, after OK-13. Much too much of 1940s American culture stayed stuck in the racist 1920s, although some code words fell out of fashion. The roots of Nordic in Madison Grant's Nazi-like eugenics disabled it for use in the 1940s. Pre-war names of the categories of dolichocephalic and brachycephalic also disappeared, though FBI wanted posters and mug shots continued to depict miscreants in profile as well as full face. The shape of the head, it seems, still said a good deal. Nor did the cephalic index fade as in the American's ideal face shape, the dolichocephalic, long-headed oval of Norman Rockwell's quintessential Americans, rather than the brachycephalic square or round. Be tall, be blue-eyed, and, if a woman, be blonde. Autobiographical statements of Americans born in the 1940s reveal a keen awareness of the difference between American standards of beauty and the bodies of women increasingly being called ethnic. This term dated back to the 1920s, but it came into common discourse only after the Second World War as a way to label the children and grandchildren of Louis Adamic's second immigrant generation. English, German, Scandinavian, and Irish Americans did not fall under the ethnic rubric, which had become a new marker for the former alien races. An Italian American recalled his mother, in the 1940s, referring to the Irish families on the block as the Americans. 14 For quite some time, ethnic Americans looked from afar on the blonde people, the term of the anthropologist Karen Brodkin for the mythical, normal America of magazines and television. In quest of the tall, slender normal American silhouette, she wrote, "My mother and I were always dieting. Dieting was about my and my mother's aspirations to blonde people standards of feminine beauty." 15. Much nose bobbing, hair straightening, and bleaching ensued. Anglo-Saxon ideals fell particularly hard on women and girls, for the strength and assertion of working-class women of the immigrant generations were out of place in middle-class femininity. Not only was the tall, slim Anglo-Saxon body preeminent, the body must look middle rather than working class. And the middle class was growing in actual fact. Once again, Joseph Heller explains the economic transformation that began with military service. "My total income upon entering the Air Force as a private was as much as I'd been able to command outside, and as an officer on flight status was greater than I was able to earn afterward when starting out in my civilian pursuits. After the war, the money just got better." 16. Here is Heller again, on top of the world in 1945, "I felt myself walking around on Easy Street, in a state of fine rapture. What more could I ask for? I was in love and engaged to be married, to the same young woman I was in love with. I was 22 years old. I would be entering college as a freshman at the University of Southern California, with tuition and related costs paid for by the government. And the guys from his neighborhood were doing all right, too." After the war, Marty Kappa Heller neighbor continued what technical education had begun in the Navy V-12 program and graduated as a soil engineer, yet another thing I'd not heard of before. For all his career he worked as a soil engineer with the Port Authority of New York on airfields and buildings, I know, and perhaps on bridges and tunnels, too, and had risen to some kind of executive status before he died. He did well enough to die on a golf course. I was able to go to college. Lou Berkman left the junk shop to start a plumbing supply company in Middletown, New York, and looked into real estate with the profits from that successful venture. S.Y. Ostro, who was taught Russian in the service so that he could function as an interpreter, returned to college and, with pained resignation, saw realistically that he had no better alternative than to study law. 17. For Italian Americans, highly segregated in slum neighborhoods and routinely called wops, dagos, and guineas before the war, the 1940s brought brand new money for college and homes. Before the war, Italian Americans had rarely achieved a higher education. But around 1940 their rates of college attendance quickly approached the national norm. Educational mobility led to economic mobility, which fostered political clout. Rhode Island, with its large proportion of Italian Americans, elected John Pastore its first Italian-American governor in 1946. Italian Americans in Rhode Island's State House numbered 4 before 1948, when their number doubled. By the late 1960s they numbered 16.18. Less numerous, Slavic Americans did not succeed as brilliantly in politics, although their timetable for gaining office was similar. The first Slovenian governor of a state, Frank J. Laska of Ohio, got elected in 1945 and was sent to the U.S. Senate in 1956.19. Post-war prosperity drove the motor of mobility, and federal spending fueled the economy, most obviously in the form of the Servicemen's Readjustment Act of 1944, commonly called the GI Bill of Rights or simply the GI Bill. This multifaceted benefits program offered unemployment compensation, financing for education, and low-interest, fixed-rate, long-term loans for starting businesses and buying homes. Between 1944 and 1956, the GI Bill spent $14.5 billion to subsidize education for about half the veterans, some 7.8 million people all told. 20. The Federal Housing Authority, FHA, along with the Veterans Mortgage Guarantee Program, offered veterans and developers federally insured mortgages and loans on terms far more favorable than those of savings and loan institutions and banks. The FHA and the Veterans Administration, VA, required only 10% down, and their attractively low interest rates were fixed for 30 years. People with modest incomes could pay for their homes over the long term, with no balloon payment at the end. Now it was cheaper to buy than to rent in the cities. 21 An increase in home values would underlie family wealth and middle-class status in coming generations. The FHA and VA financed more than $120 billion in housing between 1934 and 1964, peaking in the 50s and early 60s. By then, the FHA had become the nation's prime mortgage lender, holding about one-half the home mortgages, and the VA had insured mortgages for nearly 5 million more. 22 Those homes were largely in new suburbs, early and famously the two Levittowns in Nassau County, Long Island, New York, built between 1947 and 1951, and in Bucks County, Pennsylvania, built in 1951. 23. See Figure 26.1, Levittown, Pennsylvania. Fig 26.1. Levittown, Pennsylvania, mid-1950s. Sameness marked the suburban theme. Even the Holocaust seldom got mention, though popular culture recognized Jews obliquely. In 1945 the first, and only, Jew was crowned Miss America after a tussle over her Jewish-sounding name Bess Meyerson, b. 1924. The Miss America organizers had always preferred Mayflower girls and pressured Meyerson to change her name to something more 100% American. 24 But Meyerson resisted the pressure and won the crown. Success also came to Laura Z. Hobson, 1986, whose 1947 novel Gentleman's Agreement became a #1 bestseller and an Academy Award-winning movie starring Gregory Peck as a Gentile journalist who passes for a Jew in order to expose American anti-Semitism. Biblical movies of the 1950s cast Gentiles as Jews: Charlton Heston, of English and Scottish descent, as Moses in the Ten Commandments, 1956, and Victor Mature, of Italian and Swiss descent, as Samson in Samson and Delilah, 1950. The War for Independence of the Scrappy Republic of Israel in 1948 made Israelis into American revolutionaries and solidified the notion of the United States as a Judeo-Christian nation. 25. Still primarily working class, Italian Americans hovered longer on the fringes of American whiteness, longer than Jews, but the 1950s made individuals such as the singer Frank Sinatra, 1915-98, and Annette Funicello, b. 1942, the star mousekeeper of Walt Disney's Mickey Mouse Club, into 100% Americans who happened to be Italian. The simple and welcome point of these blockbusting books, movies, and figures the essential sameness of Protestant, Catholic, and Jew, in the phrase of Will Herberg's popular book, was a theme that played well in the post-war era. Some pointed out, however, that sameness could appear as conformity, a much less comforting idea. David Reisman's The Lonely Crowd, A Study of the Changing American Character, 1950, and William W. White's The Organization Man, 1956, called attention to the anomie and conformity of the American of the post-war era on a best-selling scale. In its hardcover publication by Yale University Press and subsequent paperback abridgments, The Lonely Crowd sold more than 1 million copies. Never mind that its American white, northern, and middle class inhabited a constricted territory. Black Americans, poor Americans, and Southerners of any race appear only in passing, as remnants of older traditions. To most Americans, these limitations seemed inconsequential. Reisman appeared on the cover of Time magazine, the first social scientist to receive this sign of national import. 26. Jewish American writers Philip Roth most notably chronicled a transit from the old city neighborhood into the suburbs as an American, not merely a Jewish, tale. In Herman Wouk's best-selling 1947 novel, Marjorie Morgenstern translates her quintessentially Jewish last name into Morningstar, just as name changes, nose jobs, hair straightening, and dieting proliferated among would-be Americans living in their little boxes made of ticky-tacky, and they all looked just the same. Not that sameness and conformity seemed all bad. That line from Malvina Reynolds's 1963 hit song, Little Boxes, culminates a process of going to university to be doctors and lawyers and business executives. Those who came out all the same did so in nice, new neighborhoods, with good, new schools. 27 In 1960, a quarter of the American housing stock was less than a decade old, and suburban residents in single-family homes outnumbered people living in the country or in what was coming to be denigrated as the inner city. 28 Suburbia might be monotone, but it was a sameness to be striven toward. Not surprisingly, suburbanization changed culture as well as residents. The literary critic Louise DeSalvo spoke for millions of post-war Jewish, Italian, and other working-class white ethnic families who used GI Bill loans to move out of the city. Her family left a fourth-floor tenement apartment in Hoboken for a home in suburban Ridgefield, New Jersey. Soon Louise's mother began refusing to eat her immigrant mother's homemade peasant bread, a bread, DeSalvo recalled, that my mother disdains because it is everything that my grandmother is, and everything that my mother, in 1950s suburban New Jersey, is trying very hard not to be. DeSalvo's mother prefers commercial sliced white bread. Maybe my mother thinks that if she eats enough of this other bread, she will stop being Italian American and she will become American American. Maybe, people will stop thinking that a relative of my father's, who comes to visit us from Brooklyn once in a while, is a mafioso, because he's Italian American and has New York license plates on his new black car, and sports a black tie and pointy shoes and a shiny suit and a Borsalino hat tipped way down over his forehead so you can hardly see his eyes. 29. Nor does DeSalvo, like so many of her generation, speak the European language of her immigrant grandparents. She has more in common with her Jewish and Irish American peers in the suburbs than with her cousins back in Puglia, which she did not visit until she was 60 years old. The GI Bill, the FHA, and the suburbs made her a middle-class American confronting American ideals. To be American had rapidly come to mean being middle-class and therefore white, as in the facile equation of white with middle class. It was as though to be the one was automatically to be the other. Such a conflation of class and race had popped right out of post-war politics, weakened organized labor, and led to dwindling visibility of the working class. Passed after a nationwide wave of strikes in 1946, the Taft-Hartley Act of 1947 severely curbed the power of organized labor by barring sympathy strikes, secondary boycotts, and mass picketing. These tactics had stood at the heart of worker power in many a shop or industry. Now employers had the whip hand, and union growth languished. Prohibiting communists from working for unions, Taft-Hartley had also stripped organized labor of many dedicated rank-and-file organizers. 30 To be pro-labor came to smell like being a communist or at least a pinko, dangerous charges during the 1950s post-war Red Scare. Even the very image of the working man came to seem old-timey, as artists turned their backs on the worker as a theme. Painters invented non-figurative abstract expressionism in a reaction against socialist realism and shopped it around internationally as proof that American art had come of age. Noteworthy prosperity inaugurated a fat new American era that generated its own mythology. In the twilight of their years, members of the GI Bill FHA generation looked back on their economic success with a good deal of self-congratulation. One Leonard Giuliano presented his history of his people. With determination and perseverance, the Italian was able to pull himself up by his own bootstraps. His greatest desire, of course, was for his children and his family to have a better life than he had left in Italy, but he did not expect this for nothing. He had to work. Al Riccardi told a similar story, "My people had a rough time, too. But nobody gave us something." 31. A daughter of Jewish garment workers agreed, "My grandparents were like Russian serfs, but we climbed our way out of poverty, we worked our way up. We were poor when we were growing up, but we were never on home relief, and our family still had closeness and warmth." 32. Hard work, yes, but pushed along nicely by government assistance rarely acknowledged in the aftermath. Were all boats lifted by the government's largesse? No, they were not. Economic subsidies reached few African Americans still segregated behind a veil created and constantly mended in Washington. Those lovely new suburbs, creatures of FHA and VA mortgages, were for white people only. Federal policy made and kept them all white on purpose. 33. As in the New Deal, post-war policies crafted by a Southern-dominated Congress were intended to bypass the very poor, which meant Southern blacks in particular. John Rankin of Mississippi chaired the Committee on World War Legislation in the House of Representatives. He made sure that the Servicemen's Bill included no anti-discrimination clause and that every provision would be administered locally along Jim Crow lines. 34. In 1940, 77% of Black Americans lived in the South. They were leaving as fast as work opened up elsewhere, but 68% still remained in the South in 1950. A few aggressive blacks had pushed their way into GI programs, but local agents, invariably white, had obstructed the great mass. As early as 1947 it was clear as investigations by black newspapers and a meta-study revealed that the GI Bill was being administered along racially discriminatory lines. It was, the report Our Negro Veteran concluded, as though the GI Bill had been intended for white veterans only. 35. This color line appeared sharply in the suburbs. The Levitowns, for instance, managed to lock out African Americans by way of restrictive covenants, deeds and codicils that barred an owner from selling or renting to anyone not white. Where the rare black buyer did succeed in purchasing a house, as in Levittown in Pennsylvania, neighbors resorted to violence. Not one of the 82,000 new inhabitants of Levittown, New York, was black, a lily-white policy that held on well into the 1960s. No matter. Time magazine featured William Levitt on its cover of July 3, 1950, and for decades discussion of suburbs like his made no mention of white lining. 36. Not that the Levittowns of America had to persuade the FHA and VA to look the other way. They had crafted federal policies advocating racial restrictions precisely in order to preserve neighborhood stability and prevent Negro invasion. 37. As a result, the inner-city boroughs of New York City, for instance, received drastically less in housing subsidies than Nassau County on Long Island, where Levittown was located. Per capita lending by the FHA for mortgages was 11 times higher on Long Island than in Brooklyn and 60 times more than in the working-class Bronx. This kind of federal funding inequity affected urban families of all races, leaving cities to decay for lack of credit and to be racked by urban renewal that demolished more housing than it created. 38. Black families, prohibited from moving to the suburbs, had to stay behind. By the 1960s, America's deteriorating chocolate cities were ringed by fresh vanilla suburbs. Deindustrialization aggravated conditions, as industries that had offered well-paid, union jobs to the children of immigrants in the 1940s and 1950s headed overseas. Soon the image of the black ghetto appeared in American commentary, and the figure of the Negro became virtually conflated with those degenerate families and alien races of the century's first half. The civil rights movement of the 1950s and 1960s as well as the urban riots of the 1960s were protests against a long, dismal history of racial discrimination, segregation, unemployment, and blight, economic as well as social. Looking on from afar, comfortable suburbanites saw little more than black people acting out, despite the 1968 Kerner Commission report, which laid it all out clearly and offered very worthy recommendations. One of them, a Fair Housing Act, Congress passed the following year, outlawing discrimination in housing. The Fair Housing Act had followed two landmark pieces of civil rights legislation: the Civil Rights Act of 1964 and the Voting Rights Act of 1965. These were products of a black civil rights movement that had gone unnoticed by most Americans since the First World War. The March on Washington movement of 1941 and the Second World War V campaign, against fascism abroad and discrimination at home, had pushed President Roosevelt into issuing Executive Order 8802, calling for fair employment practices. In 1948, President Truman appointed the Civil Rights Commission and ran for re-election on a platform including a civil rights plank. Of late, the civil rights movement had garnered more attention when television began to cover it. By 1960, the civil rights movement had high visibility and undoubted justice on its side. How could any American president, leader of the free world, live with segregation and disenfranchisement? John F. Kennedy did not. Rather, he embraced the cause of black civil rights. So did his successor Lyndon B. Johnson, who pushed through the mid-1960s legislation that began redressing government practices as old as the nation itself. But redress came with much pain. By the mid-1960s, the whole world watched as Americans played out their race drama on television. The angrier the speaker, the more rapt the attention. And no voice was angrier than that of Malcolm X. 27. Black nationalism and white ethnics. Malcolm X, 1925–65, uniquely eloquent as spokesman for the Black Nationalist Nation of Islam, NOI, was born Malcolm Little in Omaha, Nebraska, to a black nationalist father who had migrated from Georgia and a mother from the Caribbean island of Grenada. See Figure 27.1, Malcolm X, 1964. The family was poor and already peripatetic. 1 After a hell-raising early youth, Malcolm landed in a Massachusetts prison with an excellent library, where he educated himself through reading and debating, honing the already popular black notion of a unitary American whiteness he called the white man. Released in 1952, he joined the NOI, rising quickly through its ranks as speaker, journalist, and organizer. In 1961, at age 36 and having changed his name to a richly symbolic Malcolm X, he founded the NOI's national weekly newspaper, Muhammad Speaks, initially publishing out of the basement of his home in Queens. The newspaper grew right along with the NOI movement and America's civil rights movement in general. Concurrently, Malcolm X's Harlem Temple No. 7 became an intellectual as well as a religious center, and a bully pulpit for this peerless speaker. "All Negroes are angry and I am the angriest of all," he acknowledged proudly, castigating the white man in no uncertain terms too. It was a message that thrilled and chilled Americans of all sorts. Never mind, for the time being, that Malcolm's skill in debate obscured the plain fact that NOI theory belonged to a long history of flagrantly nonsensical race thought. The Nation of Islam considered white people undifferentiated by class, region, or circumstance as devils, a devil race of bleached-out white people, a single, monolithic entity. NOI theory held that some 6,000 years ago an evil black scientist named Yaqub had created the white devils through selective breeding out of the original black men. Yaqub's white devils would rule for 6,000 years, but their time would begin to end in 1914, at the onset of the First World War. Meanwhile, black people should separate from whites, and certainly not seek integration into American society. Because blacks were the targets of racist violence, they should organize into militia for self-defense, such groups to be called the Fruit of Islam and dedicated to achieving self-determination. 3. Malcolm X's charisma clearly mattered more than ideology, pulling tens of thousands of black people into the NOI, besotting along the way journalists and scholars of every stripe. In July 1959, Mike Wallace's 5-part television documentary The Hate That Hate produced considerably amplified media fascination with the Malcolm X story and went on to spawn a Boston University dissertation, scholarly books, a phenomenally best-selling autobiography, and a feature film and commentary that continues to grow. Constantly in demand as a speaker after 1959, Malcolm X became the darling of academia. By the early 1960s, Malcolm X was the second most sought-after speaker on American college campuses. The most popular of all was the conservative Republican senator from Arizona, Barry Goldwater, who ran for president in 1964 against labor unions, the New Deal, and the Civil Rights Act. Playboy magazine introduced hipsters to Malcolm through an interview with Alex Haley, Malcolm's biographer, in May 1963, and the Saturday Evening Post enlightened the masses with a 14-page excerpt from the autobiography of Malcolm X in 1964, a large story opening with a full-page color illustration and the title "I'm Talking to You, White Man." Here are a few of Malcolm X's iconic statements: "When I say the white man is a devil, I speak with the authority of history. The record of history shows that the white man, as a people, have never done good. He stole our fathers and mothers from their culture of silk and satins and brought them to this land in the belly of a ship. He has kept us in chains ever since we have been here. Now this blue-eyed devil's time has about run out." 5. To this blanket of blame, descendants of European immigrants, the children of Louis Adamic's Peter Malak, answered, "Racists. Our ancestors owned no slaves. Most of us ceased being serfs only in the last 200 years. 6. But few heard them. For the time being, black power garnered all the attention. Very importantly, Malcolm X brought to blaze the love affair between academia and black nationalists, an attraction that continued after Malcolm's departure from the NOI in 1964 and his assassination in 1965. The Black Power movement he inspired propelled Black Panthers onto campuses and encouraged black intellectuals like the novelist James Baldwin to speak their minds openly. In The Fire Next Time, a brilliant essay that troubled white readers, Baldwin called white Americans' relationship to Europe spurious. They were hypocrites for anglicizing their names, pretending to be real white Americans in recognition that the real America never could be only white. Embracing white supremacy and losing their ethnic identities, Baldwin maintained, were the price second-generation immigrants paid for the ticket to American whiteness. 7. In 1970, Baldwin and Margaret Mead's Rap on Race, a bestseller, was eclipsed only when Black Power's most glamorous symbol, the Black Panther Party founder Huey P. Newton, held a conversation at Yale later published with America's most famous post-war psychologist, Eric H. Erickson. 8. Pushed along by an avid media, the Black Power movement remade the notion of American racial identity. 9. Now the most fascinating racial identity was black, not white, a flip certain to disturb those who had struggled so hard to measure up to Anglo-Saxon standards. Working-class whites who resented being ignored, Catholics who felt vulnerable in academia, and Jews who were used to having the last word were all deeply offended. And white people pushed back. The rise of the white ethnic identity arose in direct response to Malcolm X and his Black Power successors. If black people could proclaim themselves black and proud, white people could trumpet their whiteness. But therein lay a gigantic problem embedded in the long-standing American tradition of white nationalism. The Ku Klux Klans and white nationalists had already co-opted the white label, leaving ethnic for the aggrieved third and fourth European immigrant generations. They were innocent, they maintained, having had nothing to do with slavery or Jim Crow. And they embraced identities rooted in Europe as though it were still the early 20th century. But that time had passed. White ethnics could not reenact Horace Collins' 1915 version of cultural pluralism, for they no longer spoke the old languages, wore their ancestors' clothes, or respected their grandparents' outmoded conventions of gender. The white ethnicity of the late 20th century was little more than a leisure activity, one that American entrepreneurs embraced. Ethnic consumers could buy T-shirts imprinted with European flags, take tours of the old country, and parade in the street on ethnic holidays. This symbolic ethnicity seemed to offer a warm, family-oriented middle ground between stereotypes of plastic, uptight, middle-class Protestant Anglo-Saxons and violent, disorganized impoverished blacks. 10. In the 1970s the term ethnicity shouldered aside older concepts of the white races. To be sure, the distinction between race and ethnicity still remains unclear. As a leading sociologist confessed, it is true that systems of race and systems of ethnic relations have much in common. 11 To this day scholars and lay people find it difficult to tell race and ethnicity apart. Even the Oxford English Dictionary lists a second meaning for ethnic, pertaining to race, peculiar to a race or nation, ethnological. Nowadays race leads directly to race as black, as in the black/white scheme of the South where the Civil Rights Revolution became visible. 12 Black power took the concept even further, making black race a positive sign and white race the mark of guilty malfeasance. A correction to the guilty malfeasance part of the equation quickly appeared in print. Michael Novak's Rise of the Unmeltable Ethnics, 1972, became the national anthem of lower-middle-class whites. Born the grandson of Slovak immigrants in the Johnstown, Pennsylvania, steel-making region, Novak, b. 1933, graduated from Stonehill College in Northeastern Massachusetts and the Gregorian University in Rome, where he studied for the Catholic priesthood. Staying with theology, he pursued graduate work at Catholic University and at Harvard, earning an MA in 1966. In 1961 he published a novel, The Tiber Was Silver, in which a young seminarian wrestles with ideas of God and tenets of the Catholic Church. As a freelance journalist between 1962 and 1965, Novak covered the Second Vatican Council's deliberations on the post-war world, then taught at Stanford University and the Experimental College of the State University of New York at Old Westbury. In The Rise of the Unmeltable Ethnics, perfectly suited to the times, Novak concentrates on those unmeltable pigs, Poles, Italians, Greeks, and Slavs, in their views so long reviled, the liberals always have despised us. We've got these mostly little jobs, and we drink beer and, my God, we bowl and watch television and we don't read. It's goddamn vicious snobbery. We're sick of all these phony integrated TV commercials with these upper-class Negroes. We know they're phony. Though they felt detested, the ethnics gloried in judging themselves smarter and harder working than Negroes and tougher than the college crowd. Novak went along, deploring the bigotry he saw in Protestant and Jewish intellectuals so prejudiced against the ethnics and so in awe of black militants. 13. Among Novak's heroes were the straight-talking Vice President Spiro Agnew, born Spiro T. Anagnostopoulos in Baltimore, and the Alabama Governor George Wallace. Those tough guys reminded Novak of Slovak men arguing in Johnstown barbershops or his uncle drinking so much beer he threatened to lay his dick upon the porch rail and wash the whole damn street with steaming piss while cursing the niggers in the mill below, and the Yankees in the mill above millstones he felt pressing him. 14 Newly elected governor in 1963, George Wallace had proclaimed segregation now, segregation tomorrow, segregation forever, and backed up his words by standing in the schoolhouse door to protect the University of Alabama from 2 black students. 15 The university did finally admit the students, who eventually became honored alumni, but Wallace won, too, going on to pesky runs for the presidency in 1964, 1968, 1972, and 1976. Richard Nixon picked up the theme, running on the Wallace-inspired, anti-black Southern strategy in 1968, a ploy that served Republicans well past the Ronald Reagan era. Novak reports with pride that Reagan's pollster had lifted work, family, neighborhood, peace, strength from him and used the slogan to rally Democrats for Reagan. 16 Clearly, as they had for a century, races were still assumed to have racial temperaments, so the depiction of ethnic whites as temperamentally honest and hard-working enjoyed a very long life. At bottom, the Southern strategy pitted white people Americans against an alien race of black degenerate families judged lacking those self-same virtues. How things had changed from a promising brotherhood of the post-war era to a time of black/white tensions in the 1970s. A classic text soon spanned the two eras, capturing the mood of each moment from an academic point of view. In the late 1950s the sociologists Nathan Glazer, b. 1923, and Daniel Patrick Moynihan, 1927–2003, saw a trend and conceived a study of the various racial and ethnic groups in their own New York City. Glazer came from a Yiddish-speaking immigrant background and grew up in working-class East Harlem and the Bronx. He attended City College, where tuition was free. Graduating in 1944, he went on to the University of Pennsylvania and to Columbia University, where he earned a PhD in sociology and collaborated with David Reisman on The Lonely Crowd. During the Kennedy administration of the early 1960s, Glaser worked in the War on Poverty in Washington, D.C., and got to know Daniel Patrick Moynihan, an Assistant Secretary of Labor. Born in Tulsa, Oklahoma, Moynihan had moved to New York with his family when he was 6. Like Glaser, he lived in poor neighborhoods and studied at City College. However, Moynihan joined the Navy's officer training program at Tufts University and received MA and PhD degrees from Tufts after the war. In Washington, Moynihan and Glaser decided to work together, with Moynihan adding an essay on New York's Irish community and a general conclusion to Glaser's articles on ethnic groups in New York. Their 1963 book, Beyond the Melting Pot, The Negroes, Puerto Ricans, Jews, Italians, and Irish of New York City, became one of the most influential sociological studies of its time. 17 Glaser joined the Harvard University faculty in 1969, where Moynihan, soon to be elected U.S. Senator from New York, had been since 1964. In its first edition, Beyond the Melting Pot painted an optimistic picture of various New York ethnic groups, including Negroes and Puerto Ricans, who were competing for power in the city and accommodating one another's claims. Glaser and Moynihan denied that any of the ethnic groups had melted into a bland Americanness. Ethnic groups were not a purely biological phenomenon, and while old country languages and cultures had largely disappeared, ethnic groups were being continually recreated by new experiences in America. 18. Much of the book's readability rested on its ready resort to shaky generalization, which occasionally veered awfully close to stereotype. 19 The Jews were coming out on top by dint of intelligence and hard work, the bewildered Puerto Ricans could not figure out how to work the system, the Negroes were struggling against a heritage of discrimination, but the urban policies of the Kennedy administration would provide the assistance they needed. The Italians were losing ground, on account of a failure of intellect. 20 In a mean-spirited aside, Glaser and Moynihan quote a world-famous Yale professor who, at dinner, on the day an Italian-American announced his candidacy for mayor of New York, remarked that if Italians aren't actually an inferior race, they do the best imitation of one I've seen. It was later also said of Mario Procaccino that he was so sure of being elected that he had ordered new linoleum for Gracie Mansion. Never mind the Italians, all in all, the future seemed hopeful. Beyond the Melting Pot appeared in a second edition in 1970 with a very different feel. In a new long introduction, Glaser regretted the rise of black militants who insisted on their uniqueness. Now, he lamented, we seem to be moving to a new set of categories, black and white, and that is ominous. 21 And that was where American whiteness stood 3/4 of the way through the 20th century. The civil rights movement, it seemed, had spawned the ugly specter of black power, a source of alienation for white people. Rejecting the burden of white guilt that Malcolm X laid on them, white Americans were morphing into Italian Americans and Jewish Americans and Irish Americans. What they had in common was not being black. Basically, white versus black now sufficed as an American racial scheme for the moment. 28. The fourth enlargement of American whiteness. Agitating and media-dominating as America's civil rights and black power movements were, most of the country's white people might have doubted that the upheaval had much to do with them. They might have thought that they were individuals who had succeeded by themselves and that race had always meant black people, who had not. In fact, by the 1960s the whole races of Europe discourse had fallen completely out of fashion. Books such as William Z. Ripley's Races of Europe, once essential reading on race, were now remaindered as useless, and if you were not Jewish, calling Jews a race would send you straight into the anti-Semitic column. Reminders that Jews and Italians had been labeled as races a generation earlier might have prompted a retort that race was used more loosely in the past. This is true. But every use of race has always been loose, whether applied to black, white, yellow, brown, red, or other. No consensus has ever formed on the number of human races or even on the number of white races. Criteria constantly shift according to individual taste and political need. It was clear, however, that in the olden days, Jim Crow had kept the colored races apart from whites and African Americans, largely hidden behind segregation's veil. Shortly after the end of the Second World War, the end of legalized segregation began to propel black people into national visibility as never before. Concurrently, other changes were soon to deeply alter Americans' sense of the very meanings of race. Little noticed at the time, the openness of the mid-1960s went well beyond the black/white color line. The Immigration and Nationality, Hart-Celler, Act of 1965 was specifically crafted to counter earlier Nordic-minded immigration statutes, especially in terms of Asians. It also allowed for wider immigration from the Western Hemisphere and Africa. Therein lay the seeds of demographic revolution. New immigrants of the post-1965 era, overwhelmingly from outside Europe, were upending American racial conventions. Asians, greatly rising in number, were rapidly being judged to be smarter and, eventually, to be richer than native-born whites. Latinos formed 13% of the population by 2000, edging out African Americans as the most numerous minority. The U.S. Census, without peer in scoring the nation's racial makeup, had begun to notice Latin Americans in the 1940s by counting up heterogeneous peoples with Spanish surnames and hastily lumping them together as Hispanics. Though an impossibly crude measurement, it survived until 1977. By that point, the federal government needed more precise racial statistics to enforce civil rights legislation. To this end, the Office of Management and Budget issued Statistical Policy Directive No. 15. Here was a change worth noting: in the racially charged decades of the early 20th century, governments at all levels had passed laws to separate Americans by race. Though Jim Crow segregation was supposed to be separate but equal, in practice it worked to discriminate, by excluding non-whites from public institutions, whether from libraries, schools, swimming pools, or the ballot box. The Civil Rights Act of 1964 and the Voting Rights Act of 1965 began to change all that, so that by the late 20th century the rationale for counting people by race had morphed into a means of keeping track of civil rights enforcement. Statistical Policy Directive No. 15 set the terms for racial and ethnic classification throughout American society by directing federal agencies including the U.S. Census to collect data according to four races: Black, White, American Indian/Alaskan Native, and Asian/Pacific Islander. Hawaiian was added later as a concession to protests, and one ethnic category, Hispanic/Latino, which is not racial. Elaboration was good for civil rights, but it opened the way to chaos. Under these guidelines the Hispanic/Latino classification portended enormous turmoil. Now that there was a non-Hispanic white category, did there not also exist Hispanic white people? Yes, no, and other. Faced with the given racial choices on the census of 2000, fully 42.2% of Latinos checked some other race, rather than black or white, throwing nearly 6% of Americans into a kind of racial limbo. 1. In addition, the U.S. Census of 2000 had to increase a deeper and more personal recognition of multiracial identities. For the first time, respondents were allowed to describe themselves as belonging to one or more of 15 racial identities. As so often in the past and adding confusion, the list of races included nationalities. 2. See Figure 28.1, Question 6 from 2000 U.S. Census. This expansion now allowed for 126 ethno-racial groups or, for purists, 63 races. It did not take much analytical ability to see that any notion of race lay so diluted as to lose much of its punch. And taxonomy was rapidly buckling much further under the weight of interracial sex. Nothing new here. Americans' disorderly sexual habits have always overflowed neat racial lines and driven race thinkers crazy. Asians and Native American Indians had the highest rates of interracial marriage, but others, including African Americans, now often married and had children with people from outside their racial ethnic group. By 1990, American families were so heterogeneous that 1/7 of whites, 1/3 of blacks, 4/5 of Asians, and 19/20 Native American Indians were closely related to someone of a different racial group. With some 12% of young people now calling themselves multiracial, it is expected that, by 2050, 10% of whites and blacks and more than 50% of Latinos, Asians, and Native American Indians will be married to someone outside their racial group. 3. With so many non-white and white Americans marrying willy-nilly, barriers between the progeny of European immigrants have largely disappeared. Among white people, 3 out of 4 marriages had already crossed ethnic boundaries by 1980. A generation later, very few white Americans had 4 grandparents from the same country. 4 Crevecoeur's European-derived American, this new man, had arrived. William Z. Ripley had predicted this outcome in 1908, fearing, above all, the inharmonious mixing of Italian men and Irish women. But he now would have been forced to reconsider his prediction that such a racial mix would make Americans ugly. We have already seen the lowering of racial boundaries starting in the 1940s, when ethnic began replacing race as applied to the descendants of European immigrants. The use of racial groups for white people has become a moribund category, too, partly because white people are so mixed up. Finally, the perquisites of mere whiteness count for less in the present situation, while the stigma of blackness once just one drop sufficed to curse the white-looking individual also seems less mortal. Back in the 20th century, white people were assumed to be rich or at least middle class, as well as more beautiful, powerful, and smart. As citizens and scholars, they said what needed to be known and monopolized the study of other people with themselves hardly being marked or scrutinized in return. Think of Francis A. Walker and William Z. Ripley, for whom formal education, New England ancestry, and useful connections assured authority. Half a century later, the upheaval of the civil rights era turned the looking glass around, bringing white people under scrutiny. Think of Malcolm X and James Baldwin. With the American South so fully in the spotlight during the Civil Rights Revolution, one of the earliest scrutinizers of whiteness came from North Georgia. Lillian Smith, 1897–1966, a white Southern essayist, novelist, and, with her lifetime partner Paula Schnelling, operator of a fancy summer camp for girls, powerfully described her South in Killers of the Dream, 1949 and 1961. The book pilloried Southern culture as pathological and white supremacist Southerners as caught in a spiral of sex, sin, and segregation. 5 Here was a book of white influence that portrayed whiteness as morally diseased. Following Smith, 2 white Texan journalists turned a critical gaze on white people by passing as black. John Howard Griffin, 1920–80, dyed his skin black and traveled throughout the South, researching a magazine series published as Black Like Me in 1961. An international bestseller, Black Like Me became a feature film in 1964. Gerda Lerner, then a writer, later a pioneering historian of women, wrote the screenplay. White Southerners in Black Like Me were indeed a perverted, disgusting crowd. The women dehumanized their black neighbors with the hate stare. The men's notions of blackness began and ended pornographically. 6 Griffin, in turn, inspired Grace Halsell, 1923–2000, whose dyed skin turned her into a strange-looking black woman, but black enough to pass and to attract racist insult, in the North and the South, as she chronicled in Soul Sister, 1964. 7 By the 1990s, whiteness was no longer the invisible norm, and the critical study of white people was burgeoning into an academic field in the mold of Black Studies. 8 Critical white studies began with David R. Roediger's The Wages of Whiteness, Race and the Making of the American Working Class in 1991 and Noel Ignatieff's How the Irish Became White in 1995. Seeing slavery and black people as central in creating 19th-century white identity, these 2 books show how working-class European immigrants, Irish in particular, took advantage of being classified as white in the American context. Irishmen took control of workplaces, unions, and politics, crucial steps in their upward mobility. It soon followed that middle-class status transformed them fully into Americans. An abundance of books and articles dissecting the meanings of whiteness followed. 9 Whiteness studies hold white race, ordinarily invisible in the black/white dichotomy, up to the light. In them it appears as social, not biological, a powerful social construct letting whites think of themselves first and foremost as individuals. Although white people may exempt themselves from race, white privilege comes into view as a crucial facet of white race identity. At the same time, many other characteristics, class, region, gender, age, able-bodiedness, and sexual orientation all affect the manifestation of this privilege. Nowadays, whiteness studies analyze the porous nature of contemporary racial boundaries. In contrast to their 19th and 20th century counterparts, multiracial people may now claim their own separate category. 10 In former times, however, one black ancestor, no matter how distant, could convey a permanent taint of blackness that made one a Negro, as in the case of Gustave de Beaumont's title character Marie. Race was central to identity, and people were assumed to remain permanently where they were born, especially if their races were stigmatized. In the words of Ralph Waldo Emerson, race is a controlling influence in the Jew, who, for 2 millenniums, under every climate, has preserved the same character and employments. Race in the Negro is of appalling importance. 11 As we have seen, powerful men like Thomas Jefferson also bowed to the ideal of racial purity. He held that interracial sex would surely lead to degradation, even while contravening his view by having children in a stable, intimate relationship with one of his slaves. 12 Nowadays, only white supremacists and Nazis fetishize white racial purity. Today the attractive qualities that Saxons, Anglo-Saxons, Nordics, whites were assumed to monopolize are also to be found elsewhere. After a string of non-white Mrs. America, Jennifer Lopez and Beyoncé Knowles are celebrated as Hollywood beauties, Vijay Singh, Tiger Woods, and the Williams sisters, Venus and Serena, dominate elite sports. Robert Johnson, founder of Bet Network, Bill Cosby, and the financier Alphonse Fletcher Jr. have made millions. Oprah Winfrey is rich and famous. Colin Powell and Condoleezza Rice have been Secretaries of State, and Alberto Gonzales Attorney General. Even more to the point of uniting power and beauty, Barack Obama is President of the United States. First Lady Michelle Obama, whose skin color alone would have condemned her to ugliness in the 20th century, figures as an icon of beauty and intelligence on the global stage. None of these individuals is white, but being white these days is not what it used to be. Thus, it is sensible to conclude that the American is undergoing a 4th great enlargement. Although race may still seem overweening, without legal recognition it is less important than in the past. The dark of skin who also happen to be rich, say, people of South Asian, African American, and Hispanic background, and the light of skin, from anywhere, who are beautiful, are now well on the way to inclusion. Is this the end of race in America? At the turn of the 21st century, it was starting to look that way. In 1997, the American Association of Physical Anthropologists urged the American government to phase out the use of race as a data category and to substitute ethnic categories instead. 13 Geneticists studying DNA, the constituent material of genes that issues instructions to our bodies in response to our surroundings, were also concluding that race as a biological category made no sense. The habit of relating human heredity to the environment may be traced back to antiquity, but early 19th century racial thinkers turned the notion around, deeming race a permanent marker for innate superiority or inferiority. Not until the 1850s did the influence of environment on heredity get rescued with Charles Darwin's On the Origin of Species. Darwin described a world much older than the biblical 5,000 years, reasoning that heredity was not fixed, that generation after generation, living things change in response to their surroundings. 14 Race thinkers like Ripley selectively reinterpreted Darwinian evolution in the late 19th century, turning natural selection into a competition between unequal races. Similarly, eugenicists pitched in, reworking Gregor Mendel's discoveries on inheritance into a theory of racial unit traits, such as intelligence, in the early 20th century, all in the service of racial hierarchy. In 1953, the field of molecular genetics emerged with the discovery by James D. Watson and Francis Crick of deoxyribonucleic acid, DNA, the molecule in chromosomes that carries our genes, the functional unit of heredity. Genomes, all the genes in each cell of an organism, could be mapped as to function, first in simpler organisms like fruit flies, then in larger animals, and on to parts of the human genome. The closer to a complete human genome, the hotter grew the competition to make it complete, and the more scholars sought to interpret its meaning. 15. It was this science of molecular genetics that drove the longest nail into the theory of race. Even before the human genome mapping was complete, the American Association for the Advancement of Science, AAAS, concluded in 1995 that, in biological terms, race holds no scientific validity. Its only importance lay now in its role as a social category to strike down patterns of discrimination. Reporting on the AAAS meeting, major newspapers carried headlines proclaiming, "No such thing as race. Genetic studies say 16." Would this judgment hold once the entire human genome was parsed? In June 2000, the race, then several years old, between the National Institutes of Health, governmental organizations, and Celera Genomics, a private company, was declared a tie by President Bill Clinton in the White House. Some of the result triggered disappointment, even dismay. For example, humans turned out to have fewer genes than expected, some 40,000 genes on 100 trillion cells, rather a letdown for those expecting the more extravagant number of 100,000, as befitting such a smart species. 17. But, much more importantly, two facts shone clearly from this research. In the words of J. Craig Venter, then head of Celera Genomics, race is a social concept, not a scientific one. We all evolved in the last 100,000 years from the same small number of tribes that migrated out of Africa and colonized the world. Each person shares 99.99% of the genetic material of every other human being. In terms of variation, people from the same race can be more different than people from different races. 18. And in the genetic sense, all people and all Americans are African descended. President Clinton closed his remarks in 2000 with an unequivocal statement, "In genetic terms all human beings, regardless of race, are more than 99.9% the same." What that means is that modern science has confirmed what we first learned from ancient faiths. The most important fact of life on this earth is our common humanity. Press coverage amplified this news. Subsequently, an intriguing discussion on race and genetics has been afoot among Jews. One side contends that Jews have nearly always seen themselves as a race, and that studies of Jewish DNA underscore the tribal nature of Jewish religion. 19. The other side warns about the chaos that could flow from focusing too tightly on the biological basis of Jewishness, for Jewish men and Jewish women do not share the same set of genes. While the Y chromosomes of Jewish men show a relatively high degree of similarity all over the world, they are particularly close to the configuration of Middle Easterners of any background. Jewish women's mitochondrial DNA, in contrast, shows much less similarity, leading to the conclusion that Jewish men often married non-Jewish women. 20. It should be noted that other parts of the world also show genetic imbalances between the sexes. In Great Britain, for instance, Y chromosomes testify to the historical presence of male Vikings, while mitochondrial DNA remains more solidly Celtic, the pre-Roman genetic configuration of the islands as a whole. 21. Treating Jewishness as something in the genes risks fissuring an already heterogeneous community. The biological meaninglessness of classifying people according to race remained the scholarly consensus until about 2002. Then research came to light that sought to lump DNA patterns by population groups. This work produced a theory that DNA falls into 5 major groups: Africans, Europeans, and Middle Easterners, East Asians, Melanesians, and American Indians, which happen to correspond more or less to those of Johann Friedrich Blumenbach and popular views. True to the disorderly history of race, a study in Scientific American in 2003 reported a 4-way grouping. The New York Times illustrated its story about this research with a long colored bar graph. Only in its last paragraph does the report explain that even though all people share most of their genetic variability in common, the chart is based on these genetic differences, not on the very much larger shared inheritance. 22. In short, the illustration is neither helpful nor accurate, in that it wildly exaggerates differences while omitting the overwhelming degree of similarity. 23. True to racial thinking, differences were stressed and similarities played down. the idea of biological race was re-emerging as genetic science. This sort of reinterpretation seemed eerily familiar. Liberal social scientists and geneticists feared that some geneticists were once again searching for genetic causes underlying diseases like diabetes and cardiovascular disease that reflect racial disparities likely rooted in injuries of class and history. Lost in that speculation was the certainty that those diseases stem from a complex interplay between environment and the interaction of many genes, rather than the few genes governing superficial characteristics like skin color and hair texture. 24 Furthermore, rather than addressing poverty, social disarray, and unequal access to health care, genetics could reinforce the class and race status quo, thereby echoing the hereditarian gospel of early 20th century eugenics. 25. Between 2002 and about 2005, this emphasis on racial genetics difference made some headway in medicine, where doctors and pharmaceutical companies pushed the idea of racialized populations and racialized medicine. They were talking about black people. 26 This was true even though the clearest cases of genetic diseases that occur only in particular populations, such as Tay-Sachs among people descended from European Jews, and hemochromatosis among Swedes, affect white people. 27. Racial identity, interpreted as black, also presented an ideal marketing opportunity in 2004, when the Nitra-owned pharmaceutical company sought approval for the first racial drug, Bidil, a combination of isosorbide dinitrate and hydralazine hydrochloride, for treatment of heart disease. In fact, Bidil was an older, often ineffective drug repackaged for black consumption. Initially rejected by the Food and Drug Administration, it was approved in 2005 and is currently advertised for use on African Americans. As a combination of two drugs available generically, it pays off nicely for the company. Bidil does help some patients with heart disease, although it is currently being marketed only to one sector of society. 28. Arguments over race in the human genome have subsided of late, leaving us with some intriguing data about personal appearance. Prevailing racial schemes now rest once again on concepts of skin color, hence black people and white people. But widely recognized is the fact that not only are black people actually various shades of brown and yellow, but so too are white people, merely somewhat lighter and often with a lot more pink. As Blumenbach realized in the late 18th century, one group's skin color shades gradually into another's, there are no clearly demarcated lines. Some people who identify as black may have lighter colored skin than others who identify as white. Siblings with the same mother and father can display a range of skin colors. Race may be all about pigment, but what makes people's skin light or dark? Skin color is a byproduct of two kinds of melanin, red to yellow pheomelanin and dark brown to black eumelanin in reaction to sunlight. 29 And several genes interact to make people light or dark, reddish, brownish, or yellowish. Ancient scholars were wiser than they knew when they related skin color to climate. Today's biologists concur. Sunny climates do make people dark-skinned, and dark, cold climates make people light-skinned. How much of which sort of melanin people have in their skin and to what degree it is expressed depends entirely over time on exposure to the sun's ultraviolet, UV, radiation. Melanin both protects against excessive ultraviolet radiation and allows sufficient UV radiation to enter the body. Too much UV radiation causes skin cancer and can lead to death. Two vitamins, D and B3, folate, play crucial roles. Vitamin D and vitamin B3 also serve life's central activity of childbearing. Insufficient folate impedes the growth of bone marrow, encourages neural tube defects, and disrupts the production of new cells, causing birth defects. UV radiation does not simply destroy, however, it also creates vitamin D, crucial for calcium absorption and bone growth. Not enough vitamin D from sunlight prevents the absorption of calcium, weakening the bones. In terms of reproduction, skin color manifests the balance between enough darkness for DNA synthesis and enough lightness for vitamin D absorption. As people have migrated around the world, their skin color has adjusted. Our species originated in Africa some 1.2 million years ago, evolving from primates like chimpanzees. Chimpanzees, like most other animals, have light skin under dark hair. Shedding that thick coat of hair, humans quickly developed dark skin, and they stayed dark until leaving Africa for cloudier territory about 100,000 years ago, when residents in dark, wintry regions like Northern Europe and Northern Asia required another color change, this time from dark to light. Light-skinned Europeans and light-skinned Asians lost pigmentation through different genetic processes in Europe and Asia. People can change color through natural selection fairly quickly, within 1,000 years or so, or they can do it instantly by choosing a mate whose skin is a different color. Those in polar regions, for instance, have turned darker again over time for protection against strong ultraviolet radiation. A paucity of melanin may cost us dearly as global warming exposes the Earth to increased ultraviolet radiation. In sum, humans change color in several ways, including seasonably and cosmetically. Those who are short on melanin are already taking steps to protect their offspring by using sunscreen and, perhaps unwittingly, by marrying darker-skinned people. Anyone in a mixed-race family knows of the impermanence of parental skin color, for the sex act immediately affects the very next generation. In addition, mutation of the SLC24A5 gene of human chromosome 15 can quickly and simply make skin more or less dark. Readers of this book will not live to see global warming's massive effect on human skin color, but such transitions will surely occur if Homo sapiens is to persist. Finally, then, what can be said about skin color and race? According to race thinking, race and color must agree, hence race is designated according to color, as in black, white, brown, yellow, and red. And race must be innate and permanent. Yet it has been obvious since the invention of racial science in the 18th century that skin color can change drastically from one generation to the next. All that is needed is sex between people of different colors, which has taken place as soon as people meet. Acknowledgement of the existence of people of mixed race, as in the U.S. Census, means acknowledgement of the impermanence of race. Where are we now? Mapping the human genome elicited initial proclamations of human kindredness across the globe. Then race talk inscribed racial difference on our genes. That talk has not disappeared, but ideally we would realize that human beings' short history relates us all to one another. To speak in racial terms, incessant human migration has made us all multiracial. 30 Does this mean the human genome or civil rights or desegregation have ended the tyranny of race in America? Almost certainly not. The fundamental black/white binary endures, even though the category of whiteness, or we might say more precisely, a category of non-blackness, effectively expands. As before, the black poor remain outside the concept of the American as an alien race of degenerate families. A multicultural middle class may diversify the suburbs and college campuses, but the face of poor, segregated inner cities remains black. 31 For quite some time, many observers have held that money and interracial sex would solve the race problem, and, indeed, in some cases, they have. Nonetheless, poverty in a dark skin endures as the opposite of whiteness, driven by an age-old social yearning to characterize the poor as permanently other and inherently inferior.